Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Shout out to all of you guys eardrums who weren't paying attention, right? Damn, Z 30 minutes late. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna just do my thing and I'm gonna have a headphone in until he get. I should have came in here yelling on y'all. All right, y'all. My apologies for the tardiness. This is a reckless stream, but it's not as reckless as usual. Maybe we'll see. You know how that usually goes. But yeah, let me say this. Shout out to Michael Ross. I gotta read this one now. And Michael Ross says, "What is that, bro? Broads who sleep with other females are never to be taken seriously." Mike, I just put that in there just to put that. For fun. For fun. It's funny. It's funny. Yo, she's 31, y'all. She's 31. Look, Mr. Z's been giggling like a schoolgirl for a minute. Um, but she's 31 with a kid. She's smoking on screen. Look at Kendra's face. Kendra can't even take it. Kendra's facial expressions say everything. Kendra knows she not getting no dude with money. Like I was gonna say ballerific. She'll get a baller, but not that type of baller. Oh boy. She says she want a king size snicker. Yeah, she'll find a pookie that'll put a king size snicker in her life, but that's about it. Right? Oh man. Whew, that I had to add that to y'all because that was hysterical. Right? She's 31, everyone. What's going on, Adric? She's 31 with a kid. Smoking, being loud, being obnoxious, right? Talking about king size snicker. What can you do for a man? She's talking about anything, essentially. Right? You got that's why I added it, y'all. Just for fun. Just for fun. There's no real critique of this. This is just a loud, obnoxious, black woman who has a kid. Oh my god, right? She's bi, right? She wants a poly relationship, but then she kind of don't because she has a son apparently, and she don't want to, kind of expose him to that. Um, yeah, wow, right? Last serious relationship she was in was a year ago. She was in a quote unquote type of situationship 3 months ago. Last time she was sexually active was a month ago. Whew. Yeah, man. Shout out to all my light skinned brothers. She was sniping at y'all. She's okay with being with a light skinned woman, but not with a light skinned man. What? What the hell? But look, Kendra's face said everything. Yes, Kendra, this is what Kevin was exposed to. Yes. And homegirl talking about, anyone that makes more than me. So, I make between 50 and 60,000, but I want to be kept. But I want to be. So all men have ran into this. I also added this to speak about the ick, right? So, we've seen women speak about the ick and how men do things to give them the ick. It'll even be a man that they're attracted to, but then there's something about him, the way one of his teeth look, the way he walks, just any little the smallest, most insignificant thing can give them the ick and turn them off, right? The way his hair is combed today instead of how it's usually combed, is weird stuff, right? Right, he didn't pick out his beard today, and he usually has his beard perfectly done. All type of stuff that give women the ick. I'm not saying any brother is attracted to this sister, but any brother that would be physically attracted to her. Let's say experiment. You took her out. The second she starts talking, would you not be check, please? Right? Wow. Would this young lady not give y'all the ick? Huh? Would she not? Just wow. And she has a kid. She has a kid, everyone. And that line going from her belly button down, isn't that the C-section scar? No? Or is that something else? And it's just showing, and she's just, you can't tell her nothing. Right? Wow. Right? Design and art ask, which video is this? The one with the locks on Kendra? No, 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 not her. This video I literally just added it in the chat. It's further up in the chat. Right? Excuse me. Wow. Wow. And Passport OG says Kendra D show, Kendra G show is a tragedy, bro. It Yeah, okay. And Vic says, Victor Cree says that's a pregnancy line. I assume C-sections are under the belly. Okay. Yeah, because that and the smoking, the loud, obnoxious, the God have mercy on any one of y'all that try to turn her into anything. I'm not even gonna say wife. I don't see her being someone's wife. That y'all, I tend to be a bit careful with these type of predictions, but woo, this is beyond like Northeastern Ratchet. I've been around Northeastern Ratchet, right? This is Northeastern Ratchet. This is lack of self-awareness. Shout out to her being honest. She needs to be piped like once a day, at least, right? She says she need a king size snicker in her life. So if that's the type of life you about, she about it, right? So at least whoever ends up with her, you won't be starved of vagina. At least the quality of that vagina is a whole different type of conversation. The quality of the woman that is attached to the vagina, that's a whole different conversation. But at least you won't be starved of vagina, right? Yeah. Wow. It was, oh man, that was frightening. And shout out to the brothers from this channel. I've been checking out their channel for a couple weeks, and yeah, man, they have some gems because they review a bunch of Kendra G and this other lady's channel. I can't remember the name of the other lady, and they just review these women that come on and they sound absolutely insane. There's one sister, I think the best sister, I would say arguably in a little while, it was this 27-year-old, was she a airplane stewardess? It was a little petite sister, and she kind of looked like Kelly Rowland in the face. And them brothers in the comments were talking about her chin, and I instantly thought about Trail, right? But yeah, so but yeah, they review these women that go on to Kendra G, or I can't remember the name of the other young lady show, and it's usually total. It's usually a total mess. It's usually a total mess, right? Longo says Northeastern Ratchet is effing gross. She can keep that ish. Look, this was funny to me. It was sad. Oh, don't get to it. It was sad, but it was funny. She was loud. She was obnoxious. She is the stereotype, right? Like the negative stereotype. And I don't often speak about the hood and ratchet women, or at least not this ratchet, right? That's not my lane. But I just thought this was funny. Still sad, right? She's 31. She has a son, and she wants to be on some poly stuff. She over here talking about king size snicker. She, clearly she hasn't been in a relationship for a year, but yeah, she's been sexually active about a month ago. Yeah, and that's if she's being honest, right? And then I love the sound drops them brothers use. They use some of the funniest things in the world, right? So yeah, Michael Ross and gut hanging out everywhere, bro. Longo says, yeah, alpha booger wolf. Look, and the young, and And the crazy is she's being 100% honest and she's being genuine and she's being herself. I do not see her as trolling at all, right? I do not see her as trolling at all. She was definitely not trolling, right? That's crazy. And Michael Ross, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker. Wow. Right? I know she in New York, but Indigo and Toya, I'm putting this on y'all because y'all in New Jersey. All you Northeasterners. All y'all in Massachusetts. All y'all in New York, Connecticut, New Jersey. Right? I don't care if she's from your borough or not. I'm blaming y'all for her. Right? Man, Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, all you Northeasterners, I'm putting this on y'all. Man. If Michael Ross said she was dead serious, bro, wasn't she? Was she? Was she wearing Tim's? Hysterical. You never know. It's possible. Wow. Hey, I thought it was funny. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Okay, moving along. And yes, Passport OG, we are doing some tether talk, right? Okay, so for those of you that caught the end of pretty much the end of BGS's stream earlier, yeah, so I got into a back and forth with a brother named Mike, who was using many of Tariq Nasheed and Jason Black talking points when it comes to tethers, when it comes to foreigners, when it comes to reparations, when it comes to ADOS FBA, but you could clearly tell he's not part of the political affiliation of ADOS. He's more FBA. And I don't know how many. Let's rewind. Actually, let's rewind. So, Mr. Z was accused of laughing at the plight of ADOS and laughing at the reparations movement. And I don't think Mike really knows me very well. He doesn't know that Mr. Z just be giggling and laughing about a lot of stuff. And he assumed that I didn't appreciate the reparations movement simply because I am not ADOS FBA. And I don't think he really appreciates my political affiliation, right? I don't think he appreciates that I walked in the Black Manosphere talking about this. And I recounted what happened between and you could tell for at least for brothers like him, they struggle to do it, but you can get them to admit that Tariq Nasheed destroyed the ADOS FBA reparations movement, really ADOS reparations movement because of his ego. You can get him to admit it, but he won't say Tariq did that. He'll say it's unfortunate, they messed up, bad timing, it should have just been ADOS. They'll admit it now, 5 and 6 years later, right? So I'm coming to y'all with this also to say, I was there. I watched this unfold. I watched Jason Black choose Tariq Nasheed's side and say why. And say because they need people like them need people like Tariq Nasheed. I watched Tariq Nasheed say straight up about Tone Talks, he's not charismatic enough. I watched Tariq call Yvette Carnell strappy. Yes, as a LGBTQ homophobic slur. To be honest, I watched Tone Talks and Yvette Carnell question Tariq Nasheed's intelligence. If we're going to be fair. And mock Jason Black for being in the shadows. Right? I was here for that. And I watched the reparation movement get torched and watched it disintegrate simply because Tariq Nasheed's ego. I was there. I was watching the live when Tariq Nasheed said ADOS for the first time. right? And people started shouting out Yvette in tone, and you could see that Tariq was like, "Damn, so it's already associated with people. If he didn't know already, oh damn, I can't just run with the title." And they played nice with Tone and Yvette for a little while. And once Tariq tried to mention opportunity zones and how to use Trump to spite the Democrats, right? He said that publicly. When Tone responded publicly and said, "I don't know what Tariq talking about, but we ain't no, that ain't the lane." And the Republicans are not a big, they're not a big government party. You're not gonna get your reparations from them. Right? Tariq pretty much was like, that's not the point. It's just to spite the Democrats and make them know that we matter. You're missing the point. Right? They got in the back and forth with that. People started choosing sides, and you watched it disintegrate. Right? I watched Tariq Nasheed straight up say, Tone Talks is not charismatic enough. It can't be him. Yeah, Tariq, you're the charismatic one, and you turn this into a culture war amongst black diasporans with very little politics. Yeah, because and Tariq has said it multiple times. They already know what they have to do to give us reparations. They already know. I don't have to say it. Okay, yep. And how's that working? Huh? You're right. They do know. I believe him. I actually agree with him on that. But how is that mindset working? Right? Huh? We watched this, and you watched the reparation movement get torched because of ego. Because of ego. Huh? You know, this is frightening to me. Um, I continue to stress this. The majority of black people don't got it. Y'all keep on chastising them about these little. We could do this and we could do that and we could save like this and we could do that and Bitcoin this and that. Yawn. And so I am careful about this chastising your everyday average black person, which y'all do incessantly. And y'all torch these. Look, it's the same thing I say to the ladies, right? Y'all are petite bourgeoisie black women, or y'all grow up in different type of environments. Y'all grow up weird. Y'all get a couple of dollars, you start rubbing elbows and rubbing something else with white folks, or other black women prop you up because they live vicariously through you, so they fund you either through views or through actual money. And then y'all start giving your quote unquote advice and start talking, and you forget the average person, black person, can't live the way you talking. Right? The average black person. So listening to Tariq talk, I'm like, bro, we already know median household income for black people is less than 50 grand. What are y'all talking about? And you know Jason Black gonna bring up entrepreneurialism. You know it's coming, right? And you have to ask, what? Exactly. And Ishmael says now it's essentially a roasting session. The diaspora dozens shaking my head. That's essentially what FBA has become, right? And Paul Wilson says Professor Black Truth referred to ADOS as A-duns. And I'm not gonna go in on Professor Black Truth. Out of them, he's probably the person and I it's I don't dislike Jason Black, but as much as he talk about not having an ego, bruh, stop. Yo, ego the size of goddamn Jupiter. Stop. Right? So that whole thing out the window. Swaggerlicious ass Tariq Nasheed, okay, out the window. But when it comes to Professor Black Truth, it's a little different. I would love to see these brothers start a reparations movement. Let's see. Right? Let's see. But this is some weird stuff. And then so bringing this back to Mike, then you have Mike, who is a person we listen to the same stuff. People, many of us listen to the same stuff. We're listening to Professor Black Truth. We're listening to Tariq Nasheed. We're listening to Corey Holcomb. We're listening to the same people. We're listening to Jason Black. So once you start talking, Mike, I smell Tariq Nasheed on him. Yep, that's Tariq Nasheed. Right? We're listening to Dr. Claude Anderson. We're listening to Dr. Boyce Watkins. We're listening to the same people. We're listening to Diallo. We're listening to name them. Right? Dr. Boyce Watkins, Dr. Claude Anderson, Dr. Umar Johnson. We're listening to the same people. So even if Z misses it, one of my subscribers will see it. Z, boom, email. I watch it, boom, yeah, okay, there we go. Right? Huh. So if we're listening to the same people, you have to ask yourself, what's the end goal here? Because Black wealth is supposed to be at 0 by 2053, and that was before COVID-19. You have to know that expedited the process. Right? Huh. And DJ Tom JD says, Tariq get ish done while other Negroes just talk. I would agree with that. I would agree that we've watched Tariq Nasheed put out many movies, documentaries. We watch him with the center that he built. Where was that, in LA? Right? He did have a kind of answer to ADOS, the FBA joint. He been to DC. We watched Tariq Nasheed make moves. Huh? But Lauryn Hill has an answer to that. She talks about lost ones. God damn, Z. And on that one, Tariq Nasheed destroyed both movements. And FBA movement has devolved into, once again, a roasting session on non-ADOS, non-FBA people. I'm not even saying he's 100% wrong about doing it. What I'm saying is essentially that's where most of the energy is. I'm okay about roasting Black people from the diaspora that think they're better than ADOS, think they're better than FBA, think they have better culture, or think they're just better people. I'm okay with that. That's not what I'm talking about. Huh? But essentially you have, and Jason Black is not this person or Professor Black Truth, but Tariq Nasheed is very apolitical. You can't have someone apolitical leading a movement that essentially is about politics. How do you have an apolitical person being the face of a movement where you have to lobby politicians for the money? Huh? Consider that, DJ Tom. That's a real question. A apolitical person talking politics? I don't know. Right? And DJ Time says, I wish Tariq would have put out the Uncle Strappy and Tone Tits video game. Bro, it's very immature. You know why he didn't? Because Yvette Carnell jumped in front of him and called him a kid for his puppets and making fun of Tommy Sotomayor with the crispy puppet and whatnot. But Tariq was, if y'all remember, Tariq was literally, I'm telling y'all, I'm watching this live. Tariq was literally on the brink of doing the same thing to Tone and Yvette, and you're right about this, DJ Tom. And once Yvette jumped in front of him and did what you would have put out a puppet about us, and essentially called him a kid. That's what slowed Tariq down. I don't know so much about the video game, but the puppet and going down that lane, because we see Tariq, we seen Tariq roast certain callers. We seen him roast the white supremacists that call on. We see him roast Myron, right? I don't want to be on the receiving end of a Tariq roast. We know Tariq could be funny. But that wasn't the time. It just wasn't the time. Right? Damien King, I'm not going to ignore your super chat. I'm not going to ignore your super chat. And Michael Ross, thank you once again for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right? It simply wasn't the time. Right? And yes, we understand FBA is a lineage, but it's a lineage that is attempting to receive the repair that it was supposed to get coming out of slavery. Now you got slavery and Jim Crow, right? FBA doesn't exist in a vacuum. The lineage matters and means something. I understand this, right? But understand that FBA thing, what did it do? It fractured ADOS into two. And now what? You literally had people calling in to that reparations call situation of a couple months ago and mentioning to Yvette Carnell's name out of spite. Essentially taunting her like, oh, look, we did it without you. Y'all are, oh my God, y'all are talking to politicians. Y'all are like, this is not a game. Right? This is not a game. And I'm not even ADOS and I see this. I watched this in real time, y'all. And I just stopped listening and watching because I was disgusted. Right? Exactly. And this is, see, and Compassionate says FBA has dissolved into ish talking though. And that's my point. And that's my point. Right? Wow. Yeah, nobody does actually. And Compassionate says nobody crowdfunds like Tariq. Yeah, no, that's his lane. That's his lane, right? And Anubis says Tariq got his FBA claim from Dr. Claude Anderson. Yes, I remember him speaking about that. I remember him speaking about that. Right? Wow. Thank you. And Victor Creed says that reparations call was mega cringe, bro. I listened to it. I'm like, bro, are y'all wasting time? Bring it up, Yvette. What? And these are like 40 and 50-year-olds, y'all. Oh my God. And DJ Tom says Uncle Strappy started the ish talking. I will say this. I didn't appreciate the angle, and I will give DJ Time this. I did not appreciate the angle that Tone took when addressing Tariq Nasheed over the Donald Trump and opportunity zones. Because I knew Tariq is not built for that. He ain't gonna go quietly in the night. Right? Now, did I think Tariq was gonna take it this far and that Jason Black was gonna back him? No. I did not think Tariq was going to take it that far. And he did. He destroyed all of it. And now look at where we are. Once again, I'm not even ADOS. Now look at where I'm looking. I'm like, what the? And Tariq took it there. For his ego. That was his ego that did that. So I agree with you right on that one. I agree with you, DJ Tom. Right? Because I understood what Tone was saying. Look, it's not going to be the Republicans. You can't use opportunity zones and Trump to kind of threaten the Democrats with look. At least Trump is offering us something. Yeah, Nixon offered the same thing back in the early 70s, and yeah, 50 years later, now what? Right? Ishmael says Tone has his ways sometimes. Yeah, like when the brother speaks about his law degree and graduating and like he kind of goes in on like high school dropout rappers and whatnot. And I understand the angle that he's coming from. I understand, but talking about Tone be tone deaf like a mug, right? Like understand the environment and this is what I would say. This is what I would say to Antonio Moore. Understand the environment we're in. We have been primed to value that money and that status over what you're talking about, even though you might be on the right side of history. People are listening to Jay-Z before they listen to you. Unfortunately, right? So I think Tone doesn't appreciate when he does that. He's actually kind of defecating, and I agree with him on this. He's actually kind of defecating on that kind of toxic, kind of displaced aspirationalism. I'm not making fun of people that are aspirational. I'm saying there's a level where we get delusional, and he doesn't really appreciate how many of us are temporarily embarrassed millionaires. And so when you're going in on the Charlemagnes and whatnot, it's not them. The people that live vicariously through them feel a certain way about that, and you actually do yourself a disservice, right? Thank you, and that's my point. And Ishmael says, yeah, but you can't go exclusive with your language, borderline elitist at times, and that's my point. And I understand where Tone is coming from when he does it, but I'm like, bro, this is not good. Should people maybe give you an ear more? Yes. But when you are mocking and making fun of their favorite celebrity and maybe their lack of formal education, yeah, nope. Right? And shout out to all my exers, especially my exers out of the Northeast. When you go in on Jay-Z, you going in on so many black men, younger boomers, but definitely Xers and millennials who their dream is to be Jay-Z, right? And y'all give Z 1 second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back, right? And so I really think that Tone doesn't appreciate that. He doesn't, Diddy, before we found out, about, well, I think many of us already kind of speculated, but before we had it confirmed, Diddy, before we knew that our speculations were real, Jay-Z, Dame Dash, name them, Dre, right? These are people that people live vicariously through, right? And so when we speak about their lack of formal education, or you speak about some of their views and some of their kind of wayward, like, bro, you rich, we're not rich. You can move a different type of way. When you speak about that and you don't appreciate how much people aspire to be like them, black men in particular, you actually do yourself a disservice, right? Because while you are defecating on those people, and I understand the sentiment, you don't appreciate how many people, I'm gonna say it, yeah, I'm gonna say it, how many brothers' feelings you're hurting by telling them, by the way, what you're aspiring to is a lie. I just want you to understand it's a lie. And I'm shout out to Mike for essentially telling us he's voting for Trump out of spite. I came in the door telling y'all a vote out of spite. I've been saying that since the 2020 election. I don't think people, and I don't think the Democrats really, when we go back to speaking politics, I don't think people appreciate a vote out of spite, right? Or saying things out of spite. We understand children doing things out of spite, but do we appreciate adults doing things out of spite that's even going to hurt them? And so to Tone, I would just caution him with that. I think Yvette's a little bit better when it comes to that, right? But I don't think Tone Talks really appreciates, like, bruh, like, These niggas will torpedo some stuff out of spite, right? And when you going in on like, bro, on this like a Jay-Z, right? We watching that right now with Vivica A. Fox and Kevin Samuels. She felt a certain way that Kevin used her as an example for something, and this man been dead for 10 years. She's still mad about it. Out of spite. So be careful what you say, because you don't know what a black woman or black man or any adult will do out of spite. Even that's gonna hurt them. So I agree with y'all on that. I don't think Tone appreciates that. I think as an adult and as an attorney, he gets it, but I don't think he fully appreciates that. Right? He's coming from a political lane. The average American don't know nothing about that or care. Tone and Yvette are coming from that lane. These average black people don't really care nothing about that. And they don't appreciate the building blocks. Right? Like, I watch Tone and Yvette have to strip, and I don't care what Jason Black says. I watch Tone and Yvette have to strip the toxic aspirationalism away from their subscribers before they could get to talking real politics and black people's actual wealth position. Because let's be honest, we were sold something different for decades. And I watched them have to go piece by piece, live after live, stream after stream, to get black people to understand, actually, you really don't got no money like that. That's why you don't hear Tariq Nasheed saying that Jordans and weave stuff type things no more. No, not Tariq so much. Sorry. Tariq kind of still, but Jason Black. That's why you don't hear Jason Black saying that much no more. Because Jason Black was on that train. And Jason, if I tell you who I really am, Jason, me and you have had conversations. You can't tell me I'm lying, Jason. I don't ever expect for you to admit it in real life. I don't ever expect for you to admit it or say it publicly. But yes, Jason, Mr. Jason Black, yes, you were on that train. Yes, you were. You were on the reason why we don't got no money is because we spend it on Jordans and weave. Where did the money for the weave come from? And when Tony Yvette walked in the room and said, actually, this is our wealth position. Here's Nielsen's report. Here's what we really spending our money on. Fast food and dollar store. Huh? Yeah. If shout out to all the Gen Z, y'all were too young, maybe y'all weren't around. Look, for a good 2.5, 3 decades, all we heard was we were spending our money, especially 2.5 decades. We were spending, black people, black men and women were spending their money on Jordan's weave, big rims, and all this other stuff. Somebody tell Z he's lying. Who want to tell Z he's lying? Dr. Umar too. Thank you, Detroit. Black people, especially black youth, younger Xers, and millennials, we were being shamed. Y'all spending your money on Jordans and weave, and that's the reason why we don't got no money, and that's why black people don't have no nice stuff. Y'all don't got no investments. Y'all don't got this. Y'all don't got that. Huh? Who want to tell Z he's lying? What's going on, Art? Huh? And I got to give it to them. And Tony and Yvette came in the door, spent a few months, a year or two, and that conversation changed. And ain't nobody mentioned that type of stuff like that no more. Now, let me say this. Could black people afford to spend their money better? Yes. 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 But your wayward nephew and his $7,000 and $8,000 on apparel is not the reason why black people don't got no money. Stop it. That's a used car. At best, he could have now. If you want to chastise your nephew about spending that money, and he could have had him a used car to get back and forth from work instead of catching the train or the bus, okay. But if you think $8,000 is what's breaking the hood, stop it. Just stop it. Right? That was mainly Tommy. Thank you, Art, because he was on that too. Tommy Sotomayor was on that too. Right? Had hooligans, which is still funny to this day. right? But I'm glad we kind of we've pulled back from that type of rhetoric. But we have weird apolitical people talking. I listen to Jason Black when he start talking politics. Tariq, right? Now, do I think Tariq not donating somewhere in LA? I think he is. Right? Would Tariq be a great ally? Absolutely. But that ego, though, Jesus Christ. That ego, goddamn. Right? Anton Daniel said that. Look, I would love to have a conversation with Anton on that. I would look, these weirdo respectability Negroes. I would love to have a conversation with Anton on that. Median household income for black people less than $50,000. Now you're gonna tell me it's because we're not going to STEM and we're not taking these type of classes or schools seriously. Okay, we can have that conversation. But when you have a median household income of less than 50,000, you can't say it's your nephew is spending $8,000 on Jordans and weave, and that's why we don't got no money. No, we don't got no money because we don't got no money. Right? Huh? Ishmael says, Amanda Seals said it recently, and I was like, oh, word, you, miss, I'm smarter than y'all? Wow. Hey, Z didn't say that some people wouldn't be late. Hey, if we're in 2024 and you still having the reason why black people don't have no money is because of Jordans and weave, you're about a decade late. Right? How Jason Black says it, it's time to update your files. Right? That's it. Look, man, like the Raj Report, Art New Style, BGS, Charles. I have been in people's different rooms, right? Different lives, and whenever that Jordan Weave conversation come up, everybody knows Z is coming. Everyone know. Wait, where's Z? You want to know what grinds my gears? And so let's be very clear, because somebody's going to purposely try to misconstrue what Z is saying. I am not saying that your niece and nephew should be spending this type of money on hair and apparel and clothes. I'm not saying that your nephew should have spent $3,000 on rims for his $2,000 car. That is not what I am saying. I am saying that is not what's breaking the hood. Now, that might be breaking your nephew's pockets. That might be breaking your son's pockets. That might be breaking your brother or your brother's pockets. That might be. And then he comes to you and asks you to borrow some money. Yes, I get it. But that is not why black people don't have no money. Right? That is not why. And there's some data that shows that black people actually personal savings rate. So the money we make, how much of it we save, there's data that shows, and there's more than one piece of data that I've seen that we actually save more better than white folks. The less money we make less money, but we save more of it. Right? Oh boy, I gotta check that out. And Charles Irby says, Z, did you see FD signifiers still pushing the narrative that Malcolm was bisexual? These black feminists have no shame. Yeah, look, dear dear black left, y'all could keep on doing this as much as you want. Look, y'all follow this black man, he was hyper masculine, but he was bisexual. So now what? We're not hearing you. We don't care about none of that stuff you say. And I just want you to understand that's what they're doing when they do that. Right? Give it 20 years after Mike Tyson passes, they'll be like, did you know Mike Tyson was out here with men? Stop. We don't care what y'all are saying. Stop, man. Right? Did you know? Stop. Because that's what it really is. Oh, see, y'all think masculinity is this, y'all think manhood is this. Let me take that person you think is a real man and let me show you, oh, look, he was bi. Now what? Look, he was same-sex loving. Now what? Nobody cares about what y'all talking about, bro. And Indigo says trying to make black men same sex is pastime, yo. Look, at the end of the day, this idea that we are going to make same sex loving and black synonymous, right? We're gonna make LGBTQ and black synonymous with each other. Right? Yawn. Right? And Vic says the root had to take that article down if I'm not mistaken. Oh boy. Right? And let me finally read this. And Damien King says, Z, talk to BGS BGS into being our Moses from millennials and the Z's and get us reparations. Make him believe. I'll talk to BGS, but BGS, did y'all not hear the disappointment in BGS today? Shout out to BGS. Did y'all not hear the disappointment? Because BGS was witness to. That's why I asked, and I'm saying it again. For those of you that heard the breakdown that I gave, not earlier in this stream, but I gave towards the end of BGS's stream about how this thing transpired between Tone Talks, Yvette, Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black, and somewhat Professor Black Truth, but not so much, at least publicly from what I can recall. The way I broke it down, somebody tell me I'm wrong. And so BGS being privy to this also could attest that, and all of us that were privy to this could attest to it. We watched this thing blow up, right? We watched this thing blow up. And I'm saying that as a person who used to, look, I was here for Mac Lessons days, Tariq Nasheed. Right? So I just want y'all to understand, right? I was here before the first Hidden Colors, Tariq Nasheed. So I watched the transition, right? I was here for Blog Talk Radio, Tommy Sotomayor. Right? So Mr. Z been here for a little minute. I watched the transition for Tariq Nasheed. I watched the white dudes pillage his talking points and repackage it and unseason it, right? Put raisins in put raisins in his rhetoric, right? And his potato salad. Right? Repackage it for the white dudes. I was here for that. Huh? So I'm not saying this because I'm anti Tariq Nasheed. This is not hate for Tariq Nasheed. But Tariq Nasheed's ego got in the way. And somebody could tell Z if he's lying. Huh? I was here for Tariq Nasheed when Nipsey passed. I was here for all of it. Huh? I was here for when Tariq Nasheed ran up on Tommy in Vlad's studio. I saw the video. I was here for it. I was here, and I'm so mad. Well, I didn't have the mind to do it. I recall the interview Vlad did with Tariq. I listened to all those clips back to back until they got deleted because, you know, Vlad took them down because him and Tariq were going back and forth now. Right? I was here for that. I was here for when Kevin, Zoe Williams' friend, barked on Tone Talks. Right? Tone Talks was called into the studio, and Kevin was all about Bitcoin this and Bitcoin that and Bitcoin this. And I'm talking about Kevin with the lazy eye, Zoe Williams' friend. And when y'all know how Tone Talks get, when he starts stripping all your points, right? All your little escape hatches, he start taking that away from you, and you know black people need it for hope. Right? And Kevin, excuse my language, y'all, Kevin fucking broke. He broke. And he shattered right there on screen, and he started cursing Tone out and started threatening Tone. because that escape Tone took the escape hatch away. I was there for that. I heard it. Now try finding it. Y'all can't find it nowhere. Why? Because Zoe deleted that segment. I was here for that. I was here for when Zoe snapped on Jason Black on Tommy's show. I was here for that. Right? So I was here for that. Yes. Thank you, Vic. Back when Zoe pushed that sovereign citizen ish. Yep. Right? I was here for Corey Holcomb RMC days. I was here for all of that. So I'm putting that in context to say this is not an anti-Tariq Nasheed thing. Look, Mr. Z's day used to consist of Tommy Sotomayor listening to old ass Foxhole. Even back then it was old because I'm listening to this as like 2014, 2015. I'm re-listening to these old ass Foxhole Speedy Comedy Corner shows, old Claudia Jordan, old Zoe Williams, because it was entertaining. So I would be listening to stuff I listened to already 4 and 5 and 6 times already at work. I'm at my cubicle typing and I'm listening to old RMC stuff, really for Corey, because Corey was the funniest one in Speedy's Comedy Corner. And TDP was funny too, low key. So I'm just giving y'all context that I was here for the Tariq. I was here, right? Huh? So this is not anti-Tariq Nasheed. This is not, but yeah, no, the ego. Huh? I was here and I don't know. I'm never going to find it because he gave so many lectures and even so many since then. I was here when whoever posted the lecture with Dr. Umar Johnson and the young lady stood up and said she's same-sex loving not because she was born that way, but essentially to spite men, to spite black men. Her relationships with black men aren't that great, so she made a conscious effort to start dealing with women. And she straight up said, I am same-sex loving because I just don't get along with black men. And that was, whoo, I remember watching that in what, 2015, 14 or something like that? Right? So yeah, Z been around since then. Look, man, I've been listening, right? So I'm Damien King to go back because I went on a tangent, but to go back to what you're saying, I think BGS is disappointed, right? I think BGS is disappointed in millennials because he's watching us have the opportunity and drop the ball. We should have got on Tariq Nasheed when he did what he did. When he torpedoed for his ego, I'm going to keep on saying it. If Tariq Nasheed ever run up on my channel, I don't want to deal with Tariq Nasheed in real life. He's too big. But if Tariq Nasheed ever run up on my channel, I'll say it. Your ego is what destroyed both movements, bro. Huh? Me and you both know it. Will you ever apologize for it? No. But me and you and Jason know it too. Will Jason ever, maybe he said something to you in the background, but will Jason ever say something publicly? No. Right? But I'm watching, I think BGS's thing is he's watching millennials, right? You had to Occupy Wall Street, not organized enough, got bought out. Right? We watched what they did with BLM. Right? Rest in peace, Darren Seals. We watched what they did with BLM. Huh? So it's just time after time you're watching it with AOC right now. AOC walked into Congress, rah, 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 rah. Bernie bro, rah, 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 rah. Now what? Huh? AOC is just positioning herself to be Nancy Pelosi 2.0. That's what she's going to be. Huh? Thank you. And from Africa I came says Occupy got infiltrated. AB says true. I'm saying. And Telescope says BGS was sick of Mike trying to make it all about what the boomers didn't hand down to the next generation. He's getting that from Jason Black. He's not doing a good job in articulating that, but he's getting that from Jason Black. Those are Jason Black talking points. Not so much Tariq Nasheed talking points. Tariq Nasheed doesn't really do the generation and bashing on boomers thing. That's a Jason Black talking point. Jason, you could tell me I'm lying. Right? Ishmael says, damn, Z, long in the tooth in these YouTube streets. Bruh, if I tell you, I go back to, that's why I remember Cheska Lee. I've been on YouTube since those days. Right? I remember Cheska Lee with the things white people say or whatever it was. Back when she still was rocking the dreads and she was slim. Was she even married to her white husband yet? Well, they're divorced now. I don't even know if she was married to the dude yet. I go back to those days. I go back to Tim De La Ghetto before he was married days. I was here when the Fung brothers first got here, right? Nigga Higa days like that. I go back since then, right? I was here when Dude in Blue got here. That's for us, all us car guys, right? All of that. Regular car reviews. I was here for, yeah. Right? So Z been here for a minute. Kev Jumba, I would look. Right? When Rolo was still with the dude that passed a few years ago, I can't remember what his name was again, right? I was here for before I'm not gonna say it out loud, but MGTOW, when it was True Force Loneliness, I was here for all of that, right? Before MGTOW, when it was True Force Loneliness, I was here for it. Huh? I was here for those of you that remember Avenue Rants. For those of us that remember Avenue Rants versus Sarge Willie Pete, I was here for Thugtician. I was all of it. Huh? Did I fully understand what I was seeing at the time? Like the proto Black Manosphere? No. I didn't fully comprehend what I was being a part of. I kind of get it now. But yeah, I was here for that. Right? Yeah, so yeah, Z been in these, listening in to these YouTube streets for a little while. I was here when Jason Black used to call it the Tommy Sotomayor show. Right? I was here when they first fell out. I was here when they got back close together, and I was here when they fell out again. Huh? I was here for 7 a.m. for Jason Black. Look. Huh? Yeah, Mr. Z, look. Right? I was here when Cynthia G first got in, when Paris Milan first got in. I was here when Sarge Willie Pete first started introducing us to Chrissy, when it was strictly about colorism, when they would have conversations with each other. I was here for that. Right? So I'm saying all of that to say I've been around to see Tariq Nasheed become this Tariq Nasheed. Right? So what I'm saying is not coming from a place of dislike of Tariq. What I'm saying is coming from, bruh, I watch your ego get in the way. I was here for when Juicy and Chrissy went back and forth. When Paris and Cynthia G, with Divested Zealot and Chrissy and Paris Milan. Huh? Yeah, that part. Right? I'm here when Jason Black is calling us the Black Winosphere and whatever he's calling us right now. While he uses some of the same rhetoric that we use. Huh? Jason Black, you still ain't married though. Huh? Unless you are and you're hiding it from us, but you still ain't married and you don't have any kids. I'm saying you could say alpha your way through all you want. Brother, if there's going to be an alpha in the Black community, ain't it you? You're not married and you don't have any kids. A testament to what we say over here. Well, damn. right? Mr. Shook to you says Z is digging through his daddy's crates of records with this one. I'm just establishing that I am not a novice to these YouTube streets. Are there channels y'all can mention that I don't remember or that I wasn't, privy to? Yes, absolutely. People that were here and I might have missed them. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Was I part of every YouTube trend? No, but I'm just establishing how long I've been in these YouTube streets, right? That's all. That's why I'm bringing up all of this old stuff. All of this old stuff. Like when you could respond back to people on YouTube, right? So I'm using that to say like we have to be honest. And Damien King, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat once again. But I'm using all of this stuff to show like I was here for these conversations. I think some of them will be difficult for y'all to find, but for those of you who were there right after it happened, or y'all were there when it did happen, y'all recall the brother that called in and Tariq tried to clown him, and the brother was like, "Yo, you charging?" Because he did get it from Yvette. Let's be very clear, he was a Yvette Carnell follower, but he was like he called into Tariq when Tariq first started putting up the idea for the FBA response to the ADOS joint that they would have in St. Louis. Was it St. Louis? I want to say it was St. Louis. Where was it? No. Nope. Wrong. It was in Kentucky. It was in Kentucky, right? And yeah, no. So when Tariq Nasheed first started kind of playing with the idea, a brother called in and was like, "Bro, you charging this much? Black people don't got that type of money." And for all of us that listen to Tariq, when Tariq is flummoxed. We saw it with his first debate with what's his name that used to be on Fox News? Tucker Carlson. Now Tariq outsmarted Tucker the second time, but that first time, Tucker kind of got him, right? And when that brother said to Tariq the money thing, Tariq ain't really have no answer. But if you don't got the money, no. Black people ain't broke like that. Huh? Now, once again, that brother's talking points was right out of Yvette Carnell's mouth, but it flummoxed Tariq for a good couple minutes, and I watched that live. Right? I watched that live. Right? Ishmael says Z trying to let us know I'm certified in these streets. Yeah, I kind of am. Right? And Detroit says, I heard Jason Black has a white wife, but talking pro-black-ish. No, I don't know about that. Right? Louisville, yes. It was in Louisville, yes. The ADOS meeting. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ishmael. Right? Man. And Paul Wilson says, well, I'm not sure. I believe that BGS and I ran in the same pro-black circles back in the day. Wouldn't be surprised. Right? Elkston says AOC is hot. Look, AOC is not into black men. At least not publicly. You seen her, man? I'm saying. Right? But I'm bringing all of this up to kind of like let everybody know, like these conversations matter. I'm going to continue to stress this. I agree with if there's one thing I agree with Amanda Seales on, and she said this once on the Breakfast Club. No, the internet you is the real you, and I agree with her on that. That's why y'all see I don't threaten people on these YouTube streets because that's not the real me. I'm not that person. That's why I don't do it on the internet, on social media. I don't wish death on people. That's not the real me. Right? Right? Huh. So yeah. So yeah, I'm just kind of letting us know that I've been here for this and I watched much of this mature and change, and I watched the different iterations, and I watched the name changes, and I watched some of these trends go come back, go out again. I watched them get relabeled, right? And I watched much not change, right? I was here when Cynthia G first started talking about, deleting unborn black males. I was here for that. I was here when Tariq Nasheed used to have the ism show with when he first had the first two girls. Then one of them changed out. Then the other one. As a matter of fact, on my IG, what the kind of Valley girl, light skinned one from the first set of girls that he had. I didn't realize I was still following her on IG, and I guess she posted something. I'm like, oh crap, I forgot about you, right? I remember when the ism bot and all of that. Funny as hell. I was here. Look, man. When I say Z been here, Bobby Glanton Smith on Corey's show, drunk Bobby being funny as hell, but he's Jekyll and Hyde when he's drunk, right? I was here when Corey Holcomb was talking to Claudia Jordan, the homegirl, and said, "Oh, you got your baby yanked," and trolling her. But she said it kind of funny, talking about she went to the hospital, had the baby, deleted, and then went to the club later on that night. And it was funny until Corey started kind of making fun of her. And you could see she was kind of still trying to joke it off, but yeah, it was bothering her. Right? I was here for all of that. I was here for what's the sister that out of Washington that used to be with Zoe Williams? Did she end up trying to snitch out Zoe for some weirdo stuff? I was here for all of that. I think she was mixed. She was mixed. And I think she had a white dad too. White dad, yeah, mixed. Huh? Obviously, I was here for the fallout between Zoe and Corey during the middle of COVID-19 because Corey's Holcomb money started getting a little funny because of course COVID-19 he can't tour and travel and make money off of his comedy. Right? So the fallout of Zoe and the Ari Spears thing, Corey was the one who had to foot the bill for that. And as much as Corey told Zoe, don't worry about it, get it to me when you can. Corey says this, and you watched it in real time. Corey's the one that say, when the money get low, the hungriness show. That's Corey. First time I ever heard that was Corey Holcomb. Then I had to watch him snap off on Zoe because Zoe was defending Darlene because Darlene was saying Grady's not that bad of a person in the middle of Corey going in on Grady. I was here for that. And Corey is over here making fun of Grady because he's saying Grady's claiming Chicago, but Grady didn't really grow up in Chicago, right? And Corey knows Grady's wife. And Corey's trying to tell Grady, you're really not that guy, right? And Darlene is trying to defend Grady and say Grady's not that bad of a person. And when Corey started going in on Darlene, Zoe jumped in the middle trying to defend Darlene. And then Corey snapped off on Zoe. And then guess what? Eventually we get to talking about the money that Zoe owes Corey for covering the situation between Zoe Williams and his forearm and Ari Spears. Right? I was here, but I don't remember. I was here when that happened, but I don't recall it. Right. So and Dr. D says, were you there when David Carroll pulled up on Crystal and Kerosene? Right. But I was also here for when Jason Black reviewed Crystal and Kerosene crying after the Veganator went in on her and all those other swirlers on her channel. For those of you that don't know, Crystal and Kerosene brought in this kind of muscle-bound, like nerdy but muscle-bound ass white dude who dates black women. And she was trying to use him to mock black men, right? And the Vegator went on there and flamed black women and swirlers in particular. And he said, I could get y'all. I'm actually smashing I think I'm smashing a girl, a black woman that's engaged to a black man right now. That's the type of time the Vegator was on, right? He was actually low key disgusted with Crystalline Kerosene and her subscribers, huh? He went on essentially a tour of kind of brothers. Certain brothers were supporting him. I was not supporting him, right? And then black women started trying to go in on brothers for that because they're too cowardly to say the white man played them. And then guess what the Vegator did? After all of that, a few months later, he showed him with another black girl. Oh boy. Right? And Onasi says, was the Vegator a white dude? Of course. Yes, sir. Right? Exactly. From Africa I came says, Kerosene with the snot bubble. Yep. Yep. Exactly. Exactly. And I want y'all to understand how egregious this was. So after all of this happened, Crystalline Kerosene decides to apologize to her subscribers for exposing them to this type of white dude that made them feel a certain way. So she's in a hotel room. I think she was on college tour with her daughter or something. She was out with I think the oldest daughter or something like that. I think the black daughter that's not from the white ex-husband. Something like that. And so she sends the daughter out the room and she proceeds to record herself apologizing to her subscribers for this type of situation. And she starts bawling like she's a kid getting spanking. Snot bubble and all, exactly from Africa I came, apologizing. And I think Jason Black's breakdown of that was chef's kiss perfect. You had to send your daughter out the room because you didn't want your daughter to see you going in on who you see as God. The white dude flexed white dude on you, and you're about to talk just a little teeny tiny smack about him, and you didn't want your daughter to see that, so you sent her out the room. Pathetic. And you started crying because the white guy rejected you and you were married. He rejected you and other black women. Call a thing a thing. Pathetic. Huh? I want you to remember Crystalline Kerosene and her black men are nothing but big D and swag. Yeah, and the white dude came in and told you how he run through black women. Huh? Married black women, single black women who are engaged. He told you he was smashing a black woman who was engaged. Huh? And so Crystalline Kerosene sent her daughter out the room, commenced to apologizing to her subscribers, and she started crying like a baby. Like a baby. Snot bubble and all. Exactly from Africa I came. Snot bubble and all. Yeah, I was here for all of that. Huh? And now she's divorced from the omnipotent white man. I told y'all dude was just a placeholder. You could see dude, he looked like the squarest, lamest dude ever. Crystalline Kerosene, you could say, oh, black men, they're just big D and swag. You had the white dude, and he don't even look like he's on no wigger, swaggy white man thing. Just a regular, degular white dude. What happened? Divorce. So that means you couldn't make it work with a black man, your eldest daughter's father, and you couldn't make it work with a white man. It's you, lady. Huh? Then you got the other white dude saying, yeah, he's an inward lover. Bruh. And from Africa came says he got rid of her, not the other way around. Pathetic. Right? It's you. And the difference between you and Jeannie Mai is what? Goddamn. Oh, I'm sorry. The difference between you and Jeannie Mai is that your marriage lasted longer. That's it. Right. Huh. Thank you. And Spain Man says, yeah, the black woman effect didn't work on him. Hysterical. Right. And no placeholder says, Tariq gets rich, solves nothing, FBA's feel good. Eh, I would say I agree with you. Can't match Tariq when it comes to crowdfunding. He's the king of that when it comes to like the black space, black internet, what I call it, black Twitter. On black Twitter, ain't nobody on Tariq Nasheed's level when it comes to that. Right? Crowdfunding. Oh yeah, Tariq could get it done. Tariq will get it done. I think Tariq would be a great ally. Whatever you're on, if Tariq's riding with you, that's a. Remember when he first started riding with Jay Morrison with the Tulsa Fund, right? If Tariq's riding with you, that you yeah, and that's from everything. If Tariq riding with you, you Boyce Watkins, he's bringing eyeballs to you, and he's gonna call out, he's gonna call you out, and he's gonna say your name, and you got a great ally. Same thing when he was riding with Jay Morrison. When he mentions Jason Black, Tariq is a great ally to have if you can have him as an ally, but his ego, right? And we understand ego comes with accomplishments, et cetera, et cetera. We get that, right? But Tariq will torpedo. He will detonate. He will detonate something if it ain't going the way he thinks it should be going. Oh yeah, he ain't just gonna leave it alone. He gonna blow it up and make fun of you while he's blowing it up, right? Huh. So Tariq he got the bread and yeah, but I don't think Tariq, and maybe I have to listen back. I'm gonna start going back and listening to Tariq's more recent stuff. I might have to binge for a few days, um, going back, listening to him because there's been a few years I haven't been so I haven't been so invested. Um, but Tariq not talking the money thing like that, right? And I think there's a lot of these people, not just content creators, right? But black there's a type of black people that's making some money, and you could tell that they struggle to really articulate that black people don't got it like that, and it ain't black people's fault, right? And that goes from the ladies, the swirler divester types, all the way to your kind of social media pro blacks, right? They really struggle to really articulate that black people don't really got it like that. The masses of us, at least, right? There are a couple I think that do a pretty good job. Even when I disagree with them, I'll put Jason Black in there. I think I'm not Dr. Jared Ball, but once again, PhD, and he done wrote a book about it. Um, right? I think there's people that are good. I think Dr. Green Gorilla, obviously. I think there are people that are good at this, whether I agree with them or not. Obviously, like Yvette and Tone, duh. Um, yeah, but like all these others, the Bowsers of the world, obviously Chrissy and Yanni. Um, these are people, once again, tens of thousands of subscribers, hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and you watch them kind of struggle to really grapple with this, right? Thank you from Africa. I came exactly. Jared Ball articulates it well. That's the best thing he does. Exactly. I'm Waffle says our egos can't take it. What are black jobs? Hysterical. Thank you, Art. Right? And this means something coming from you. And Art Newstyle says that's a good way to put it. Social media pro blacks, right? Right. That's exactly why I said it. So yeah, no, I think they just struggle to articulate it. And what fascinates me, right? you could see, I'll even bring up Art New Style. You could see Art advocate for brothers not to just get your certificates, right? Not to just get your licenses, but to actually go to get your formal education in these institutions. And there's a reason for that. And I actually put that in the comments in Art New Style's channel a few nights ago, when Art was saying like how he's questioned on the things that he knows and whatnot. And I was like, Art, if you think it's bad for y'all as professional brothers, imagine how hard it is for me as a community college dropout. Like, we get questioned on everything. We could be 100% right, and people will still question, well, how the hell you know that? Because I look up the stuff I need to look up to know it. Duh. I watch the appropriate documentaries. I read the articles. That's why. Now look up what I just said and tell me I'm wrong. Right? Do y'all now, Mr. Z will be 100% with y'all. I'll play that to my advantage. I know I'm a community college dropout. That's why I try my hardest, shout out to Obsidian, to be pinpoint accurate. Now, am I going to be off sometimes? Of course. Right? Because I already know people are going to be like, oh, Z, okay, pseudo-intellectual. Yeah, pseudo-intellectual, these nuts. Right? So, yeah, no, yeah. And but that's what I was saying. But I don't see this level of like, what's the word I'm looking for? And you see this with Black Uru also. They don't have like this level of elitism. Like, they advocate how they advocate, but it's not a level of like elitism coming from Art New Style or Black Uru. And if there's brothers that should be on some elitist stuff, it should be Black Uru and Art New Style and Dr. T. Right? And even with Hot Sauce. Hot Sauce will let you debate him all day, every day. The only time he get in his bag of like, I know what the hell I'm talking about, is when you start going into the economic lane. You know his lane. Right? So that's what I find fascinating. You have brothers that they could pull the elitist card if they want to, but they don't. Right? Unless you go into their lane in specific. And then you have a whole lot of people that pull the card out for no reason, even when it's not warranted. Even when you're not even talking about the thing that they studied or the thing that's what they do. This is their lane. Right? Man. And Dr. D says college isn't everything. Take that from a guy that got into college and made it to the other side. You learn most of your ish on the job. True, but I do that on purpose because I always want to give myself space to mess up. I don't want to be that conspiracy theorist, pseudo intellectual person that thinks he know what he's talking about, and then y'all look up exactly what I'm saying. Like, y'all look up what I'm saying and then be like, Z, you're wrong about that, and you're wrong about that, and you're wrong about that, and you're wrong about that. Like, I don't want to be that person, right? Number one. Number two, I say that also because what I find is like the people that care about the information will listen to you anyway, and they'll take what you're saying, and they might doubt certain things, but they'll take what you're saying and be like, okay, that's something to think about. The other people will use the fact that you're not institutionally educated as an excuse to dismiss you. Right? They'll use that as an excuse to dismiss you. And then when they're found to be maybe on the wrong side of history, maybe their information isn't correct, or maybe you are the one who's correct or on the right side of history, you kind of put them in a pincer move. Right? So yeah, no, I say that and do that on purpose. I mention this on purpose, right? Especially when you're grappling with certain type of information, you definitely want to put it out there. Look, like, I'm an autodidact. I'm like teaching myself this stuff. I'm reading these things on my own, right? And the one thing that I do miss about the college environment is certain context, right? Especially with professors that live the time, or they have somewhat of the context of whatever the hell you're reading, right? Whatever you're reading online or whatever you're watching, whatever documentary, whatever data point, right? And that's like the beauty of having like a BGS in this space or Art New Style in this space. Like all the brothers about 50-ish and older is that they put that information in context, right? Whether it's the data, whether it's certain history that you're reading, um, a Black Uru in this space, right? Like A.L. Evans in this space, they put that in context, right? I remember I was talking to A.L. about UGK, and like he put in context, like what were we talking about? And he helped me to understand. I was talking to LA on one time offline, and he put in context certain artists coming out of the 1970s. I don't remember what I was talking to him about, but like he was helping me to understand, like, this is the person that set the trend, and then they all followed it behind. That's what we were talking about. What artists were we talking about? And he told me, like, this was the artist that set the trend, and then all the rest of them followed behind, right? Yeah. So yeah. And Art New Style says most people that are not built like that often have to stay in their lane and encourage others to stay on the bottom too. True. True. Right. But yeah, no placeholder. Yeah, when it comes to Tariq, I think Tariq serves a purpose. You need a Tariq Nasheed. But like, I don't know how often that you're ever gonna hear Tariq Nasheed say I'm wrong, or I got that wrong, or I kind of messed up on that. I don't think he built like that. Right? I really don't. I don't think he built like that. And Anubis says reparations would be, and thank you for the super chat. And once again, thank you for the super chat, no placeholder. And Anubis says reparations would incinerate the Black community. The Black men would have to leave the country. Bruh. I mean, it would help liberate Black people. Okay, so this is my thing with reparations when it comes to this. I think when you want to see who somebody really is and what they're built out of, poverty and extreme wealth, the extremes, but especially good money. Good money shows you who you really are. When you're no longer kind of shackled by being on the hamster wheel, like just about all of us, when you're no longer inhibited, yeah, like I think that's what really show you. So I think I'll go with the number Passport OG went with earlier, $500,000 for every ADOS FBA. I think Black men show you who they really are, and I think Black women show you who they really are. And I think that's when you really get to see who's really for Black people. The Black men and Black women that's really for Black people will still get married to each other, and they'll stay married, because we already know really when you dig through the numbers, the actual real reason for divorce in America is money. I think those Black people get married, stay married, and everybody else starts showing you who they really are, right? So the Black men that they're going to use this money to go buy them a Latina, that's what they're going to do. And the Black women who going to use the money to get played by a white dude, because we know that's what's going to happen, that's what they're going to do. And they're going to wake up in 5 and 10 years, and their ex-white husband would have ran out the door with that $500,000 on the ass. Right? And Black men who have a good business idea, but are maybe too quick to believe in any old scheme, you're going to get scammed. Right? Same thing with certain Black women. You're going to get scammed. Right? And Black people with low self-esteem, and you find your self-esteem through products and things, going to have a whole lot of Gucci this and Fendi that and Louis this and nice luxury car and, you know, nice luxury apartment wherever you at, because 500,000 you could get a house, but that's about it. Right? So yeah, so let's say you got a nice little luxury condo or, you know, luxury apartment, shout out to Chrissy, and you run through that money in 10 and 15 years. Right? What's going on, Art? The other Art, Artisan. Right? So yeah, the Black people that's really about it, you'll know. If ADOS got 500,000 a piece, $500,000 a piece, I think you would really see who was really about this pro-Black stuff and who wasn't. Right? who was really who was just throwing a temper tantrum because they couldn't move like their favorite white folks, and who was really saying, no, we need this money so we can make real moves. You'll see. And the black people that want to go move around other black people and make things happen and open small businesses, and black people spending money with each other and doing business with each other, and and doing like was that in the Carolinas? Those brothers that kind of used like this very kind of generic ass name, and because there was like a racist statue in a park and they couldn't get it down, and so it was a bunch of brothers that put their money together. I think they bought the park, something like that, and they used like this very generic name. It was no black anything in the name, and they ended up buying the park, and like they took the statue down. You'll see brothers doing stuff like that. Maybe your sister too also. I think black people that's really about black stuff, that's what you would see them doing, stuff like that. But everybody else, meh. Nice things for as long as they could afford it, right? Things to tamp down their insatiable inferiority complex for as long as they can afford it. There'll be some white and Latina women running out the back door with the money that some brother done gave them. And there's definitely, we know black women, there's definitely going to be white and Latino, maybe obviously some Asian guys running out the back door with damn that a whole $500,000 because black women would have spent it on those white guys. That's the price of the mixed child, ladies. That's the price, right? And Red Falls Black says 10 or 15 years. I know ninjas that would run through that much in a summer. Not $500,000 in a summer. 3 months. Right? Man. Good point. And Will AR says, now in the 21st century, corporations have shown that they have no respect for college-educated labor. Bruh. And I'm Waffle says, 500K ain't enough for 400 years. I can't disagree, but I don't see the U.S. government spending real money. I don't see them coming off more than that. To be honest with you, I don't even see them spending that much. But more than that, yeah, I don't know. Right? Because you got to remember too, like the society is built off of black people being, and ADOS in specific, but black people writ large, being the permanent underclass as a group. Right? Stepping Stone Stacy. That's what black people, black men, namely, but ADOS are supposed to be Stepping Stone Stacy. Right? Shout out to Corey Holcomb for giving me that, because that's hysterical. Right? Stepping Stone Stacy. Right? But more than 500, like 750, I don't see it. $1 million, I definitely don't see it. Right? Because now with $1 million, you can really make something shake. $1 million, you can get a house for $500,000. You pay all of it all at once, and the other $500,000, you can invest some of that. You can buy a couple of nice things, because we know some of us gonna have to have some nice things, and you can still be sitting on ends, especially if you still working. Oh, if you don't just quit your job. For those of you that are already stable, you making a good $65, 70, 80, $100,000 a year, and you come up on $1 million. We said $1 million after taxes, $1 million. Right? A cool $1 million. You didn't have a home before, God forbid. Let's say your life was straight. You already had a home, but you're paying it off, right? You pay off that 200 you have left, the 250, the 150. You really sitting on ends now. Your house is already paid off. You're earning $70,000 a year anyway, right? You keep your job. You're gonna retire early. Oh, you're gonna be super straight. Your kids are good, right? We're not talking about you being you're not gonna be a super baller, but stability, oh yeah, you got that. And some. Right? And some. So yeah, $1 million, yeah, that'll up in way too much. I don't see the US government dropping $1 million on nobody. $1 million each? No, I don't see the US government dropping that, especially not on black people. Not on ADOS, no. Because that's just gonna up in everything. Right? That will upend everything. ADOS, chilling, um moving around each other, especially because we know it's not going to be all, but if you had a good 20% of black people that got their mind right, 25%, 20%, even some of the wayward people, they're wayward because they don't got it like that. And then you put it on them, 1 million, and you see black people doing business with other black people, investing with other black people, right? Oh no, that'll upend way too much. Absolute way too much, right? But yeah, so thank you for the super chat, Anubis. Thank you for the super chat, right? But leaving the country, yeah, maybe, right? Definitely, maybe spending a couple of dollars, depending on where you are financially before the before reparations. Spending a couple of dollars, making something happen in an African country or somewhere in the Caribbean, right? Starting a little business that way. When you retire, you can have a little corner store that gets you residual money, right? Yeah, no, that'd definitely be a good look. That'll definitely be a good look. Leon over here trying to kill himself on a crotch rocket. And Leon says, man, I'll buy a BMW RR1000, that's a bike, and strap a turbo on it and end of story and rent out of my house. Oh, right. Rent out my house for $2,400 a month. Right. I'm Waffle says, watch Africa break out the dual citizenship after 400 years. You know it. Right. Man. And Buckeye says FBA, and thank you for the super chat. FBA is another one of Tariq's hustles that he sells. I don't think that's my place to say that, right? So I'll leave it there. I have my reservations, but once again, I'm not ADOS FBA, so I don't know if that's my place to say that. Yeah, I didn't like what I saw, but it's not for me, right? I was here for it. I watched this thing from when Tariq first said ADOS to now. Now I haven't been keeping one up 100% over the past 3-ish years, maybe, right? But yeah, up until about the past 3-ish years, I had my ears to the ground, and yeah, it was, you know. So, like I said, I don't think it's my place to say, but yeah, Tariq, Jason Black, we saw what happened there. And it wasn't just them, Dr. Boyce Watkins, even on the left, Dr. Jared Ball and Diallo. People seriously have a problem with ADOS talking about money and reparations. Money. Like, you have the other side that said they can't pay us for everything they did, and there's not enough money, and these people think that money could fix it. What, you think the U.S. government is going to give money to all of black diaspora? Or it shouldn't just be the U.S. should make all European powers give money to all people that were, or black people necessarily, that were harmed and done wrong across the diaspora. Like, if ADOS get it, everybody gets it, get some type of money from their colonizers. Right? So even for like the Diallo Kenyatas and the Dr. Jared Balls and some other people that have a problem with the ADOS, and they see ADOS and FBA as grifters, and they see them as kind of like these chocolate dip capitalists, and I'm like, y'all don't, okay. Maybe some of y'all are okay with your regular cars and your regular life, and like, some of y'all are, like Diallo's married, and his wife is a PhD, and I think Diallo has a master's degree, and he, and I'm like, but Diallo, the average black person isn't okay with that, and they're not even doing as well as you and your wife, right? Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. They're not even doing as well as you and your wife. So I think y'all really, and like, people want nice things, man. People want to go on vacation. They And like, so when we say, like, when we boil it down to just money and we just say that, like, oh, just money, right? I think we do a grave disservice. Now, should we have people kind of inform your ADOS um, group about the history and why this matters, and not to burn through this money frivolously on dumb things? And that way we, like, you know, like one of the brothers said in the comments, like, you blow through that money in the summer. Yes, but to say it so flippantly, oh, just the money, right? I think that's just doing us just a grave disservice, right? Indigo says Z ain't trying to get called a tether. I already been accused of being a tether multiple times. Mike was in the first person, right? And I think, you know, of course, being on the receiving end, of course, I'm gonna say it, but like, I think that term tether just gets thrown around flippantly, just easily, because I disagree with you and you're a tether. Why are you talking? You're a tether. And I thought tether came with certain attributes, like you have to be shown as being anti-ADOS FBA. You have to be black and be shown as being a person that's trying to ride out on ADOS FBA accomplishments, or trying to denigrate ADOS FBA, or trying to get in the way of reparations. But I didn't know tether was anyone that you disagree with that happens to be non-ADOS FBA. That's what it has become, right? Once you disagree with a black person who's not ADOS FBA, then they're a tether now, right? So yeah, that's what that became, right? So yeah, but yeah, I'm like I said, yeah, Tariq with the selling courses. I mean, I'm sorry, selling, the selling hustles. Maybe, but nah, you know, if ADOS people are riding with him, then that's what it is, right? Then that's what it is. And that's one thing I got to give Tariq. He has a loyal following. His people ride with him. His people fund his projects. Um, yeah, and you got to give Tariq that, right? And he's been consistent on this train for over a decade, right? And that's one thing we can't discount that, right? There's a lot of people that have came and went, and you know, you're actually watching Tariq Nasheed, you know, do this, right? And KE says BGS is a tether now, hysterical, right? And it's interesting because, like, so tether has become essentially a slur for foreign coon. Like, that's the way I'm hearing tether used now, right? But then if that's what you're gonna say, then actually mean that, right? I'm actually okay for, I'm gonna say it. I'm okay for there being a slur for foreign coons, but that's not. It's not just being said like that. Tether, once again, is just being used for any non-ADOS black person that you disagree with. But if it was being used strictly as a foreign coon or a child of immigrants that's cooning, I'm with it. I'm with it, right? Yeah, he does have zealots. He does. And Indigo says he has a loyal following. I'll say it, Z. He has zealots. Yeah, he does. He does. And Tariq is another person we have to be honest that some brothers live vicariously through, right? And y'all give Z 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Regular streams. But yeah, no, you know what? I look, I gotta give Tariq his props. Like, and I really mean that when I say it. Like, hey, I don't see anybody crowdfunding like Tariq crowdfunding, not in the black community at least. I don't see people crowdfunding like he's crowdfunding. And like I said, I think some brothers live vicariously through him. Um, and and so he uses that to his advantage. Brother is still, relatively good looking for his age. So I think a lot of women would like to be with a Tariq Nasheed. Right? Mr. Z is in his 30s. I've been lost my tape line. Tariq got a crisp ass tape line. I think you have to be honest about what Tariq Nasheed represents. Right? We're watching him with his wife. His wife is pretty good looking. He's raising his boys, nuclear family, nice home, luxury cars, right? Does kind of pro-black things, but they're very what's the word I'm looking at? The optics of what Tariq Nasheed does is very in your face, right? So he's a great marketer, and I think so brothers want to be him, and women want to be with him, and I think Tariq uses that to his advantage, and I don't see anything wrong with that. Once again, I think where Tariq Nasheed messes up is when we start speaking politics, when we start speaking about black people's actual economic position in this society, right? When we start speaking outside of just being aspirational, I think that's when he falls flat. Well, and I don't think it's because he lacks the talent. I just don't think he really cares, to be honest, right? And some of this stuff sounds defeatist. So, Americans writ large, ain't nobody trying to hear the stuff that sounds, sobering. Because instead of saying sobering, they're gonna say nihilistic or defeatist or loser or whatever the hell. So, and I think you gotta, just appreciate Tariq for who he is and the lane that he occupies, and yeah. Right. I'm saying. Good point. And Art says, I think if these terms were gentle, it wouldn't hit home. But since it's alarming and offensive, it definitely get your attention. Yes. I think that's even done on purpose. Once again, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think it being flung around. And I don't even know if Tariq's doing that. I think his followers are doing that. And we saw that earlier with Mike. I don't even know if Tariq would have called me a tether or accused me of being a tether. Right? But Mike did, right? So yeah, no, I agree with you on that, Art. I agree with you on that, right? So yeah, and like I said, I think there should be a term for foreign coons and children of foreign coons, brothers and sisters that were born here, but yet they still do the I'm Nigerian and we take school seriously and y'all don't. And it's like, yeah, if y'all did, then why is Nigeria in the state that it's in though? And which Nigerians are coming to America? Are all of y'all coming from struggling backgrounds? Or is a nice chunk of you, if not most of you, coming from that kind of upper middle class, rich, elite, uncle is a politician in Nigeria, Nigerians? Right? And yes, it does matter. It does make a difference. As a Haitian descent person, I could tell you it does make a difference. Right? Huh. So yeah. Tariq. That's a Tariq. Art says pro-black player persona. Yeah. Right. And Captain Tozin says, why do you always bring up Nigerians? That's the most populous place of black people on planet Earth. Simple. Right. That's the most populous place of black people on planet Earth. That's why. Right. Not to mention, Nigerians have become the face of in America at least of non-ADOS accomplishments, right? So it's non-ADOS folks that this son or this daughter of a Nigerian doctor just got accepted to all the Ivies, right? That's why. And let's be honest, and everybody knows where I'm going with this. Nigerian sisters doing a whole lot of loud ass divesting. I don't know anybody as loud as Nigerian sisters about that sort of divester thing outside of some ADOS sisters. It's like ADOS And Nigerians, of course, there's Haitians in there. I'm not even gonna lie, Jamaicans and other people. But the loudest two people about this goddamn swirler divester thing are Nigerian sisters and ADOS sisters. Anybody want to tell me I'm lying? Somebody tells me he's lying. Leon said, "Who the hell is Mike?" Mike was a brother that called into BGS's show earlier this morning, right? So, Captain Tozin, that's why I bring up Nigerians, because the largest population of black people on planet Earth, number one. Number two, um, like Nigerians right now, especially Nigerians are having a moment right now, right? They're having a moment right now in Britain, in America, in Canada, right? Nigerians are having a moment right now. And Nigerian sisters are being super loud, radical feminist. Somebody tells you he's lying. And super loud swirler divestors. Once again, somebody tells you he's lying. And then there's brothers. There's brothers that ride with ADOS FBA or that have a pan-African worldview. We know them. We see them, right? And then there's other brothers that are quick to tell you, I ain't Black American. I'm different, right? Pulling their version of I'm no black, right? And it's not like they're saying they're not black. They're just saying I'm not ADOS FBA. So all of the negative stereotypes that y'all assign to them, do not assign it to me, right? Somebody tells you he's lying. Right. And KE, let me read this one. KE says, what tribe of Nigerians? If you want me to be honest with you, watch this, watch this, watch this. Outside of pro-blacks, nobody cares what tribe you're from in Africa. God damn, somebody tells you he's lying. Y'all talk that tribe stuff. I'm Haitian descent. You think anybody cares what part of Haiti my people are from? No. Y'all do the tribe stuff. Nobody cares. And when I say no one, I mean like not just black people, no one. No one. Go ask white people about tribes in Africa and they're gonna laugh in your face. Right? I'm Igbo, I'm not Yoruba. Nobody cares. And I'm not even trying to be dismissive, by the way. I mean it the way I'm saying. I'm not saying it to be dismissive. I'm telling you that when you attempt to distinguish tribes, to say that is not what we do. When me as a Yoruba or me as Igbo, when we move to different places, we don't do the I'm better than the black locals thing. What I'm saying to you is, as a Nigerian, if you're Nigerian, I'm saying, or as Angolan, or as anyone, someone from Burkina Faso, someone from Chad, someone from Congo, I'm saying to you, nobody's distinguishing through tribe. Nobody's distinguishing through region of your country or of the country your parents come from. What they see is someone from Chad. What they see is someone from South Africa. What they see is someone from Somalia. That's it. And I'm not even saying that's right. I am saying that is the way it is. Right? And I don't even mean that to be once again insulting. I do mean as Nigerians or as Liberians or as like name them, right? I'm saying to you, no one can, especially in the West, and definitely in America. When, especially if people feel slighted, if people feel, and this is when we get to the real conversation about tethers and your background and your history. When ADOS feels slighted because they're like, wait a minute, President Barack Obama was an ADOS, Kamala Harris is an ADOS. Wait a minute, huh? The press secretary is an ADOS. Oh crap! Wait a minute. And this is what Mike was trying to argue earlier, right? They don't care what region of the country your people come from, right? They don't care about a Sudan and a South Sudan. What they care about, he ain't from here. And that's it. That's it. That's as far as it goes. He ain't from here. Somebody tell me I'm lying. Right? So when we mention which tribe in Nigeria, you know, most people don't even know about that Biafran War. Most black people don't know about the Biafran War. Right? And this is my point. And Nema says Obama is Kenyan, Harris is Jamaican, the press secretary is Haitian. Right? KE says low IQ. Okay, are you calling the average American low IQ, or are you calling the average Black American low IQ? I'm telling you they don't care. You're saying low IQ. That is not what I'm saying. I just want to make sure we see the difference here. I'm not saying they're low IQ. I'm saying that's the luxury of living in the most powerful nation in the world, is that you don't have to care about what's going on in the rest of the world, because you assume, wrongfully, but you assume that your leaders, oh boy, right, got everything locked down. You don't have to care. Right? Once again, I'm not saying that this is the right thing to do or think or feel. I am saying this is the way it is, though. Right? And I'm careful about saying low IQ about Black people. We get way too close, right? We get way too close to start measuring people's skull size. Once we start talking about low IQ in Black people, I'm like, getting too close to Darwinism, right? We getting way too close to starting measuring people's skull size, and you know, calling people feeble-minded, and eventually we're gonna end up in some type of concentration camp. You slow walking, right? Toya says, according to the curls on my head that are now locked, I am Black. That's it. Who I was watching something. It was a gorgeous sister, and somebody said to her, "What's your mixed wick? Mixed wick? What is Mr. Z saying? What are you mixed with?" And she said, Black mixed with Black. And I thought it was the funniest thing in the world. It is not the first time I heard it, right? But when she said Black mixed with Black, it's always funny to me when a Black person responds to anybody. Honestly, sometimes it's even another Black person. But it's usually a sister that has to say it, right? Black mixed with Black. I always think it's funny. I always think it's funny, right? KE says, Mr. Z on that white boy energy. No, I'm just saying, look, once we start talking low IQ, bro, right? And Buckeye fan, once again, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Once we start talking low IQ and Black people, like, you got to admit, we're real close to Charles Murray and the bell curve, right? We're too close, right? And I know that there's people that's not even what they're trying to imply when they start talking IQ and who's low IQ and whatnot. But once again, read the room, and yeah, once we start talking low IQ, yeah, you're just way too close to the line of talking about who shouldn't be here and who doesn't deserve to be here and whatnot, right? Benign neglect and all that other good stuff. We're a little too close to that. Jamie King says a lot of Black on Black mixing these days, hysterical, right? And Charles says, and I'm gonna mispronounce that second word. And Charles says, I met a woman who was half Somali, half Kikuyu, and she told me I'm mixed. Even ethnic groups intermarry, see themselves as much ancestry. You know, I recall having this back and forth with a brother who was born and raised here. His father is ADOS. His mother is Jamaican. Grew up with both parents, raised by both parents. You know, dad didn't leave her anything. But and he once said, "I'm mixed," and I'm sorry, I laughed. Just like that, like I laughed, and I was like, "Bro, that's not how that works." Right? You'll be surprised the way certain people talk. You'll be like, "Wait, y'all think being from different ethnic groups or different nationalities, that's when you start talking mixed?" Oh, okay. First of all, I'm not saying race is a real thing, but it has real life consequences. Mixed is race. Nobody cares about the fact that your dad is Protestant and your mom is Catholic, right? What are we during the time of goddamn Inquisition? What are you talking about? Right? No one cares about your dad being a Haitian background and your mom being Jamaican background. What? Right? Your dad is Yoruba and your mom is Igbo. What? I'm mixed. Get out of here. This is the weirdest, bro. When people start saying I'm mixed and they start bringing up anything other than race, like, bro, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. That is not how that works. I'm Dominican and Puerto Rican. If you don't get it, by the way, had that conversation too once. Now, if your dad is black Dominican and your mom is white or indigenous Puerto Rican, okay, maybe we could have a conversation about race and how mixed you are. But if you have two white ass Latino parents or two black ass Latino parents, don't tell me nothing about being mixed. Stop it. Better you said I'm mixed with black and blacker. Tell me about it. Right? It'd be the weirdest thing in the world. I'm mixed. Thank you, Interracial. I'm mixed. Yeah, I could tell you were confused. Exactly. Right? Is it just me? I think Indigo got. Where's Indigo's response? I saw it. Yeah, he says you're from this side of the Atlantic. That ish ain't gonna make sense. LOL, bro. It don't. It doesn't. Don't tell me about mixed and you Chinese and Japanese. I'm gonna laugh. I'm going to laugh. I'm sorry. Right? You're Chinese and Korean. Don't stop. Right? I understand the history. I know the basics of the history. I understand, right? Still don't mean you're mixed. You're East Asian. That's what you are. That's it. That's it right there. Even if you're Han Chinese, quote unquote, mixed with the different type of stop it. Nope, you're not mixed. Stop. Toya says New Yorican is basically a race at this point. Nope. Still ain't mixed. Right? Man. And Leon says, Z, I literally told my wife in high school when she moved from Germany to Texas that you're black now. She had a hard time accepting it at first. You ain't mixed no more, bruh. Ain't nobody hearing that. Ain't nobody hearing that. I'm mixed. So stop, bro. The second you step your big toe in America, it's one drop rule. I don't care how mixed you are. If even Logic, when people found out Logic was black, guess what? Logic is black. And Logic, it looks white as hell. Right? For all intents and purposes, Logic is white. But the second people found out his dad was black, because he says it all the time, he's black. It's one drop rule over here in America. I don't care what anybody, especially if you black mixed anything. If you black mixed anything and you're in America, you're black. The Asian homegirl we were just talking about what else? About 2 weeks ago. She looked Asian as hell. She has a little bit of a tan. She looks Asian as hell. Black father, Asian mother. Guess what? Don't matter. You're black. And she looks Asian. And she was raised by her Asian mother. Don't matter. You're black. Right? Buckeye fan says, I can't find that Kerosene Veganator video. That's going to be a hard one. Jason Black might have it somewhere on the Black Authority page all the way back. I want to say 2016. You might have to go back to the Black Authority 2016 somewhere. Was that live or was that recorded? Ugh, I don't remember. But you're not going to, Crystalline Kerosene, definitely you ain't going to find that over there nowhere. You're not going to find that nowhere on her page. Right? Absolutely not. Right? And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Detroit says, how the hell I miss the BGS live stream? I don't know. It was really early. It was really, really early. Right? Yeah. So yeah. And Nuck says, I don't go by the one drop rule, the one drop anymore. Folks need to let that go. I do go by the one drop, but the second you tell me you're something else, I know how America is going to treat you. But if you tell me I know black, then you don't get to be black then. Period. I don't care what white folks do to you afterward. I don't care if they call you the N-word with the hard ER and skip right over your Spanish accent. I don't care. You're not black. I don't care how bad they treat you. I don't care if they call you the N-word to your face. And once you come back to Z, nope, you said you wasn't black. That's what you said. So I do go by the one drop rule right up until you tell me you're not black. If you tell me you're not black, then you're not black. Right? And you don't ever get to be black after that for me. Right? Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, she did say that. She did, coward ass. And Earth says, and CK, Crystalline Kerosene, was very mad that black men didn't come to her defense. And I was so annoyed with that. No, lady, you have this channel dedicated to black women, finding them their interracial love, right? Right? Isn't that you beyond black and white? That's you, right? So where are all the white dudes and the Latino dudes and the Asian dudes to come to black women's rescue and to defend the honor of black women from this random white dude? Right? Huh. So no, Crystal and Carrie, yeah, and I remember her saying that. She made small mention of non-black men and then went in on black men for not defending her. Get out, you weirdo. You have dedicated your life to defecating on black men and speaking up on any non-black man. So deal with the consequences when these non-black men remind you, oh, yeah, I see you as an N-word. I don't understand what you're talking about, lady. Right? Good point. And Nuke says, the one drop got goofy black folks defending folks like Meghan Markle, good point, who was never black until alleged racism from the royal family. We goofy as hell sometimes. Yeah, if you look at her with her sorority and everything like that, yeah. Nah. And there's people like that, like them and their parents spend their entire lifetime getting the hell away from black people, and they run right into the wall, bow, of anti-blackness, and I'm black, and shut up. You spent your entire career, you spent your entire life running from blackness, right? and then you run into the wall of anti-blackness, and it's not even like you have an epiphany, right? You have a come to Jesus moment. It's just you're trying to use this as some type of gain, like being black is something to be played with. Absolutely not. Not in my presence, right? Man, yeah, nope. Yeah, but Detroit. So BGS's live stream this morning, it was good stuff, right? I didn't even catch the very beginning of it. I have to go back and listen to it, but yeah, it was good stuff. It was good conversation as usual. BGS's panel, so you already know it was going to be good stuff. And let me see who's next. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And once again, Detroit, thank you for the super chat. And Leon says Tariq Nasheed wife is the same race literally as my wife. They are still considered black in America, and if you don't know the other race, they still black. Yeah. Yep. Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. 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 Tariq Nasheed's wife is mixed. I think I seen video of yeah, I did, of his mother-in-law. So yeah. Dr. Umar Johnson kind of made a jab at him when they were beefing in the beginning, that of course his wife is her makeup. Tariq Nasheed would not be caught with a did he say traditionally? He kind of was trying to say a more traditionally looking black woman or something like that. I don't recall how he phrased that time. And I was like, but I think I saw a picture or of Tariq Nasheed's daughter, and she's chocolatey, right? She a chocolate. She ain't dark chocolate, but she a chocolate sister, right? So apparently his baby mom from his his daughter's mother, was chocolate. As a matter of fact, one time he was recording. See, this lets you know. Yeah, I told y'all I'm a YouTube junkie. Um, One time he was recording in his studio, and his daughter's mother walked in there, and you could see her hand, right? And but when she was waving by or something like that, and that was definitely a chocolatey hand, right? Same, about the same color as his daughter. So yeah, no, I don't know about what Dr. Umar Johnson is saying, right? Now there is something to be said about who we end up with if we get the money before we're married, or if we get the money, especially as men, but even women. Um, when you get some status behind you and some money behind you, and now you can eeny meeny miny mo the type of people you actually want and actually find attractive, and now you're not class and income, definitely not income is not in the way, especially once again for men. I think that's when you get to see what men truly find attractive and appealing, right? When If he's single, see, if you're married when you come up on money, I don't really think it counts like that. Or maybe it count if we catch you cheating and we see what the side chick look like. But I think if you're single and you come up on money, you get your status up, you're doing well in life, the women you mess with then are probably, that's what you really find appealing and attractive, right? So yeah. So there is something to be said about Tariq Nasheed's wife now and his ex lady, right? So yeah, but I agree with Leon on this. Like, his Leon's lady being mixed, and Tariq Nasheed's lady being mixed. Yeah. Either way, you're black, right? Onasi says, Z, do you view it as a problem for black men to marry non-black women? No, no. I'm like attorney Dennis Sperling with this. I would prefer black men be with black women, but in this current environment, with these weird old black women, loud, obnoxious, divester swirlers, Ebony K. Williams type, black women in luxury type, black men ain't ish type, radical feminist, yeah, the Bowser types. Ooh, blue collar men. Ooh, I don't want to get blue collar on my hands. Ew, right? Yeah, no, no. I wouldn't want for black men to limit themselves to black women. and be stuck with black women who sound like Ebony K. Williams, or sound like Bowser, or sound like Chrissy, or sound like Yanni, or sound like Paris Milan, or whoever, Cynthia G and whatnot, divested zealot and whatnot. Yeah, I wouldn't want black men to be stuck with that, right? But I would prefer we end up with black women. But yeah, not in this environment. Absolutely not. Right. And once again, Leon, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And y'all gives you 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. Y'all already know this was a regular stream, right? I'm reading through you guys' comments, seeing everything I miss. Yeah. And Detroit says, until Bucci Bear, Tamika Bay, Michi X coming for Tariq Nasheed, right? Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Right, I remember that. Michi X and Tariq Nasheed going back and forth. Right, man. Tariq Nasheed's good with the jokes and I'm not even boiling him down to just that, by the way. So, but he like I wouldn't want to go back and forth with Tariq Nasheed. I would not want to go back and forth with Tariq Nasheed. Right. Yeah, I don't want it. I don't want it. Right. Oh man. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. I'll make sure. Yeah, but I definitely wanted to kind of clear up some of the air for that conversation this morning, because I the brother kind of thought that I was kind of making fun of the plight of ADOS FBA, and that's not what I was on. Yeah, no. Right. And like I really mean it. My politics demand that I am for ADOS FBA reparations. Right. And I to be frank with you, I don't think America can truly say it's written its wrongs until they do right by FBA ADOS. And I think the more they try to run away from that history and that past, being honest about it, right? I think the more they kind of dig themselves into a hole where everything you do is for naught. Right? If what you're trying to do now, which is what they're doing, is try to build more and more of a buffer class between really rich white elites, but white folks in general in America, and black folks, black ADOS. When I say black folks, I mean ADOS FBA folks. The more you try to build a gap between your ADOS FBA average black person and definitely the whites who benefited from slavery, from Jim Crow, from mass incarceration, from redlining, from black people's degradation. So this is where the Trump family comes in, by the way. Yeah, you actually aren't doing yourself a service in America, right? And that's why you get the Chinese delegate that threw in Biden's aide's face how black people are treated. Don't tell me nothing about the Uyghurs in China when I could see what y'all are doing to black people in America. That's where you get the Viet Cong saying, "Soul brother, not your war," right? Like, you can't say anything to anyone. That's why you get the Soviet Union, when there was a Soviet Union, kind of making fun of America. You can't claim moral high ground on nothing, right? When the world realizes how you treat ADOS FBA, right? And then using other black people to kind of obscure your racism, people understand. And now we can start talking about ethnicity and background and lineage and culture, because anybody that's any type of politically astute understands what's going on. Once they're like, Barack Obama, wait a minute, he's black, but his background doesn't lead back to the plantations of America, and neither does Kamala Harris. Wait a minute, it's over. Right? So people understand what's going on. You're not showing any type of America being more progressive or being more open or whatever by throwing a bunch of Latinos in the mix. People understand the real racial hierarchy, and having Asian politicians or rich East Asians or South Asians that are the CEO of Google, et cetera, train tracks. Everybody understand that. No, you're playing in people's face. You're playing in people's face. Everyone understands that's not the real people you have an issue with. Black people. If you what they sit on Color Purple, until you do right by me, until you do right by black people, ADOS, FBA, everything you're doing is pretty much a waste, right? Because that's the easy part. Doing right by LGBTQ, that's the easy part. Doing right by white women, that's the easy part, right? Actually taken from black men to give to white women, that's the easy part, right? That's the easy part, and people know it, by the way. So you can't actually skip over what's owed to ADOS FBA. And by the way, that does affect American foreign policy. And that does affect America domestically. White folks getting annoyed by seeing all these immigrants flood through the border. Well, that's to crush the black vote, but that's also because you're not having children because of the price of things. Well, you're not having children because of the price of things because this system screwed you over about 40 plus years ago. But it wasn't really about you, it was really about black people, right? Seriously. The left know that they can pass gun laws overnight if they really wanted to, because they watched Ronald Reagan do it in California when he was governor to get it back at the Black Panthers. Once again, screwing over black people lead to you potentially being screwed over. And there you go. Huh? Benign neglect, they did it to black people first. Watching women crush men in divorce, they watch black women do it to black men first. Right? So watching white men get crushed by the system, oh well. You lack the foresight, your forefathers lack the foresight. If you ain't saying nothing when you watch black men go through it, then you don't realize it's going to happen to you tomorrow. Right? You're bad. Right? Huh. Watching black people get priced out of homes and now it's happening to you and your children, you're bad. Huh? You're bad. Watching the rise of the white matriarchy, oh well. Wait until y'all see what gynocracy look like. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Right? So I don't have no type of real sympathy for white men when it comes to this. I mean, right? Kind of sucks watching you go through it, but hey, you're perfectly okay watching black men go through it. Actually, you kind of encourage it. Well, right? So watching the white dudes complain, well, and while simultaneously playing down race, that's the crazy. We're watching you complain while simultaneously playing down race and playing down the plight of black men in particular, and being honest that black men were the canary in the coal mine because your forefathers thought it was funny to screw over black people, to screw over black men in particular. So watching y'all go through it, well, oh well. Right? Oh well. Right? Thank you, Lithium. Shout out to Undead Chronic and his ilk. Well, right? Afro National says their design, their decline. Well, Indigo says, hey, you hate to see it. Right? So whenever I watch these white dudes play down race, play down women of color, black women, Latino women, and Asian women, and why they fuck with white dudes, yeah, so what? When y'all deal with what y'all got to deal with, so what? Oh well. Right? No, let the whole country feel this. Let the whole nation feel this. Everybody want to watch the degradation of black people while they're eating their popcorn, and we watch it happen to your sons and your grandsons. Oh well, huh? It was funny when it was black men getting ripped to shreds with lower marriage rates and high ass divorce rates. It was funny, huh? It was all type of black men character flaw, right? It was all of that. Now we're watching it with your kids. Well, we're watching your daughters destroy your sons, talk all type of crazy about your sons. Well, right? So I'm all for watching these dudes go through it, and right, that birth rate for white folks is low as hell. Your average white woman does not want to get with your average white man. She'd rather be the side chick to Chad Chaddington, or she'd rather be alone, or she'd rather be munching on vagina. Hey, oh well. Or she rather wait on the sideline, hoping to be a second round draft pick when this guy finally gets divorced somewhere in his mid 30s, his early 40s. She could catch him on round two, and hopefully he gives her a baby or two. Well, right? Trail. Trail said, no sads for Brads. Hey, Els Active says, this segment was clippable, pure gospel. Let white men gotta look. White men deal with what you gotta deal with, white, especially if you're 60 something, 70 something years old. You were getting your five chuckles in, watching black men go through it in the 80s and the 90s, in the late 70s. You were getting your five chuckles in, huh? Now, what about your sons? Uh-oh. What about your grandsons? Yikes. Huh? You're bad. What about your sons and grandsons? What else would you get? If you're a white guy and you're around BGS age, you're 65-ish, right? God forbid you're 70-ish. You're around to change things. You didn't. Now your son's got to eat it. Huh? You're around to change things. Now, have fun watching elite rich white men run through all the women. And then those same women, see, unlike before, because the rich white dudes were always running through the women, but those women would finally realize that you ain't it, and they would settle down with your extra average ass white sons. Now, they'll still cheat on your extra average ass white sons with cool ass white dudes or black men, couple of Latino men, not so much Asian men, but maybe. But now, your daughter's nose is so far up in the air, so far up her own ass. Yeah, she get piped down by Chad Chaddington. He played her to the left, and now she's just single because she thinks she's better than your average ass white man, even though she's average herself. Oh boy. Even if she marries him, she will be divorcing him in 8 to 10 years. Oh boy. Even if she marries him, at best she had 1 or 2 kids. At best 2 kids. Absolute best. To be honest, she only had 1 child. Oh boy. Right? And shout out to all you white Christians. Oh. You white evangelicals. Jesus Christ. You white male evangelicals got to be some of the worst people on the face of the earth, because the world is happening right in front of your face and you think you can hide in the church. All right. Your daughter's getting piped down right now, sir. some white dude or a black dude is pogo sticking down your daughter's esophagus while you are hiding in church and hiding behind the Bible. Huh? Your daughter's on her second baby deletion, sir. You just don't know it. Let's be honest, she's on her third. Huh? So yeah, I don't want to hear nothing from none of these white dudes complaining about the environment. Y'all are the ones who are in control of this, right? Oh yeah, man. Look, y'all know Mr. Z used to work for the Florida Democratic Party. White dude used to tell me like they call it bro jobs, right? And Victor Creed says, or them dudes be on the DL. Man, come on, man. They call it bro jobs. You heard it the right way, and yes, it means what you think it means, right? So yeah, these white dudes is getting it in with other white dudes on the low, right? On the low. And as a matter of fact, so my mentor at the time, she tried to pull in. Yeah, she's an Xer. She tried to pull that black men secretly on the DL, and that's when I pulled out the LGBTQ white man. Boom, right there in your face. Yeah, go ahead and tell her about how white dudes are really the ones on the DL. He told her. She was shocked. I'm like, what? Wait a minute. I don't really want to say her name, her real name, but I'm like, bro, what you thought? I'll call her Els, right? I'm like, Els, what did you think? You thought black men were really the ones on the DLC? Y'all done been smelling y'all own farts too much. I told her that straight out. Y'all started selling that to black men because homegirl over there messing with the LGBTQ brother from Jamaica. And so instead of y'all just taking that L, yes, Mr. Z been talking about this type of stuff for a very long time, y'all. Instead of y'all just taking the L, now y'all want to do the whole black men secretly LGBTQ campaign. And here goes the LGBTQ white dude right here. Him right here. Him downstairs. Him right here. Right? Telling you straight out, yeah, white dudes are really the ones on that. Right? Huh. So yeah, now was, hey, look, black women, either they don't know or it's just crap or both. Y'all really don't know these dudes from other ethnicities and races. Or y'all do, y'all just want, I really, really want to live this life, and I think a white man's going to provide it for me. And your average white dude can't, and he won't. He can't, and he won't. Right. Your average white dude is just an average dude with a couple dollars more than black men and white skin in a white supremacist society. That's what he is. That's all it is. And when it comes time to flex white power on you, he will. And that's all it is. When it comes to flex white power on you, he will, and that's all it'll be. And you'll just be another Crystal and Kerosene, another Aisha Taylor, right? Another one of those. Another Cheska Lee, right? Another Holly Berry, name them. Just another one with a white ex-husband, a white baby daddy, right? And nothing really to show for it. Another Stacey Dash, right? Just meh, right? Huh. So y'all gives you 1 second again. Y'all and when I come back, I'll drop the link. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right. And once again, Detroit, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And y'all gives you 1 second. Well, Tika Sumter is still with the white dude, ain't she? Didn't they got married? I didn't hear anything about a divorce. So I think she's still with the white dude name. And y'all gives you 1 second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. Right? Okay, you'll give me 1 second. Okay. Y'all already know this was regular streams. Okay, you'll give me 1 second. Wait a minute. Come on. There we go. All right. And link is in the chat. And there y'all go. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And there y'all go. All right. But yeah, so you know, like I said, this morning when we were covering the young lady, the super hood New York ratchet young lady, right? So yeah, we covered that, and that was fun. And then we covered the BGS conversation from earlier this morning. That was interesting, fun, right? You know, and I hope I didn't offend too many people, but no, I was here for the disintegration of AJOS. Brought to you by Tariq Nasheed and Jason Black, who I still listen to, both of them. Definitely listen to Jason Black still. But yeah, no, if we're gonna call a thing, it happened, and I was here for it, and I saw it. And I would love for one of them to tell me what I said didn't happen, and it didn't happen the way I said it happened, right? And I'll pause right there. Yo, what's going on, Better?
Nothing much. How you doing, brother?
Good, man. Chilling. Reckless streams. You already know. What's up with you?
Man, looking for jobs, man. Looking for jobs.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh man, I didn't know. I thought you was good, because I know you was making that bank where you were, so, or where you are. So yeah.
Yeah, it's you know, layoffs in the tech world. It's a long story there, but you know, shit happens, for lack of a better term. But everything's good though. But you've covered
I
a
didn't get
lot.
up, Mr. because my headphones came out.
Oh, I was saying
Yeah,
it's
I'm sorry.
no worries. It's layoffs and stuff that's hitting like the tech world.
Mm-hmm.
So like my
Okay.
I can say their name now because my servers ain't affected no more. But
Mm-hmm.
UKG, they've been doing rounds of like mini layoffs the entire year.
Mm-hmm.
So anybody that's kind of been having any friction or whatnot, they've been conveniently getting spirited away. And then on July 3rd, they did the big one where they let 14% of the company go. So I got caught in like the one right before, and that's probably was fortunate because I got a bigger severance.
Yeah.
Because they,
man, you know what's frightening about that? It just lets you know, and I hate this feeling of precarity, right? I freaking hate that feeling. I know nothing is guaranteed. I know, but ain't nothing more annoying than being like, I want to feel stable, right? Like that feeling of stability gives you the license to kind of make certain moves. And like when everything is always so precarious, and one wrong move, or even if you find yourself in the career, right? Like you're in the type of career field, and like, you know, just, hey bro, we need our profit is not looking like it's doing what we needed to do. So yeah, about 15% of y'all gotta go. What? Like, you know, so like you know, that's why people don't start their own business in the first place, because of the ups and downs, right? Like you know, no one's gonna pay you more than you pay yourself, but at the same time, the trek upward can be once again precarious. But then on the other side of that is this, right? So it's like, damn, where do you go for some sure-footedness, if that makes any sense?
I feel like, and I'm sorry to kind of hijack the stream, but I feel like for Black folks in environments like this is why the whole Black jobs thing really resonates and infuriates me. Because I know exactly what the fuck a Black job is, and anybody pretending like they know, like you got to be crayon eating type of retarded, because when you don't have a foothold in the industry like that, when you don't have that representation, like I was literally the only Black manager in the room a lot of times. Like forget female, male, only person with some melanin in their whole goddamn skin. And it's one of those things to where like it's hard to push back. It's hard to get representation without other people who look like you. I've said it before, like you need a few good men to come in and be able to band together that's on the same thing. And when you don't have that and everybody's joining all these ERGs where it's like, well, you know, we had a black ERG, but I like the gay ERG more. I like the women's ERG more. It's like, we like 10% of the company. You might need to think about what you place your allegiance to over here.
Yeah. I think that matters. I think what else matters, and I'm glad you said like a few good men, because you still need the mindset, right? And us being primed to not have the mindset is frightening. I recall when that thing went down with what's that clothing called, H&M, when that thing went down with H&M, with the young brother, the African brother wearing the coolest monkey in the jungle shirt or something like that shirt that he wore, and they referenced some black woman or black woman that they had that was head of some department to kind of tell them whether this is kosher or not. And I was like, yeah, but what type of black woman is she? Right? Exactly. So like, yeah, she might have signed off on it. And so you're thinking, okay, yeah, this is not racist. What type of black woman is she? Right? Because like, if you're dealing with one of these weirdo, I'm in white spaces and I chill with the white girls and I went to a white sorority and if you're dealing with one of those type of sisters, then of course she's gonna sign off on it. If you're dealing with a sister, immigrant or child to immigrants, and she came here when she was 22 years old and she don't really care for nothing ADOS FBA, and she don't really understand the cultural elements, and she is the Drake of her environment, right? Then of course she's gonna sign off on that. So once again, what type of black woman are we talking about, right? So yeah. So a brother like you in those type of spaces is needed. Dare I say, even black women like you in those spaces are needed. But yeah, we get one of these kind of, I'm black, but yeah, kind of like culturally and let's not pretend like y'all don't know what Mr. Z means when I say that. But culturally and politically, yeah, not really, nah. Right? So y'all go ahead.
That's to me, I didn't realize how, because at my ADP location before I went to UKG and kind of branched out into tech more broadly, I really didn't realize how much of the bait and switch was prominent, to where like you will have a lot of black folks who are foreign born or foreign ancestry. And it's kind of exactly what you're saying, where they don't quite identify themselves as black, or, we all done had the whole conversation with a Dominican person, like, I know black. And it's a lot of folks that's Nigerians, East Africans, so on and so forth, are kind of on the same tip as like the South Asians and the Indians, where it's like they'll come in underneath that banner of blackness, and then they'll kind of, and this is some, not all, but they'll basically try to throw you over the boat once they feel like, okay, I've gotten to enough, and you, who, I don't know you,
Yeah, and then there's a cost to that. There's a cost to Liz. I truly think these people think they're different and they're safe, and in the interim they might be, but they're gonna come for you soon as they done with mine, right? They're gonna come for you. So Lupe said that, and he was so right. They're gonna come for yours soon as they're done with mine. And there's a lot of these kind of different type of, black folks. And for me, look, as a black person that's been around other just myriads of black people, I've been around legit liquid millionaire black folks, right? I've been around Harvard grads. I mean that, right? The black folks that they don't really have a finger on the pulse, right? I've been around the Mr. Dubois of the world, right? The black people that don't have a finger on the pulse. I'm not speaking about black people that are hood and I'm saying, oh, these black people are not black. I'm not saying that. The black people that don't have their finger on the pulse, whether they're ADOS or not. And then those people find themselves real quick. Those people find themselves in certain spaces, and when they give the license to a lot of BS, and when the ish hits the fan, those white folks are looking at them like, "But you signed off on this, yes? Because what type of black person did you choose? What you tried to hire the non-threatening black person, and that same type of black person don't really know black people." And there you go, right? And I'll pause right there. Go ahead, Leon.
So some of the non-threatening black people I would consider, like my mom. She's fully aware of every organization. She knows what my aunt is attached to. And what they do is we'll wear these stupid wigs until Crown Act comes out, then we'll wear our hair in dreads or whatever. But they never challenge the system. They continue to collect their money, and they'll tell you indirectly you can fight, but when it comes to black men and fighting, they're saying you should fight from the age of 18 to 30, then start producing. But still, when you look at what black men have, if you get arrested between that age for protesting or anything, that's on your record. When you fight against capitalists in any shape or form, the idea is to become the image, become Tariq Nasheed and get paid. But 99% of people got to understand you got a less chance of that than making it to the NBA. So, like you got to be honest about it.
There's a reason why they call them poor righteous teachers.
Yes, yeah. So what you're gonna end up is a screwed over guy in the economy that dies in his sister's apartment like the guys did in the 60s. I just think we see people that proactively have stuff and they keep their head down, whether they're black, but they benefit off the chaos of what black people go through by way of the changes in laws or whatever. And that's why I use the Crown Act. As soon as you saw the Crown Act, you saw a lot of black women change their hairdos. And they continue keeping their head down in the workplace. It's the shit about, like, I didn't know you were going to stream about what took place with BGS because I woke up and I started listening to it. My frustration is I give money to the 100 black man. I give money to nonprofits. I don't care if it's 5, 10. Same thing I do with the space. I have a budget that I lay to the side that I throw money at a lot of shit. And my thing is, there's no reason to ask questions. Just go to those people's websites. Because I'm keeping it 100. I was real frustrated with that first hour of listening to BGS try to talk to them. You can go to those websites.
Yeah, I came in a little bit later. I think I came around the 50 some odd minute mark. I can't remember. Yeah, I think I came around like the hour mark or something.
People can go to those websites and see what those people are fighting for and understand that you're not going to be the fucking face because you're not the fucking face, and just get the fuck over it. Okay? Because in 50 years, they could do to you what they're doing to Malcolm X and Martin Luther King 10 years ago when they started with Martin Luther King saying that he was sleeping with white women. Now they're saying Malcolm X is gay. Now they're deleting Francis Cress Wilson. Now they're deleting this person. Now they're deleting that person from history. So my thing is, like, if you're worried about reparations, if you're worried about certain things, join in and just throw them people $5. If I can throw Mr. Z $5, $10 there, you can throw those agencies and those organizations $5. I'm just saying that shit is annoying. And I was gonna send BGS some DMs that I was talking to a black female that I used to date for a minute in the DMV, bisexual chick. And she was talking about she's dating white guys now, but she has encrypted messages, so I'm gonna have to screenshot it from the next phone. And what you just said,
I freaking told you. Go ahead, y'all know Mr. Z. I'll be saying it. Go ahead.
Now, I'm gonna show you the dates, but I have to grab my other phone to screenshot it because the messages are encrypted. When you said, well, her solution was, well, white guys are openly willing to say that they're bisexual. I was done with the conversation, like straight up. You're a bisexual chick. You hang around bisexual women, and more likely you go to those pool parties that you shouldn't be at, and that's not where heterosexual guys are. That's where people that like indulging in wild shit is. So that's what you keep on finding is DL claimed black guys, but now you're talking about going to white guys, and you're gonna find the same fucking thing. You know what
Let
I'm
her
saying?
find out. Let her find that out. However she want to find it out. Let her find it. You know, as a matter of fact, FD and Ole, didn't they cover that? On Ole's channel, when a bunch of them were there, Foreign Man and Foreign Land and all of them, and they were talking about these kind of virtue signaling white dudes that come out and the women crowd around them and they're progressive and they're different and they're safe and then they find out these white dudes be the worst type of white dudes. Yeah, because dear ladies, white men know that all of y'all are clamoring for the white dude who's more open and he's bi and he's okay with his sexuality and he's not easily threatened and he's not toxic masculine. And those dudes be the worst type of white dudes. Everybody know how to play the game, especially white dudes. Go ahead.
You take a look at the Republican LGBT, the gay party that took place in Texas in the early 2000s and how they kicked them out of the party. They're like, we're not having that in the conservative party. They went to... Yes, exactly what you said.
Group you're talking about? The group you're talking about?
Let him land, let him land, please. Thank you. Okay.
Those guys went to California. They all went to California and took their money to California. And now that those white guys have all that power, they're not fucking with black women no more.
Yeah.
And it just keeps on wrenching and repeating Stepping Stone Stacy. It just keeps on fucking repeating and repeating. And the shit is fucking annoying. Like, you don't have no allies.
Let's actually. I'm name it. We'll let Leon finish after me, and then name it. We have to have a real conversation about our political capital being used, and this I actually got to give Tariq Nasheed this and Jason Black this. As a matter of fact, all of them actually. Yvette Carnett and Tone Talks, but definitely Tariq and Jason. This is what they're essentially saying: is using black political capital for other movements. So it starts off the death or the deletion of heterosexual black men, and then LGBTQ black folks take the face of George Floyd. Excuse me, because I just drank some soda. But take the face of George Floyd, and then they use this LGBTQ lens to view everything from, right? Then the white LGBTQ then transmute that into what they're talking about.
And it turns into conservative, right?
And then the only thing we're left with is the angst and the anger and the resentment from white conservatives, because now black people and LGBTQ are synonymous with each other, right? Because they know when we start talking about George Floyd, eventually we're going to start talking about some LGBTQ thing. And that's not because of the masses of black people, namely the masses of black men. That's because of a certain type of Alicia Garza and Patrice Cullors of the world.
Yeah.
Right, so using black political capital for for the gains of other people, right? And go ahead, finish up, Leon, and then we'll have Nima.
And I'm gonna keep it like this. We've always had to side with other groups of people, and 100%. My opinion is, like I said, plenty of times, the BGS millennials, our generation didn't do shit. We didn't do shit. Okay, we did zero, and on top of that, the only thing we can truly side with at this point is being the bottom and getting workforce jobs. If my shit goes left, okay, I'm not going to get paid what I get paid at my next job.
Yeah.
So when I'm saying the bottom, I got two jobs. Neither one of these jobs, if I go somewhere else, unless I leave this area, am I going to get paid what I'm getting paid?
Same here.
When I say these jobs that you think that are above, below you, you got it real fucked up. And I'm just gonna put it like that. Y'all better learn some drywalling, fixing decks. Like, y'all think I joke about doing this type of shit on the side. I do it on the side because I enjoy it, but it's good to know how not need to call some white people and some off-brand Latinos to come fix my shit. I'm just gonna keep it on it. And I got to get back to work. I was on lunch break.
All right, you can't do reckless streams. Go ahead. All right, what's going on, Nima? Go ahead. Thanks for coming up, Leo.
Hey, by the way, the group you was mentioning, LGBT, rainbow folks of the Republican Party.
Yeah, the log cabin Republicans.
LCR, they are the oldest lobbying group ever First of all, they celebrated like their 50th anniversary like a few years ago.
Naaman, let me make you throw up real quick. How do you think they celebrated their 50th anniversary?
Dude, you can't.
Go ahead.
You can't make me sicker than I already am. All right. How many times I tell you? Z, several streams ago. I mean, over a year ago. You know what I said about when shit hit the fan? What did I say? I said the funny thing is, though, the only people that this system will not break are those of us who already are broken. Remember, I'm already broken. I'm already sick in the fucking head as it is, man. You can't make me throw up unless I can make you throw up. All right? You want to go there?
Go ahead.
You want to go there?
No, finish what you were saying. Finish what you were saying, Leon. I said Leon.
Okay.
Finish what you were saying, name. I said Leon because Leon just left. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh my God, Mr. Z's went into Joe Biden. He started to develop the next.
Hopefully not. Jesus Christ, I'm way too young for that. That'd be horrible. Right.
Well, if the hairline matches, I don't know what to say.
Hysterical. I think Joe Biden definitely had hair transplant surgery. He definitely had hair transplant surgery. Yeah, I think so. Because if you look at Joe Biden's hairline in like the early 90s, and then look at his hairline in like the early 2000s. He definitely had hair surgery.
Maybe hair plug or something, maybe, but forget about the motherfucker. Who cares about the motherfucker's hairline anyway?
He did apparently.
It was like there's like but I get the whole thing about like what you said earlier about like there's ethnic and tribal and national identities mean nothing when you come to the West and everything. However, if you're in Europe, they still apply, but that's among the white folks. Because I remember I pissed off if you did. I remember a Norwegian looked at me and called me Somali. I said, "So you must be Danish." He got mad at me and said, "No, I am Norwegian." I said, "What's the difference between you guys?" Yeah, the worst examples I can give you: go to the former Yugoslavia, call somebody the wrong ethnicity, and pray they don't whoop your ass. Those guys do not fuck around when it comes to ethnic identity. Everybody in the Balkans is not fucking. You call somebody the wrong nationality, they will fuck you up. Just worse than Latinos will fuck you up if you call them by the wrong nationality. You ever see how Central Americans get mad when they get called Mexican?
Yeah.
So to say like it doesn't matter doesn't mean much. Unfortunately, and the one drop rule applies up here in Europe just as much as it applies over in the Americas. A lot of people don't believe me when I say that. No, it's not just for black folks, also for those who are Asian mix and shit. Huh?
One drop and you a Negro, huh?
One drop and you a Negro. I mean, there are so many guys. I mean, there are a lot of soccer players I could think of, other celebrities who are half white, half black, but people fail to forget that no, they're black, especially because they're black appearing, especially.
Hey, Z.
Some people.
AB, let them name that real quick. And
go ahead, Namer.
Like prime example is like what's her face who did the show like the Star Wars show on Disney. Like,
Amandla.
She's Amanda Lewis. She's half Danish.
Yeah, I feel weird looking at her a certain way because I remember when she was a kid. So I don't want to be the pervy ass old dude.
She's 25.
She's looking kind of cute. But still.
She's 25. Right? Relax.
Yeah. Because I remember little ass Amandla. I remember her after everybody was trying to get on her about her hair. I remember all of that stuff. So yeah.
A lot of there were some people who like called her out about being accusing everybody of racist. And it's like, bitch, you're half white. I'm like, bullshit. Yeah. You're only half white when it's convenient because you failed to realize one. Especially, and here's another, and her father being Danish, I say, first of all, motherfuckers, she could not have acquired, a lot of people don't know this, but Denmark only like 8 years ago recognized dual citizenship. So which means up until 2016, she could not have acquired Danish citizenship. And the only way she could have done that was through her father, because if she was born there, they would never recognize her as a Danish national. There's the same stuff some people forget about Europeans and citizenry. It's not like in the States or in Canada or in the Americas. There's something called jus solis, which means right of birth, so it means you get to become a citizen through birth. And then there's jus sanguinis, which means through right of ethnicity or bloodline.
Real quick, Naaman, we're gonna let you finish. We're gonna let you finish after AB. But I really wanted to read this. And Nux says she's annoying talking about Amandla. Pro every agenda we don't need to support, and that's what I mean by like using that black political capital for like You don't have infinite political and social capital. And I don't think black people really, black women really appreciate that. It's not infinite. It's not infinite, right? And you watch that with Barack Obama, right? He spent all his political capital on healthcare. And there you go. Right? So go ahead, baby. What's up?
Don't talk. Well, first of all, don't talk about butthurt blue black people like that. But you know,
oh yeah, they butthurt right now, especially with Biden. Biden just any chance he had at the White House torched after that first debate. But go ahead.
I do have an example. Don't talk about Roland Martin like that. Oops,
oh yeah, Roland. I still didn't watch because I know Jason Black tore him a new one. Pause. But with the whole vote Democrat and shut up or whatever the title was, I'm gonna listen to that a little bit later. Yeah, I know Jason Black got on him once again. Pause. Yeah.
You know, I'm like, who the fuck you talking to? You think I'm gonna sell voting for a dementia patient to young people? Go fuck yourself. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah. But I do think they expect us to so let me get this right. Black women are telling us provide, protect, and shut up, and these weirdo Democrats are telling us vote blue no matter who and shut up.
Yeah. But,
regarding
BGS's stream last night, that ironically got started because I went to bed and I was kind of tired of the conversation, and BGS said he would start up the stream. I didn't know it would last 4 hours, but you know, it's BGS, so it is what it is. As far as the argument that, if I'm not mistaken, because I did watch a little bit of it, somebody got up there talking about, you know, it's a baby boomers' fault.
Yeah.
I'm like, look, BGS is right. We have to do something ourselves. I'm not holding my breath for the baby boomers do anything.
Yeah.
I'm not. I mean, we got to get politically involved ourselves.
We do, and what I was trying to tell BGS is that we weren't raised as a generation to be that. We were raised as a generation to be hyper individualistic and entrepreneurial. Now, how many of us are actually entrepreneurs and not what's the word I'm looking for? Like we talking it but not being it? Because a lot of us are talking like that LLC talk, but that's not really who we are. But that's the language of that's the parlance, right? That's going on right now. I would argue a lot of us are talking that talk, but that's not who we are because the majority of people, that's not who they are.
What is LLC for?
Limited liability, what corporation or limited liability, whatever. So it's a business talk, right? It's entrepreneurial talk. It's starting your own business talk, and so a lot of us are talking like that. It's LLC Twitter. And that's what I call it, right? LLC Twitter, which is like you are heavy on the conversation about investments. You're heavy on the conversation about entrepreneurship. You're heavy on the conversation about starting your own business. You're heavy on those type of conversations. Bitcoin, all of the money talk, right?
Right.
And so that's what I was trying to tell BGS is that we're heavy on that type of conversation because that's what we were. We are the children of Reagan. And so that's the talk. Now, how many of us are living that life? Once again, like none of us. So we, as a generation, not me or you, AB or AOC or name the millennial, not us, but largely millennials of color, especially Black and Latino millennials. We were sold start your own business. Don't talk nothing political until you're rich, right?
Exactly.
And
the talk, like I said earlier.
Right, and like the end result of that is what me and you are talking about now, where I don't think we have as a generation, we have the acumen to put the puzzle pieces together to see how we're being screwed and corporate capture and all this other stuff. Go ahead.
But it's a slow burn.
Yeah. We don't got the time. We got to be on it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's scary. But I agree with you that for some of us we're getting there. I think some of us are still stuck in 2015 and 14.
I didn't say we're all there. I ain't saying
yeah. Good point.
Yeah.
Good point. Gordon Gekko shit. Exactly. Trail said greed is good. Exactly. That Gordon Gekko bullshit. Which, by the way,
Gordon
in a different world, maybe
greed is good. Greed is good. Come from Gordon Gekko.
Yeah, it came from that is
Wall
Wall
Street, the movie
Street.
Wall
Yeah, that's
Street.
Wall Street 1980. What year was that?
Michael
1980.
Douglas,
Yeah,
1980, 87, 88. It was
something like
basically
that. Yeah, yeah.
Michael Douglas, Charlie Sheen. Martin Sheen was
Hmm.
also in that movie. So was Emilio Estevez, I think.
Yep. And
It was a
greed
good
is
movie.
good. And by the way, that defined Xers were coming of age. That defined Xers and millennials for the next about 30 years until right now. I would argue right up until I think we blew past COVID. I'm not COVID. I'm sorry. I think we blew past the housing recession. The housing recession still didn't wake people up. It was COVID, I think, where people started to be like, maybe
Yeah,
not.
yeah, I do think it was COVID.
Right. Because
Because
once I saw
87, I
Mark
was right.
Cuban reel back some of this stuff, when I saw Mark Cuban reeling back, I was like, oh shit, the billionaire? Right? So I think that's when people started getting their mind right. But up until
COVID is,
from go ahead.
I think COVID gave people a break from the system long enough to realize, man, we're getting fucked over. Let's look at this technology that allows us to work at home. We're getting fucked over trying to go in the office every day. COVID gave people enough of a break and to allowed
To
us
get
to
their mind right.
yeah, and allow the millennials to have kids to spend enough time with their kid. Like, wait a minute. Like, wait a minute. I'm more happier doing this than being stuck in that office all day. And now people are trying to go for a 4-day work week.
Yeah, look at what Compassionate said. The social designers just socialized all the world would be. Excuse me, I said that wrong. Let's rewind. The social designers just socialized all the would-be activists and revolutionaries out of grassroots thinking in grade school, and that's my point. That
Yeah,
thank
and
you said it
also,
better. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you, Compassionate. That's what I was trying to say. Go ahead.
also low key, I don't. These corporations trying to force everybody back to work. I think that's going to eventually backfire on them.
Yeah, go into that. Go into that.
I think it's going to backfire on them because one of the reasons I think it's going to backfire on them, they quite frankly can't prove that they're more productive when they're back in office. It's just a power. If I can see, it's just a power grab, and I'm like, okay, I want to keep playing this game. Don't get mad. Don't get mad when the crack blows up in your face.
Yeah, I think there's a whole. I think there's a soft core holdout between us right now and the corporate sector that's been putting a foot in our ass for the good better part of 40 years now, maybe 50. And yeah, no, I think this is kind of a holdout because like we were saying earlier, I think COVID gave us enough time to get our minds right, and then I think even younger boomers. I think younger boomers, but definitely Xers, millennials, the maybe at that time the absolute oldest of Gen Z, but they were still too young. I think we were like, wait a minute, what the hell have I been doing with my life?
And to be fair, I have to
after this better you go ahead, and then we'll get Snake Man. Go ahead, baby.
Okay. To be fair to some of the boomers, they're starting to wake up too.
Yeah.
They starting to see they starting to see the bullshit. I was talking to an older lady, and she said, "You know what? I don't like Trump. That's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I see Biden on some bullshit too. I'm just going to sit this one out." And I'm like, well, I have no problem with it. Like, hey, Z, what I'm going to say? She's been voting longer than I've been alive. What am I going to say to her? I'm just saying, I'm 41.
Not a goddamn thing.
I ain't saying
go
shit.
ahead, better you. Yeah.
To your point, AB, about the productivity part of it, I would say that's already happening at certain companies because, in particular, in the tech field, I would say 90% of jobs can be done remotely, and COVID showed us that. And it is all a power grab. And the thing that COVID also gave a lot of corporate Americans a lot of data, and more broadly speaking, I've seen where it's pretty much been a wash or showing that people are slightly more effective. And even at my own company, UKG that I just left,
here's my thoughts on the tech industry though. With you know, particularly the tech industry that are corporations and have to deal with investors. Sooner or later, something's got to give. The tech industry is going to have to kind of rewrite to the rule with these investors because the investors are doing too much. it's these investors that are making tech companies add a bunch of bullshit into our tech that we don't need, and it doesn't benefit anybody.
Oh yeah, I can tell you this though, there's a big bubble that's really about to burst. The whole AI thing is
I just watched what's his name, Connor. I can't remember what his name is. Goddamn, he's funny. He's a funny white dude. Left leaning. Oh goddamn, kind of chubby. Not chubby, but like a little bigger. Glasses. I can't remember what.
Where have we seen him?
No, I think he's a writer in the background. No, I forgot what his. I'll look it up in a minute. But he said the same thing that Better You was saying, which is like he interviewed someone that said, "Yeah, this tech bubble's about to burst, and it was a bunch of BS in the first place, and not even the tech bubble, but the AI bubble, like Better You was saying." But go ahead, finish that up, Better You.
I think AI will help, but I don't think it's going to be this end all be all that some of these corporations think it's going to be. It's not going to replace everybody.
It isn't. The thing is, AI is like a force multiplier. It's going to make people more efficient. But
yes,
the biggest thing about it is you remember like back in the 90s, you had like cats.com, legos.com, dogshit.com, and everybody was throwing money at it. It's the same thing happening with AI. A lot of things that they're calling AI is just automated processes that honestly existed before the whole AI boom. So there's a lot of.
I'm a programmer, so I can tell you.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people underestimate how dumb your phone actually is. A lot of people. Notice I said your phone. Yes, your smartphone. A lot of people underestimate how dumb your smartphone is. A lot of people underestimate how dumb your computer is. Programmers have to program that shit. That's what makes it smart. It doesn't automatically do stuff. You have to.
Yeah, I take program classes in my studies, and I can tell you something. How does guys like you do it? Like, how do you get the patience with it? Like it's like teaching a child to walk every fucking step.
You want to hear the honest answer?
Yes.
This is part of the process. You learn to fail. You're going to fail. You know, here's the reason why I don't think it's a field for certain black women. A lot of black women could not handle what you have to go through to go through the program. The compiler can break at any time, even if your code compiles properly and your program runs. Your program can still break. Hence the reason we have debug mode, so we can figure out where the bug is. You know, if we got to declare something, or your program can still break, and you know, it's just stuff you have to deal with. On top of the fact, if you're in commercial software, you have to program for everybody, which is a royal pain in the ass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it was funny to me when you said people don't know how dumb their smartphone is, and hearing dumb and smart in the same sentence. Outside of calling people dumb smart niggas, I'll be saying that sometimes. But yeah.
Well, case in point, that's why you got a lot of dumb people using smartphones think they're smart.
Yeah, using your smartphone to fill in the gaps. I do that sometimes, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's more about the user than it is about the phone in particular.
True. Do you even care about these things in the first place?
To watch documentaries is what I say. That's why I got a subscription to Curiosity Stream and Magellan TV.
Yeah,
forget all the entertainment stuff.
Yeah, I pay for my Curiosity Stream also, but bro, I barely ever get to go on that shit.
Oh, I go on there whenever I can. I mean, but I barely have time sometimes. But yeah, but I try to make time when I can. Especially if
I'm over here talking about people being on the hamster wheel, and I'm definitely on the hamster wheel.
Oh, by the way,
did you watch the interview with George Stephanopoulos?
Oh, with Biden?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Was it that bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
I call him the dementia patient for a reason, unfortunately.
Yeah, sometimes people must accept that you reached the limit of your life, and you should just sit down and die.
God damn.
Some people, I get what you mean, Snake Man, but
that far,
what
but
somebody said?
I do think he needs to retire.
I think Duff was talking to him during the debate.
Well, I would argue this. First of all, I'm not arguing on his behalf. What I'm saying is, the problem is you're dealing with an old man. Yes, he is demented, but he's also stubborn as hell. Old people get pretty stubborn. And you know, and what's that? There's that old there's a poem. It says, "Do not go into that light with a whimper. Do not go into the good night with a whimper." He's adamant. He's not going out like that. I mean, I remember Sean Connery once said this in a movie. He said, "You ever seen a lion when it's at the end of its life? That's when it's at its most fiercest."
By the way, the person I was talking about, y'all, is named Adam Conover. That's who else I'm talking about. Yeah, okay. I watch a bunch of stuff.
Close with the Colin name.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell I was saying. Y'all go ahead.
You would think an MMA. And by the way, how the hell did you get kicked off your stream twice?
No, I got kicked off the first time, but when it regenerated, it wasn't showing me you guys' comments, so I had to reload it again.
Oh man, y'all got to contribute big time for this man. He needs a new Samsung and earbuds.
Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Definitely share. I don't know what, like, hey, okay, I'm gonna say this, but I'm gonna say it like kind of carefully before these people get on me for talking crap on their platform. Bro, these people are playing, y'all. Like, for real. I am witnessing the effects of what they said they were going to do with Manosphere, and I'm saying Manosphere on purpose, not just Black Manosphere, but Manosphere content. I am on the receiving end of that, man. If I tell y'all how much my numbers haven't moved over the past month, y'all will be surprised. So yeah, So I definitely know they are redirecting brothers who would probably be over here to other quote unquote safer spaces with more healthy masculinity. So yeah. So yeah, definitely like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. All right, y'all go ahead.
Are you saying you're losing viewers to Candace Owens? Oops, I say that out loud. Shut up,
bro. I'm hey, these people are coming at us. I'm telling you. But
what you guys don't understand is, if you live in that patriarchal, male-dominated mindset, that you will never ever we get ahead in this world. You must think like a progressive, LGBT and also thing.
Yeah, of course. Right, and Indigo says, let's real quick, y'all. Let's stop playing and upgrade our phones. Look, I'm waiting for the S25 Ultra. When the S25 Ultra comes out, I'm getting it. That's what I'm waiting on.
When's it coming out?
I'm holding out sometime, probably the end of this year, because there's certain leaks that are dropping end of this year, maybe beginning of next year. So y'all give me about 6-ish months, 7-ish months, maybe something like that.
So a year.
Something like that. Not maybe a year, because I'm probably gonna get it right when it drops, right? So yeah. So
fortunately, I just upgraded my equipment. I'm just waiting for it to be delivered.
Yeah. Right.
I just had to upgrade my one of my phones just recently. Gotta wait for it in the mail.
And Rocky, real quick. And Rocky says, "What did Adam Conover say?" So I have it in my history, but. So he AI is dying. So I'm gonna watch that, and it came out 4 days ago, and the title is "The AI Bubble is Bursting with Ed Zitron." So yeah, Zitron. So yeah, so I'm gonna watch that, and I watch a bunch of Adam Conover stuff. That's why I'm kind of disappointed in myself that I forgot how to say his name. But yeah.
But isn't he the guy who has the conversations in a dark room while sitting couches, and one of his interviews?
No, it ain't. It's not necessarily a dark room. You're talking about I know who you're talking about. You're talking about Max Kellerman, I think.
No, not Max Kellerman.
Lex Friedman.
Lex Friedman. Thank you. That's who you're talking about. Lex Friedman.
Not Lex Friedman.
Okay.
Not like that. Okay. What I mean is because remember he has he sits across the table with somebody. No, I'm talking about
Max Kellerman is somebody else. Who's Max? Is Max Kellerman the ESPN dude, right?
Yeah,
that's what I mistaken for. Yeah. See, look, I was way off. Yeah, I don't know. Y'all go ahead. What am I saying?
Next thing you know, Mr. Z, he's losing today. Next thing you know, he's gonna mistake it.
I'm gonna be calling Shannon Sharp and Stephen A. Smith the same person in a minute, apparly.
Actually, even worse. You're gonna get what's her face? What's her name?
Candace Owens and Just Pearly.
No, not Candace Owens. Not Candace Owens. I mean, Malika Andrews mistaken with Kamala Harris. That's what you're going to be doing a little bit.
And the difference is what now? I'm not even joking on that one. And the difference is what?
No.
Wait. That's a serious ass question. And the difference is what?
I was going to say Kamala has
more bias.
Hey, wait a minute. I was going to say Kamala has more bias, but I could be wrong. So let me shut up.
No. So we are not talking about looks. You're talking about the characters, and there's no difference.
Thank you. And the difference is what?
I think there's a big difference. See,
what,
with Kamala, she's going to hate on you over a bowl of curry chicken. With Malika Andrews, it's going to be kosher bread. So, you know, it's a nuance here now.
Challah. It's going to be challah bread, actually. Challah bread in particular.
Vic just killed me. Vic said Z needs some Popeyes to regenerate himself. Hysterical. I think it's also because I'm probably working off of like 3.5 hours of sleep. Shout out to whoever said in the comments, it's official, Z doesn't sleep.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Okay.
But what I wanted to say earlier was like, remember like during 2016 election, was it a late night? Somebody they had Louis Black, the comedian, on as one of the guests, and asked him, "What the hell is really going on here?" And he just looked and said, "Well, it's a social experiment when you think about it." And there is some truth to that. I said this years ago, and people just fell asleep on it, man. Then again, everybody purposely takes sleeping pills when they hear me talk. Fuck y'all. So, what? No hysterical motherfucker?
No, I'm sorry. I'm looking at Spain Man's comment. I had to chuckle a little bit because one of them definitely had low down Willie Brown. they had some chocolate in their life. The other one, yeah.
No, put it out. Let me see.
Yeah, I'm not putting it up on the screen. There's a reason why I didn't put it up on the screen yet.
That
was Danny King said it. I broke the news. Z never sleeps. I sleep. It's just how many hours I sleep when I do sleep. That's bad. It's not sustainable. Definitely not sustainable. I don't suggest it.
Because I thought you suffer from the Biden sickness.
Hysterical. Yeah, it might be short-term memory loss off of a lack of sleep, but definitely not age. Thank God.
No, you just need a long vacation with plenty of plum wine. That's all you need, man.
Hysterical. Man, I haven't had plum wine in a minute. Funny enough, I haven't had plum wine in a minute.
No, get this guy some Tej. That's Ethiopian honey wine. That's what he needs right now.
Honey wine tastes good. But yeah, so I think a lot of that is because of I usually have work in the morning. Like for those of y'all that don't know, because reckless streams. Once again, reckless streams. Yeah, 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock in the morning. So I'm usually up 4:45-ish, 4:40-ish, right? So yeah, that's so because of that, plum wine and anything that'll get me too tipsy or too off, yeah, I can't really indulge in that.
It'll have you giggling more like often than not, nonstop.
Yeah. So it's no wonder that I have any type of energy. Go ahead. What'd you say, Betty?
I say just take an edible. You be good, man.
Oh no. Not like behind the wheel. He be screaming from when he's on the drive to work, yo.
Hysterical. Yeah, right. What's going on, Vince and Lion? What's up with y'all?
Man, I am working on getting my life in order. Cool.
Aren't we all?
Listened in earlier, didn't know there was a stream last night, and I'm still putting chunks of pieces that I heard earlier today that kind of get for a picture of what I missed over the last damn near decade. And I'm like, wow, there's so much more shit going on than it's like I walked in the middle of a movie. It is
when you say you miss a decade, what do you mean?
Like the history of things, I guess the villain and hero arcs of a lot of people.
You're talking about the YouTube history I was running down earlier?
Yeah, all this stuff. Now I'm like,
this actually goes back past a decade a little bit, but don't trust me. you missed it, but you, in a weird way. Okay, so I did describe some of the building blocks and how we got here. How am I saying this? You missed things, but in a weird way, you didn't really miss much. If that makes any sense. Like you did, but you didn't. But yeah, go ahead.
Words and terms and context of things and stuff. It's just like like to me, in a way, this is another form of me growing up in a way and things and seeing things a little bit more, with adult eyes and stuff, knowing that, what I mean? For example, knowing, oh, adult time is this. Oh, we'll be back. We're gonna go do some adult. I'm like, oh. So it's like same thing with all this other stuff and getting just I don't know. Like sometimes I feel like the rules pulled over my eyes all the way. So I'm just like, So it's just like I got that going on. Things I'm working with, just myself and things and stuff like that, and I don't know, a whole bunch of shit.
This is life. Such is life. This is this is part of life. And I would suggest if anything, if you got to take a step back and kind of focus on self, right? Because that's very important. That's
I got a lot. That's probably what I've been doing. Like a lot of things I've been actually working on, like my confidence and things like that. Like actually working on it, instead of looking like I got it or trying to avoid actually grabbing this I would say, like better terms, entity by the horns and act right. You know what I mean? And actually like I think a lot of problems with people, especially when you talk about these relationships and stuff like that, self-actualization, and when we talk about the petulant children and stuff like that, you get older. It's also an aspect of lack of self-actualization, whether it's environment, culture, people, conformity, understanding class and all this other stuff, and the dysfunction, all this other stuff. This big, all these things that go into the social map. We're talking about stuff like that, and
when you say self-actualization, what annoys me about that, and not you, it's I think we have a group of elite white women who their sensibilities are what's defining our generation. And so for them, this weirdo self-actualization, and they, like, once again, you get your life together first, then you get married and have children. And like for upper middle class white women, yeah, maybe you can do that. And which is funny because y'all still getting married at least by your late 20s. But some of them don't make it there. They get married in their early 30s and whatnot. But okay, fine, you can live that life. But your average person, your average black person, black woman, black man, this type of worldview works for a certain demographic of people because they have the money to make up for having children late, right? They have the money to make up for, once again, getting married in their early 30s, right? Getting a home if they don't already have their own, getting a home with a spouse in their mid 30s, maybe even late 30s. When that becomes the ethos, because elite white women or upper middle class and above white women think that this is the way it should be, that just hurts the masses of people downstream from them, including even working class white folks. But go ahead.
It's one thing I'm thinking about. It's like people who have generational stability can't have the same conversation with people who's like first generation, second generation, third generation getting their shit together at any level, whether it's the parent, grandpa, or great grandparent to get shit together. It's the legacy of people who got their stuff together, who's at a level of prestige, and they're trying to, I guess, not necessarily relate, but also put context to other people's lives for them. And something I was thinking about yesterday while I was doing this practice exam, some people's, I don't want to just say theory or whatever, or their some people's opinion doesn't matter, or it's not even in, the, I don't know how to use all the words, but like trajectory of things. Like your way to
let me actually say it far more offensive than you're saying it right now. Some people's opinions shouldn't matter. Yeah, I said it, and I meant to be as offensive as it sounds. Some people's opinions shouldn't matter because you are an outlier. And so your opinion, as intelligent as you may be, as resourceful as you may be, as disciplined as you may be, all of that's great. But sometimes your opinion shouldn't matter because what you're not factoring in is that you are an outlier. And so your opinion is informed by your experiences. Okay, fine. And what about the 80 and 85% of people, 90% of people who will not have your experiences? I'm thinking about you, Bowser, right? So what ends up happening is you have your opinion. I'm thinking about you, Ebony K. Williams, although her upbringing is more in line with your average black person. Right. But what ends up happening is that, okay, I'll give you a prime example. When you hear Dr. Thunder speak, Dr. Thunder, even though his upbringing was a little different than maybe the masses, you still hear that type of consideration going off in his mind. When you hear Bowser speak, you don't hear that. Ebony K. Williams, who upbringing is probably more in line with your standard black women, when you hear her speak, it don't sound like she's considering that, right? So like you have these people who, yes, I'm saying it, I don't care how offensive it sounds. We should tell them to shut the hell up.
Yeah, the social man is
you're the exception to the rule, but you know, wasn't that Obsidian used to say the exception does not
disprove the
but
rule.
actually
exactly
doesn't disprove but actually proves the rule. That's the thing people forget. Outliers, we mean people who are like exceptions to the rule.
And what I'm saying by that is like real quick, name it. What I'm saying when I say that is that I'm not saying only the people that were raised by single moms should be the ones who talk, or only the black people that come from poverty. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying when you show a consistent history of ignoring what the history is, or ignoring what the masses of black folks are living, or where they coming from, even as another black person, I have to start questioning how you are coming to these conclusions and how you're forming your opinion. Right, because you're not doing the calculus, right? And real quick, Vince, let's let Nema land, and then Lion, and then Vince, because I know Vince wanted to finish up. But go ahead, Nema. You want to?
I believe the word you're looking for is like they just have a they did disregard everything. There's like a level of cognitive dissonance they apply when they say the things they say, because they're trying to like blur the lines and try to make everything look like everybody. They're trying to pigeonhole everybody as like we're all a monolith, when that is not the truth. They're trying to blur the lines and try to say like it's an even, try to give the false perception that it's all a level playing field for everybody, but that's not even the case.
Is it possible that what we're dealing with is also some of the negative ramifications of the class compression in the black community?
Could be, but at the same time, you have some people who have like some kind of disconnect. Because remember, some of these people also project their own misconceptions upon other people when they look at certain things like that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, by the way, Z. Oh, wait, hold up. Just one thing I say. Z, you're forgetting one thing when we're talking about like the 80s. About us who were born and grew up in the 80s. What was the 80s about for Gen Xers? What was it? There was a certain term they had for people, for Gen Xers, who are like, who were called the yuppies. You remember the yuppies?
Yeah.
That was the 80s and the 90s was the decade of the yuppies. Because remember how the Gen Xers were at that time. Yeah. Especially young urban professionals. What did that mean?
But young urban professionals that were somewhat hip-ish.
Hip-ish,
right?
Yeah. Not hipsters,
not hipsters, but hip-ish. Right? Yeah. I remember yuppies. Yeah. But yeah, go ahead. Well, I'm gonna let Leon finish off. Then go ahead, Vince, and then I said Leon. Sorry, I'll let Lion finish off. Go ahead, Vince, and then we'll go with Lion afterward.
Yes, and Popeye, fool.
Alright, so it's like what you said with like, so here's I'm trying to get it all together because there's a few things, but I'm not trying to hold my. So it's just social math and stuff like that, and it's like when you think about it, when you're trying to, sometimes when you're observing something, you have to actually immerse yourself in the experience. But it's like when you're trying to see what's going on and stuff, who's coming into whose world, and how are you actually, giving context to what you're seeing, or are you making what you're observing revolve around you? So you have the answers, but you're taking away the actual experience going on and putting what you trying to pull onto it.
I mean, if you're talking about a niche group of people, okay, perfect example. Even though many of us gravitated to Kevin's broadcast, his shows, he was very clear. This is for top 10% men, or top 10% men, and the women that are trying to end up with those men, right? So he's talking about a niche group of men, right? High value men, right? Okay, cool. what ends up happening is that you have outliers and people that grew up a bit different and that have different experiences. And to me, they're doing way too much talking. And like what you're saying, they're not being very clear. And thank you for that Cash App line. Thank you for the Cash App. And they're not being very clear about the fact that, look, I'm talking about the people that grew up like me, black people that climbed their way up into the corner office, or black people that grew up in the country, or that black people that grew up like, and like, if you do that, then Mr. Z don't got nothing to say. But when you do the whole, well, you know what we should be doing. Now, if you say what we should be doing, right, and maybe even acknowledge your difference, that's a different conversation. But nobody's doing that. We just putting out these like blanket statements, and I'm like, but where's this coming from? And
you know
I'm
what
going
experience, and I think that's why culture is important. That's why I look at people different who comes into saying what's going on with people, and you don't even have, like, to me, the input of any aspect of the culture, not enough to actually have a formed critique on what's going on. So now,
who was I talking to?
My bad.
Real quick, who was no, I'm the one cutting you off. My apologies.
Okay.
Who was I talking to? It was a black woman, and she was no. Was I watching Amanda Seals, and she said, "I don't care. Every black person should have a passport so that you could see different stuff." And then I'm like, bruh, do you not know how broke black people are? Like,
no,
like what?
That's the part. That's the part, and that's even with, like, it goes back to my ex. I don't even want to spend 5 seconds on that. But like, it's like you're trying to. Yeah, it's a disconnect. So it's like, yo, it's like when who's giving these people with these disconnects the fucking mic? You don't.
Thank you.
You're not even. You don't have the input of the culture whatsoever on it. What it's a certain distance you get to. You don't have. You know, whatever that is supposed to be. You don't have it. So why are you even talking about the experience? And maybe you're too adjacent to even. No, you should be quiet a little bit longer and listen to what's going on, and then ask, a few questions and stuff, instead of, saying this is what it is, and this is what's going on, when you don't even understand.
I'll give you a prime example. So freshest in classes, a lot of sisters found their blackness in college. They were the types in college, but visit the hood. Those are your talking heads. So the clip I have in my videos right now with I think it's the most recent video I have, not live, but video I have. It's either the most recent or the second most recent one, where the young lady is speaking, and it's about a 2.5 minute long clip. And she's literally, and I referenced this a few times now, she's literally speaking about attending white schools growing up, and you can hear it in her voice. And she's saying how it messed her up and how it messes up kind of black people that grow up in her situation. Now, I think she was being a bit hyperbolic, but the point still landed, which is growing up like that, being in those spaces and fight. She said, you're defending your race every day, and you're fighting for your life, and like, right. So I think what you're saying, it does matter. Because if it wasn't for HBCUs, a lot of those young ladies that you're speaking about, they would be a problem. They're already a problem, but they would be even a bigger problem in the black community, because they would go from these white environments because they're black and just be. I know it's not fair, everyone. It's a big burden on your shoulders, but just being black means you represent black people. I know it ain't fair. It's not. But just being black means you represent black people. So when you have these, and that's why I brought up the lady that signed off on the coolest monkey in the jungle shirt from H&M a few years ago. You have these black people, they kind of grow up in different environments. There's certain things that don't bother them that would bother, let's say, 85% of black folks. And then those folks, because of their connections coming from white high schools, then white PWIs, white sororities, white fraternities, white circles, they're the ones who end up being the talking heads for black folks. And then you listen to them talking, you're like, who the hell is this person?
Yeah.
Right?
Who gave them the mic?
Exactly.
Like, you telling us who took the mic. Why do you have the mic?
Good. And I'm not saying that you should have to come from a messed up black background, because not all of us do. Some of us did have both parents in the home. Some of us did have, a solid middle class upbringing. Some of us did have that, but we have our finger on the pulse. We're not the kind of weird different person. When we walk in the barbershop, brothers still see us and understand who we are, and we understand who they are. That's not who they give the microphone to. They give the microphone to the brother who has angst at the black community because he grew up in the burbs and his cousins made fun of him when he was 7 and he ain't never let it go. Those are the people that they give the microphone to.
I know you're not talking about FD, are you? You were talking about a certain gentleman with dreads and glasses.
Right? Like those are the people, bro. Go ahead.
Listen, it's the kids who try to like know what's going on outside from being inside. Like it's cool, you live in the neighborhood, but you don't even fucking come outside, Todd. You can hang out, but then you wonder why people look at you fucking crazy or stupid. Because you're not that you can't get in all the lingo, but you just came in the wrong way. Maybe even at the wrong time on face. So how the fuck are you gonna claim your black? Like, no offense.
You know who gets the mic? You know who gets the mic? I'ma say it, Myron. That's who gets the mic.
Yeah, no.
Oh, you gotta bring the Sudanese into this.
Mr. C, Mr. C,
you gotta bring the Sudanese into this.
Hold on, Mr. C. Do you ever had to argue with someone who looked like this?
Sometimes, but not really. That person, believe it or not, sometimes you gotta argue with that person on some black people are their own worst enemy people. Yeah. Sometimes that's what that brother is on. That brother, because he grew up in the hood and he saw type of wild stuff. It's hard to get him to believe that there's a bigger systemic issue, right? Because he's the one that starts saying, "No, black people are our own worst enemy." And I'm like, I understand why you're saying that.
Mr. C,
but go ahead.
When I have to talk to a black man who wears a wig, I just stand up and go away.
Is that a wig? Wait a minute. Because maybe I wasn't looking at this the right way. Wait a minute.
Look at it. Actually, look at it. When you see them looking like
that. Okay. No. You know what? The whole time I thought that was his hat leaning to the side. Okay, yeah. No, I don't debate people like this often.
You don't even debate. You don't even talk to them.
The whole time I thought that was a hat leaning. Go ahead, Lion. Go ahead.
But I did have a question for the floor because you spoke to that, C. But I don't think this question was never even asked. Can someone actually define what is having your shit together?
Woo! That's a question for your ass.
And you heard the rhetoric all your life, but no one defined it. You heard it,
man. When I come on the joke, yeah.
This is generation. This saying is like generation.
That's a good question.
But no one ever asked you to define that. Because if we were to define it, if we want to look at economics, how many people have $500 saved up? How many people have?
I think it was 40%. 40% of people can't afford a $400 emergency, and it's 60% of people can't afford a $1,000 emergency in America.
That's a lot of fucking people.
So, that being said, what the fuck is having your shit together?
I guess it was, I think 80% of people, somewhat 80% of people live paycheck to paycheck. So I guess you would have to be, I guess the top 20% Americans are the people that got their ish together. But even, because we found that even of people that earn 6 figures, a lot of those people live in paycheck to paycheck. So I guess so I guess you would probably have to be maybe the top 5 or 10% of people are the people that we should aspire. Like those are people that got the ish together.
But that's
the top 5 and 10%.
Never got defined. So we were always put together and thrown up a moniker that never got defined, and no one even asked the question.
Yeah.
Because I heard that a lot, and sometimes I was wondering, what the fuck? I remember one time just stopping and saying, "What the fuck does that even mean?"
Get your act together. Like how white people say, "Get your act together."
And I started asking that question a lot lately because especially when it comes from women, and I'm looking at y'all like, what the fuck does that even mean?
Well, if you hear a black woman talking about, or any woman talking about, get your shit together, it really means kiss my ass or do what I say or be the guy that I need you to be.
I can take from it, and you can kiss my ass for having it. Yeah, I know what that angle means, but it also came from other men. It came from your own.
True.
It came from other men too. It did.
True. No, you're right.
It did.
I think of me not being the bum or being bum adjacent. I don't know, but like it's just like what adjacent.
I mean,
that's why I'm laughing.
That is a new word, bum adjacent.
By the way, we're using it. Put it in the book. Put it in the book.
We're writing that down. Not a bum or bum adjacent.
Bum adjacent.
Bum adjacent.
So what is bum adjacent? Okay, I guess because bum is like no job, sleeping on your mom's couch, like straight super loser, right? I guess bum adjacent is like you work like a menial job, like a low level
Dead-end
retail,
job.
and you could be doing better. Yeah, like a dead end job. You ain't making no real money. I guess you're still living on your mom's couch. And
I was bum. Well, technically, I was bum adjacent. I wasn't.
we
really
all been bum adjacent. Who hasn't been?
We've all been bum
I wasn't
adjacent.
a bum, but I was definitely bum adjacent.
Who hasn't? You know I was gonna bring you up too, Lion. I was gonna be like, Lion told us he was sleeping on an air mattress with his tall ass. Like
Yes,
this shit couldn't keep
on
air.
an air mattress at my cousin's place in Brooklyn, and guess what? I was
Look.
working retail.
See, we all been bum adjacent. I've been bum adjacent.
Retail security. I was working unarmed retail security, and I was staying at my cousin's place.
We all been bum adjacent. I don't know. I mean, like, you know, Dr. Thunder gave me a story once. I ain't gonna put it out there, but like, I don't know who hasn't been bum adjacent. Even when you're doing good, if you get knocked down hard enough, guess what?
Yeah.
You bum adjacent.
You like one bad moment. You like one bad firing, and I know one say nothing being bum adjacent.
L cis, L active cis, upper bum class.
There's a class level for bums.
I'm gonna say something about this. Hold on a second. The term bum y'all use, that's on your side of the Atlantic, because over here when we say the word bum, that's a slang for the backside.
Look, we say it like that too, but that's super rare. And Onasi says bum adjacent means you're one firing away from couch surfing. But here's the thing, Onasi, who isn't?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And based on the numbers that I just asked, when you look at everything as far
who
as
isn't
financially, who isn't?
One firing. Hey, you know how? That's what I was saying earlier. You weren't here yet, Lion. When I was saying like this precarity, me and Better, you were talking about this. This precarity is bullshit. This shit is some of the scariest shit in the world. You gotta keep it together for damn near 30 years.
Yep.
40 years of your working life, you gotta be damn near solid, bro. That shit, bro. Talk about taxing.
Because like they said, the average, even the average, I read somewhere like the average six-finger earner is 35, 36 years old. The average person, the average age of a person who owns a home is 35, 36 years old. So yeah. And God knows,
that's crazy.
And even if they have a house, like say they do have a house, say you do have a home. Your AC, how much does the AC cost to get replaced?
My mom just did, but my mom just did the one at her house a couple years ago, and it was like, I think it was even more than it was something like that. Yeah, it was about 30. Was it 35? And I think she got like a really good used unit too.
Yeah,
like
hand unit.
Yeah. It's still kicking. It's been like 4 years, 4 or 5 years, maybe. So
I've heard that before. Having your shit together, bro. I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean? And then you bring out articles about how Black women, Latina women are the poor, the brokest.
Come on. It gets worse. It gets worse real quick, Vince. Let me say this. So, and I'm gonna put this article. I think I might have put it up maybe a year or so ago, but I'm gonna find it and put it up again. You need 20 years of straight stability to raise a okay kid. Who in Black America got straight 20 years of not being fired or not dealing with some hard ass your pay go down, you got a pay cut or something? 2 decades of stability? Shit. Go ahead, Better you, and then Nema, and then whoever. I think Vince was trying to talk, but go ahead, Better you.
There's a thing called black jobs where the policeman that married the nurse,
right?
The postman that married the clerk.
Shout out to Armio Safe and Punk. I saw it. Right?
It's a little thing called black jobs. Those people tend to have some type of stability.
Right. Wait, you mean the unglamorous blue collar shit? Some white collar too, actually. But the unglamorous shit?
You mean
the unionized stable shit? Oh,
if you really want to go there, the sanitation worker.
Oh boy, ew! Blue collar on my hands.
Who married the home health tech?
Right. What's that? Exactly.
Mobility.
But my thing about the black jobs. But my thing about the black jobs quote is, if you go to the Midwest, majority of white dudes, that's what they do. Like majority of white
Ah,
people.
but you said the Midwest, not the South. See the black belt in the South. Obviously white folks are definitely doing that. But these are where black people come in, right? Some of those sanitation workers, certain police officers, and this is where like those black jobs, post office. That's straight black jobs. And this is what makes it very important. It's not just the money or that they're blue collar; they're unionized. And so your boss can't just fire your ass because you black. They hired you because you're black. Then they got annoyed with your ass and they fired you because you're black. So that's why they're black jobs, right? That's why you see black people disproportionately work for the government, because the government is what is it called? Employer of last resort. Employer of last resort. In other words, the private sector is racist as fuck and doesn't want to hire your ass. And so this is where the government comes in and hires you. And yes, you make less money, but you're more stable. Once again, black jobs. And I'll pause right there. Y'all go ahead.
And I'll just simply say this, but the importance of it really is simply this. It is that fallback plan. Because coming up from a small town, my neighbors who basically did a lot of programs in the community, her daughters were the HR for the local factory plant. So we always had a job. So it was one of those things where it's like, hey, your job search wasn't going good coming out of college or whatnot. Miss Grant, she would shoot me a call or text from time to time, let me know, like, hey, baby, ain't nothing wrong coming home. Like, their job, wait, I can get you a job right now and making $60K. Like, so it's that stability. It's that foothold to get a good start. And I feel like a lot of people poo-poo that shit, and they really spitting at some of the things that can help the masses up.
Better you, I gotta sing your praises right now, because I gotta sing Better You, because understand who y'all talking to when Better You, a brother with a master's degree that's making, well, at one point was making good money. We hope to get him back in that position, right? So like that's why the Better Yous are important to be in the space for us. That's why Dr. Thunders are important to be in the space for us, Dr. T's, because these are real ass black men who have dealt with setback and know this is what I mean by having the right type of black people in these spaces. Better You can speak for us when he's in these spaces because he come from that. And even though he's doing well in life, he come from that, so he can articulate it. What you have is a bunch of weirdos that are in those spaces, and they do way too. They're not defending black people, black men, defending black people. They're not advocating for black people, right? They advocate maybe for their class position of black people, which once again is not advocating for black people. But they're not doing much. Go ahead, yo.
Mr. Z.
Don't get me started about the military either, because that's another thing that doesn't get talked about.
That's why I think we need these type of people, to be honest with you. But go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead too. Me or we? Should I go ahead? All right. When you talk about some of these individuals who talk about, you mentioned like black women who grew up with white folks and whatnot, and went to schools with predominantly white schools and whatnot.
Which isn't bad on its face. I'm not saying it's bad on its face, by the way.
Which isn't bad on its face, but I think the archetype you think about is like, there's an archetype I can think of, a character actually. A couple of characters I can think of. If you remember, the show Fresh Bel-Air. Hillary Banks.
Exactly who I'm talking about.
Opposite of that.
Daddy, I need $500.
Wait. Hold up. Let me finish. Let me connect a couple dots here. Her versus Ashley Banks, her younger sister. Because remember, Ashley left private school, wanted to go to public school one time in one episode. And she had to have Will pretend to be her dad just to get her accepted and such. Because Ashley was down to earth. Or another example is like the issue about those who were born in the suburbs was like the issue they have with those who were born in the urban areas. Like when Carlton tried to pledge for a black fraternity. And remember, he got called a sellout and he confronted.
I remember this.
Those types of divides. And he looked at it and said, just because I live in the suburb doesn't mean I'm not black. Because black is what I am. It's not how I dress. We're both running the same rat race. Why are you trying to trip me up, brother? And so
that's why I make a that's why I distinguish just because. Yeah, I do. Yeah, but I'm sorry, y'all. But yeah, no. So I make a distinction between just because you grew up in a certain environment. That's not what it is for me. For me, it is how do you advocate when you're in the room to advocate for black people? Do you even do it? How do you even advocate for yourself?
Do you even know the plot?
Right,
do you
go
know
ahead,
the
yo.
plot you don't even have the plot. How you gonna advocate for? How you gonna give a review on something and you don't even have, the story? You just getting the storyline. Like you don't even have you ain't go do no field experience or nothing like that for real. You sat in the house and heard everything. You just coming out, seeing what's going on, and trying to put yourself in the experience that you haven't experienced. So it's like you need to. I don't know, man. It's just like when some people talk, it don't seem like they had the spirit of the culture on them for what that's worth. So it's like,
well, that's gonna happen. That's going to happen with integration. That is, and we should understand that. Oh, pause. Car moment. I'm looking at a G Body Monte Carlo right now, and it says LSX on the side. It has Willward brakes. It has the hood scoop.
Car.
Ooh.
My favorite car.
This shit look nice like a mug.
86 is it a newer one? Was it like
it's probably an 88. It's probably an 88. It looked like an 88. Yep, and no T tops. It's a slick top. It's no T tops. So he moving. He moving.
A T top.
Weld wheels. Willward brakes. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
What do you mean by T top? You lost me here.
Right. Yeah. No, that's essentially it's a drag car. No, So T top is with the removable top. So T top is when whenever you see the cars. No. That is not a convertible. So T top is when you have the two panels that are removable from each side. Target top is when it's one middle piece that's removable from the roof. So yeah. So T top is literally the reason why they call it T top is because when you remove both of the panels, it looks like a T. Right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's not so a lot of Monte Carlos came T top, some came slick top. And so slick top just means regular roof, a regular roof line. So I'm sorry for the I digress. So we're back, right?
Hey, I ask questions sometimes.
Well, by the car commercial.
Yeah. By the way, folks, what Mr. Z is talking about, like how you advocate and stuff like that, I've been in that situation here because I've had in conversation with certain people sometimes ask me about shit that's going like when certain news breaks out, like what was going on in Africa. And sometimes they ask me about questions about why is it certain things, this, that, and the third. I'm like, and I have to explain it in a way where they can comprehend it and explain to them that, yeah, because that what you're talking about, it goes on here. This is this, that, and third. And they're like, well, aren't you from there? No, I'm from here. Even though I didn't explain the distinction of me and other groups, I still understand that they only see me as one thing and one thing only. As much as I have to. The only people I know who get it when I explain myself and everything are other whites or immigrants or born to immigrant parents, because they understand what it's like to be an outsider in this society.
Hey, I'm gonna do y'all a solid real quick. Trell, I'm gonna do you a solid. I wasn't gonna take a picture of it. I'm gonna take a picture of it and post it in the community tab in a little bit, y'all. Y'all go ahead.
I mean, there is a level of respect, and when I'm with other groups and stuff, sometimes we mistake one another for one for each other. Like I mentioned before, one of my boys, he's Eritrean. He was with a Norwegian chick one time, and these Somalis this Somali couple was with their kids, and they saw him, and they thought he was Somali. They were looking at him strange. So when he went up to them, all those Norwegian girlfriends, they'll go up. Oh, no, it's okay, I got this. He went up to them, and he greeted them, and they looked at him and said, "You Somali?" He said, "No, I'm Eritrean." He said. And that's when they changed their tune. And like, oh, okay. Then they started, acting friendly, whatnot.
Wait. I'm sorry, Naaman. Damien King asked me to read his comment now. And Damien King says, and thank you for the super chat. Z, are black jobs equal to bro jobs? Absolutely not, but that's funny. That's funny.
Bro job. Oh, what the fuck is a bro job?
You don't want to know.
Do you know how wrong that's? You know how we go. You know how much that sounds.
Hey, bro jobs sound exactly like what y'all think it sound like. That's exactly what it is.
Hey, so that's wow. I don't want to.
And I had a white dude tell me that too. A white LGBTQ dude that I used to work with in the Florida Democratic Party. He was like, white dudes call it bro jobs.
Are those guys into C holding by any chance, Z? Are those guys also big into C holding as well?
Wait, say that again?
Are those guys into? I can't say the word. Are they into C holding?
I don't see. Oh man, I mean, probably. Probably. I mean, like if that's what you're doing, then that's what you're doing.
Notice, folks. He's still running on fumes. It took him a while, but he's still on fumes. You got to
Yeah.
get this guy
I mean,
an
like,
energy drink.
I mean, I'm not part of that. Like, so when you said C holding, I'm like, what you mean C holding? But yeah, no.
Holding.
Right. Go ahead, yo.
Hey, did I
go
tell
ahead.
you my mom was a feminist?
Who?
What?
Wait, say that again?
Did I ever tell you my mom was a feminist?
Oh no, you didn't tell me all that. Wait a minute, hold up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My mom. Oh, so it's two things, right? My mom's a feminist and my grandma was a swirler.
The fuck?
Yeah, right. Yeah. So
Your grandma was a what?
My grandmother was a swirler.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah.
How'd that come out?
I grew up.
So
with
you beige?
No, I'm brown. So here's one thing, right? And I'm not trying to go everywhere, right? So once I had to question my blackness. So I'm half Panamanian, right? So my father came here, first generation American, right? So I'm like, trying to see where, like, this whole intersectionality thing, I guess, looking at where I fit with everything, right? But I had to question my blackness. I'm like, wow, my mom actually was raised on Martin Luther King Jr. Highway, right? And I'm like, okay, I have to be black as fuck. So, but it's like, I don't know, it goes to a lot, but it's just these dynamics, right? And there's other things growing up. I saw the relationship with my grandmother, and when that dude passed away, bro, he ain't living with shit. So, and then the other thing where I'm realizing, I think my thing is making sure, like, these dynamics, we putting things in perspective and actually understanding, ourselves as men and dynamics with women and stuff like that, and looking at it soberly. Because I don't know, brother. I don't think they got the math right. Not to say they're wrong, things like that. Everything. I mean, a lot of shit is just like, you don't put the black on red and red and black. I think it's what some of the feminist stuff is.
Damien, wait, Vince. I got a response for Damien King. He want to troll. I got something for your ass. Damien King says we need to promote more bro jobs 2024 candidate, but we did have it. His name was Buttigieg. If I gotta laugh myself, I'll do it. Look, we did though, but Buttigieg. That was the candidate. I'm joking, but I'm not like not joking. I'm joking, but I'm not joking. But like that was Buttigieg, y'all. I'm dead serious. Okay, go ahead, Vince.
So I'm just like, I'm also just thinking about all the stuff we talk about, see how it plays out, and even like I didn't understand everything going on with feminism and the emasculation of males and all the other stuff and everything. I get older, I start listening and start seeing all the stuff going on with people getting their blackness in college and everything like that. And then, like my mom, my mom didn't even go to college, so it's different because she also was immersed in the experience of being black. She didn't go to college and realize something. You know what I mean? And then think about it too. She had all sons. So she was moving a little differently. I think my mom, if anything, if this exists, maybe not. But my mom was more of a progressive feminist than. I'm using that word the wrong way. She was she was also advocating for her black sons and stuff like that. But the homies around them, they was kind of it was.
So she wasn't a radical feminist, in other words.
She wasn't a radical feminist.
Because radical feminists are on some. If I have first of all, I'll delete my unborn son. But if I do have one, I will leave with his father and dip off or some type of stuff. So yeah.
Or even raise them, or just raise them fucked up.
Yep.
Yeah, and then it's just like between that, seeing and realizing the type of dynamics.
Real quick, Vic. The last person that was talking about Obama and that possibility of what his previous lifestyle was no longer is with us, and it was the person that might have engaged in that activity with him. So yeah. And, the rumors about Barack Obama and his potential past life and what he used to get into or got into him.
A lot of people,
and that apparently that person is no longer with us. That part.
Let's not forget a lot of rumors about Michelle.
I don't buy it, but maybe.
Hey, let me land before I dip real quick, right? I can make it all.
Train tracks. Yeah, go ahead.
Did y'all see the video of that girl who had to pay the landlord that bread? And he was like, "I got some. You know what I mean? You you want to stay here, you gotta, you know what I mean, sit on
Mm.
it.
I think that's super bold. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, if I'm landlord, if I'm whoever, and you know, a woman can't come up with her money. First of all, I don't even know if I'm down for that. But even if I was, there like as there's ways to frame that where no pun intended, where I'm gonna make it difficult to get pinned on that if I ever get caught. These people be so damn overt. Like, yeah, you could do something strange. Yeah, I know you can't afford it, so you want to do something strange for some change? Like, bro, like
that's why I
they
don't
just be asking to get set up.
That's why I don't believe that this shit when they do put it. I'm like, you a little too bold to be putting that on social media,
bro.
Here's where I draw the line between radical feminism and feminism. I understand the reason why women are advocating to be able to have their own shit, so they don't have to worry about people like that motherfucker who basically try to, you know, put her on the squeeze and use her body so we can say. I mean, some people are doing it anyway, but some well-meaning people. If I had a daughter, bro, or if I had like a cousin, something like that in a situation like that, bro, like I would like that. That's where I can understand the advocacy. But then again, it you know, I don't know how and why it got so wild. Like, you know, niggas ain't shit and all this other stuff. Even people who never even grew up around black men and say niggas ain't shit, don't have a relationship with their fathers and say niggas ain't shit, who probably, you know, they're more.
But that rhetoric is just part of the ethos now. And let me read this real quick. And Leon says, and thank you for the super chat, FD from the north side and says more inwards than the fifth. Right, or the south. I think you meant to say south. Than the south side. Yeah, I mean, yeah. And he's talking about the Chicago, like FD's from the north side of Chicago, and he's out here talking real crazy. Well, FD and Olay covered this on their interview. And I'm gonna let you finish after this. Where they say they say, like, because we're not part of those circles, we really don't appreciate how much they sound just like us, if not even crazier. So we're talking about like black professional, black, like, quote unquote, not elite, but like brothers like him that might have grew up like solidly middle class, or like grew up with first generation black professionals, and like how much they talk just like us. They throw around nigga. They throw around, you know, fuck this and fuck that and all this other stuff. But they're like professional in when they need to be, and they work in professional environments. It's just that when amongst each other, they sound like, you know, regular black folks, if not, you know, even crazier. Which I think much of that is kind of them signaling to each other, right? So that there's a whole different conversation to have about that. But yeah, no, I definitely see where you're coming from. And go ahead, Vince.
Yeah, I mean, with all that, just, I don't know. I hope we can. I'm about to get off the phone because I'm out making moves and stuff. But it's just like hearing everything we're talking about, everything going on, and then applying it to how I'm experiencing things. But you know, it that article. Please go read that article about, you know,
yo, wall in the comments, by the way. So, Freshest in class, you wow for that comment.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Go ahead.
I'm gonna dip off. Y'all still here? I'm gonna come back up. Hopefully, I ain't just gonna ramble.
And yeah. Thank you for coming up, Vince. Thank you for coming up, and thank you for the super chat again, Liam. Thank you for the super chat. That's hysterical. But yeah, no, they just, you know, they say they talk how they talk, and we just don't get it because we think that they're, you know, they're professional all the time, right? We think that they're professional all the time and they speak a certain way all the time, and that's just not the case, right?
So, I didn't think that. I knew it was an act. Never fooled me.
Yeah. Me neither. You know, me neither. But I mean, like I said to y'all, like, you know, younger sister Z is an attorney, and you know, and she's doing her thing, and yeah, and I'm, you know, being around her and being around certain professionals sometimes because of her. Yeah, they're regular black folks, especially like that first generation and that second generation of black professionals. Yeah, no, they regular as black people. They just earn a little bit more, and you know, I mean, what did y'all see with Fannie Willis? Oops.
Don't mention Fannie Willis, please. Make sure BGS is not here when he said that.
That was so damn.
Don't mention her name. We don't want BGS going down the border. Just like we got.
What y'all said about Gorilla Grip?
Yeah, just like we gotta save our man here for going down to Houston. What's up?
Crazy
hey, Gorilla Grip. Go ahead.
One of my employees, his mother was a federal judge, and they live in Atlanta. and they know Fanny and Keisha and all of them quite well. And I knew about that story. I didn't know about the whole gorilla grip thing. And I was like, hey, I was just joking around with him, like we shoot the shit. I was like, hey, tell Fanny, you know, I'm jobless Joe Johnson right now. She need some of that homosexual dick. Hey, I know I'm
fucking. You're gonna become a homosexual.
Hey, I got about a good 2-3 more months.
Right? Yeah. Actually, see, I was gonna ask you. Do you use IGZ?
Yeah.
Well, there. I don't know if you've seen it. You probably seen it in your feed. There's this shoot off IG. It's probably wannabe Twitter. It's called Threads.
Yeah.
No, I haven't heard of it yet.
Well, yeah, I don't know. If you probably be on IG like that, but it's pretty much a wannabe Twitter. IG's version of wannabe Twitter. And some of the questions, majority of the questions that because women and men be doing posts, and most of the shit, the majority of it is about relationships and shit. That is a whole content stream for you though, because some of the questions and some of the shit that gets posed and the whole conversations, the way they develop, it's actually weird as hell. Because I find myself caught up in one going back and forth with this. Actually, kind of pretty she was actually kind of pretty. So it was like, but it did remind me that, you know, the prettiest ones are the most deranged.
Alexa, play Anita Baker caught up in the rapture, please. Go ahead.
Until I realized when the shit she was saying, I was like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because they do
look. I think we can't. Wait, say that again, Ryan. I missed you. Say it again.
You're Borgen. What'd you say? Nah, I heard what you were saying. You were Borgen.
I knew I was Borgen. Okay, say that last part again, please.
Nah. You were gonna say something. I heard you were trying to speak, and I heard you Borgen. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying say that last part again because I'm about to Borg out really bad.
I think we can hear him, but I don't think he can hear you, Lion.
You can't hear me? I was Borgen?
No.
Yeah.
I think we can all hear you, but I don't think Z can hear you because of the signal.
I know Z was trying to speak and he was Borgen, because he thinks I was trying to say something like, no, I was saying you go ahead because you were Borgen, Z. I said we were losing you.
Oh, okay. I can hear you guys. I just thought that you couldn't hear me. But yeah, no. Okay.
No, I thought you were
I'm gonna be Borgen pretty bad in a minute. So y'all just keep on talking until I come back because I know I'm gonna be Borgen bad in a minute.
Gotcha.
I just want to say something.
But
okay.
Y'all go ahead.
First of all, I gotta pick a bone, Mr. Z. All the names he had to bring Myron into this. You had to bring the Sudanese slickster up in this. Do you know what is wrong with you now? Now you have to have me do the ABBA thing because Mr. Z, you have to understand. You know what's wrong with you? Seriously, you had the steepness of the higher order.
Man, it's hysterical.
The steepness of the higher, and that's an impression of the Ugandan evangelical pastor he was doing of, the one that was talking about the anti-homophobia thing, which was like
Yep.
And by the way,
I heard that back and forth with Myron and Tariq Nasheed and Sneeko, and then my entire time I'm thinking, what the fuck is Myron here?
Myron
and Tariq gave him that work. Hey, that was the first time I ever seen Myron. Myron was kind of quiet every time he brought up something.
But
Tariq hit him with the Sudanese.
Especially when he was talking about, like, he started making that bragging thing about how immigrants like come and take over, and Tariq was like, y'all ain't getting money. The majority of y'all ain't getting money like that. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
he's right, but I'm like, my thing is that's the same thing I said. Y'all ain't getting money like that. You know how many families, like how many nuclear families, like are literally where I live that also have apartments here too, like from other like national
backgrounds and nationalities. Yeah,
Muslim family in 2 buildings over from me living here and been here for a minute. What you talking about? They ain't getting money like that.
But I wanted to say this line to what you,
a couple of my brethren.
real quick, Nemo, real quick, while I'm not Borging. I want to say this to what Lon was saying earlier about the threads and whatnot. we gotta appreciate that we're ahead of the game in this conversation about intersectional dynamics. Oh God, I'm sounding like Rollo Tomasi. Relationships, intimacy, especially obviously amongst Black people. So a lot of people that are coming into this conversation, particularly the women, haven't really grappled with their hypocrisy. They really haven't grappled with how much what they're demanding and asking for and throwing the temper tantrum for is just goddamn, there we go. It's just never gonna happen. Can you guys hear me now?
No, they
Yes,
really
no, maybe
don't.
so.
I mean,
Okay,
right.
yeah,
Like,
keep going.
Yeah,
since I've seen these threads and I see these women make these posts, I'm like, yo, y'all really don't get it.
Well, if I may, for just a second, kind of the piggyback off of some of what Vince was saying about the extremism and the feminism and everything. That goes back all the way to the beginning, and it's not a recent thing like the niggas ain't shit type rhetoric. Like I've seen personally as early as either like the 50s or 60s, where there were these radical feminists who refused to work with men and refused to work with women who would work with men. And I think it's one of those things where slowly a lot of women are really starting to see that facade. My homegirl, she has a friend that she grew up with who is a lesbian lawyer. Everything you could ascribe to it, she's it. Thinks the least of Black men possible. And she gave her bell hooks all about love and a Kimberly Crenshaw book. She was like, nah, you need to give up on Black men, this, that, and the third. Like this right here, these are your answers. So she calls me and she's like, I've been reading bell hooks. It's like, I know you read bell hooks and you read some other things. Like, what do you think about it? So I'm like, oh shit. She tells me point blank period. She was like, yo, it sounds like this lady's just spitting a bunch of bullshit. She might have had a heart broke or some shit back in the day, but she just talking out her fucking ass. And she trying to use shit to bash Black men.
Yep.
And I was like, what? Really? You think that? And she's like,
I think the difficult times that women are, and this is where BGS comes in and speaks about the environment. It's gonna force them to get their mind right. It's gonna force them to get their mind right. They can't afford to be on that bullshit that they've been on for decades talking about that, right? But no, I mean, and that's what we are with that. And number one, number two, and this is what I was kind of saying earlier. These people haven't really reconciled with growing the hell up. And like, you're trying to sell a raw deal to men. You're trying to sell men on what you are comfortable with being. And when men are saying, well, no, we're not taking it. And Black men in specific are saying to Black women, go sell that bullshit to white men. Let me know how it work out for you. Or go eat some vagina or get your vagina ate by another woman. Because we're not biting. We're not going with it. And so, you know, I'm going to check out what Lion was telling me, but I'm certain it's gonna be a bunch of like 2015 and 14 and 16 type conversations that we were having almost a decade ago at this point. Because you know, these people are just not gonna be coming into this type of conversation, and they're gonna be saying a bunch of shit that's hypocritical as hell, that's old as hell, and they're literally living the consequences of their hypocrisy. They just haven't reconciled with it yet. So yeah, I'm gonna have fun with that.
But the thing you're gonna love about it is you're gonna see a lot of Black men in the comments pushing back, like, no, get the fuck out of here. That's the one thing I would say. Like, some of this shit I will say does give me somewhat hope as far as Black men, because Black men are dead ass pushing back.
Yep,
They're
that's
like,
good.
No,
be tired of this shit.
Out here, that's not gonna work.
Can y'all go ahead and talk amongst yourselves?
Comments responding like, if you want to trick, just say so. If you want to simp, just say so. That's pretty much like their responses, like in some of these threads.
I mean, but
I mean, do I think the environment is going to force them? It will have to be when them kicking and screaming, and they will have to be dragged to it. And like until then, like it's pretty much they pretty much gonna wait till they're gonna wait until Vivica. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna become they pretty much gonna be the new Vivicas as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. For me, I didn't hear you right when you said Vivica. You were like, Vivica. I was like, what? Vivica.
No, they gonna be the new Vivicas, and I'm inspired to be Ebony K, but I'm like Ebony K is at the end of the day repeating the same cycle. Ebony K just became her mother, just with more money.
See, that's the thing you just said right there, Line. One thing women hate, all women fear is they're going to be just like their mothers.
And then they
respect their mom.
and then they end up doing it. They just have more money.
I mean, it's genetic. You take after your mother. I mean, in more than one way. I mean, this is why I remember somebody said, like, you know, whoever you get into a relationship with, you better meet her mother, because that's going to be because they say go home and see her mother, get a load of the future. Because if she looks anything like her mother, then you have some idea what she's going to turn out to be like, and you got to know what to expect. Just like
so like, let me say this before I have to mute up again. No, so I agree with Neema on that. Actually judging a woman or getting an idea in a field, because she could still kind of be different than her mom, but you get an idea and a feel of what her foundation is, right? And that kind of gives you somewhat of an understanding of what to expect. Number one. Number two, so, and I'm glad that what Line was saying, that you're seeing some pushback coming from the brothers on these threads. Number two. Number three, that's a good thing, because then that's putting Black women in specific in a position, and I mean it. I'm about Black men telling Black women, go fine, you know what, we ain't shit, go be the sexual plaything for whatever non-Black dude that you think is better than us, or go eat some vagina. I promise y'all, if it was up to me, that's what Black men would. The second Black women start talking crazy about what they're not gonna do, or when they start comparing us to non-Black men and deem us lacking, that's the first thing that would be coming out my mouth, and I would hope that that's what Black men would be on. You know what, yeah, you're right, we ain't shit, go end up with a non-Black dude. We ain't shit, go end up with another Black woman, right? Off top, just like within minutes of a conversation, if even seconds, right? Because quite frankly, as much when we don't do that, that gives Black women hope that if they continue to badger you enough, you'll do what they say, right? And they can also pretend like white men in any large significant number, or Latino men in any large significant number, will fuck with them as when they try to do the escape hatch. When you say that to them from the jump, that lets them know that you don't actually care what their outcome is. Right?
Yeah.
Instead of fighting with them incessantly, like Mr. Z does that, clearly this is my channel, but instead of fighting with them incessantly for getting their mind right and getting on Black men's program. So when you tell them to actually go ahead and end up on somebody else's program, you're giving them the license to go before they even threaten to do it. Just say, you know what, go.
Yeah, I want to caveat what I said, but that's why I want to caveat too. I'm like, yes, you look at the mother, but I'm like, you want to go home, but what I personally try and key in on is the relationship with the father.
If there's a father.
If there is a father.
That's the point.
If there is a father. But I do key in more the relationship with the father, because that sets the tone on how you really view men.
Yeah. Good point.
Good point. And just like women do us when they look at our relationship with our mothers. I'm like, yeah, I do the same thing with y'all, except with the father. I'm looking for the same shit. Can you take direction? Can you take correction? But it also does matter. And shout out to Jason Black, because he's right. What if your father was a simp? Because if it turns out your father gave you everything you wanted and he never pushed back and never like enacted consequences on you, well, shit, I can't go nowhere with that.
I mean, if she was like the spoiled
your father
princess,
was Steve Harvey, it's like, oh fuck.
You mean the little princess? She was raised like a little princess and such.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember.
No, fuck the princess.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, let me piggyback on that line, because I've done this before. I remember watching. I mentioned this documentary a few times called "The Biology of Dads," and in the second half, they talk about the relationship women have with their fathers and everything, how that influences them in more than one way. And I've done this before with women within my own family. I sometimes ask them, so what were their dads like? You know, like ask my mom, so mom, what was grandpa like? Or I talked to my aunts, you know, what was my grandfather or great uncles, what were they like? I would hear it in their voices, what they thought of them. I would see it on their faces. If they had a strong and good relationship growing up with them, you would hear their voices light up, or they would smile and everything, or they would react a certain way. I remember with an ex, I remember she talked about her father in a way that was like kind of like she was still dealing with the divorce, even though she knew that her mother made the right decision divorcing her father, considering father had some issues, had substance abuse issues. fact, she has a strained relationship with her father due to him. And you know, you tell a lot. You can learn a lot about a woman just by her relationship with her father. I remember one friend.
Yeah.
I asked her about her dad, and I talked with her about her dad. Now it's her fault I had never met her. I've never met the guy because I said I really want to meet this guy for some reason, just for the hell of it, you know. But
yeah, no, your relationship with your father. I mean, like if you have a simp ass father or even stepfather, I think what you end up with is a Lori Harvey. You end up with some of these very entitled a-hole women. But the difference is Lori is really attractive, number one, but number two, she's in Hollywood. So Lori could very well end up with exactly what she's talking about. All the rest of these black women,
99, but the other 99% of women,
exactly. Nope.
The other 99%, one, they don't even look like Lori, so that already is a huge drop off.
And they got a worse personality and attitude.
Yeah,
attitudes are worse. Hey, in fact,
talking about single by choices, they covered this very heavy set sister the other day. Man, bro. I'm gonna talk about it in a minute. Y'all go ahead.
I know what that shit you're talking about. We don't even have to talk about the big chick. I don't know if you saw the one where there was this fit black woman. She was in a green dress. She's also on Single by Choices. And they were doing it. It was like 2 weeks ago. There was a fit black woman. She was she was like dark skinned. She was attractive. I'm not even gonna lie. Until she started talking.
Oh shit.
Hey, wait a minute. I think you just said you got the ick line. I think that's what you just said.
Then I really started, like, I was like with her to a certain extent. I was like, all right, you don't want to work. Okay, I get it. But I'm like, when she started going to like the detail about not having to work, I'm like, sweetheart. And then she stayed in Florida. She stays in Florida. I'm like, ma'am, any married couple in Florida they're working. What are you talking about, ma'am?
Everyone's a 2-income household.
Like only 27% of current wives are stay-at-home wives, and they probably stay at home because they work from home.
Yeah, many of them. That's what it is.
That shit pissed me off.
And it fluctuates too. It fluctuates.
Yeah,
you got to send me the link, by the way. Send me the link to that. Send me the link to that.
I'll email it to you. Mm-hmm. But I was looking at her. I was like, I was like, fuck. If you wasn't on this bullshit, I could take you.
Hey, yeah, but no. The reason why I wanted to bring up the heavyset sister line is because she wasn't an a-hole initially, and she kind of still wasn't an a-hole. But when you realize what she was on, and bro, when you saw when they started showing her IG, thank you. When they started showing her IG, bro, I didn't realize she was as big, bro. Oh man,
was she one of those chicks that tried to leave with her big breasts?
Yeah, I mean, okay, and I'm not talking about the one. This one was like she was kind of cool. She was in the Carolinas. I want to say she was in North Carolina. And I think she was originally from New York, but she's making good money. She's making like 6 figures. So she's 6 figures, but she gotta be all of 350-ish. Like she gotta be 3 something. She gotta be 3 something at least. Ain't no way she 2 something. She 3 something. And she's making 6 figures, and she's looking for a certain type of man. And initially, she started off not too much like an a-hole, but y'all give me a second. God damn, kick my head.
350 pounds.
I'm sorry about y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. I was at the light, and then homeless dude tried to, Anyway, and I'm trying to shoo him off, and then Anyway, right. So, but anyway, so
driving in certain countries in the Middle East,
right? Real quick, so she started talking about wanting a particular type of man, and it's very interesting because Kendra G started. Was it Kendra G, or was it the other lady? I forgot the name of the other lady. It was whoever the host was. She started being like, "Yo, be honest," because she came on like, "Okay, he can make 50 to 60," and then started pushing her. Okay, like 65 to 75. Started, okay, you know what? I need a man that could like kind of match me. And it's like, okay, cool, but when you look at her, bro, she ain't getting that. She's not, and it's like it's like you know why you initially said what you said. It's not also because you were trying to be humble about the income. It's also because you know how you look, bro. You know how you look.
Right, and she's taking.
Wait, say it again.
So she was kind of like fake humbling, or kind of low key trying to potentially.
No, she wasn't being an a-hole initially. Yeah, she wasn't being an a-hole, and she was virtue signaling. She was virtue signaling.
She was trying to hit the bet.
But bruh. Okay.
I just sent it to you. When you see her, you go like, oh, okay. But then as the conversation goes on, you're gonna be like, you're gonna think the same thing as this woman you were just talking about, the big heavy set woman. And this woman, and the difference is this woman is way more attractive because she is attractive.
Hey, better you said. I mean, he getting some wine. I see you, better you. Right? It ain't bedside ministries, but it's definitely midday ministries. Midday ministries. That's what we're gonna say.
And
I'm gonna check it out. I might even do a whole review on it. We'll see online. I might do a review on it.
Please put it up and let me know because I want to hear all of it.
Man, because look, and I really I kind of like single by choices. Their references are funny. They're funny, and their humor is very fun. Like their humor is funny to me. So yeah, no, I rock with them. Yeah, I rock with them because they don't need to use profanity. They don't need to be extra, and they're funny. They're genuinely funny.
The story they pick, and they have like I don't know, like they have good chemistry, but they also pick very good. They pick very good like play by plays to go after because this particular one stood out to me because I was like, okay, what? I'm like, all right, let's see. Because even this one had to comment. Like I had to comment because I was like, yo, this literally reinforces the saying, show me a beautiful woman and I'll show you a dude who's tired of her.
I'm tired of her shit. Yep.
It's like
that's
she is the epitome. I'm like, you are why that saying exists.
But look how many gorgeous sisters we saw calling to Kevin, and you like, this sister bad as hell. And she start talking, and you like,
that eight that called shortly before he passed.
Which one? Was it the one that was it the one out of Texas that said? Was it the one that he told her like you're supposed to be the pretty one, right? It wasn't that one. The one out of Texas. I remember that one. That one stands out in my mind.
There was another one. She was like this girl was like she's probably of all the fine ones. This probably must have been like the finest woman that ever called in, and it was shortly before he passed too.
Okay, you might have to send me that one. You might have to send me that one too if you can find it. But yeah,
dude, I gotta dig for that. I gotta dig for that.
But the one that stands out to.
But it was before he passed. It was like
okay, so I might be able to find it. I
will tell you, it was definitely like a month. It could have been no more than a month or two before he passed.
Okay, the one that stand out to me around that same time was the heavyset sister with the chest tattoo. That when he started breaking it down for her, like she probably ain't gonna get the 6-figure dude. You watched her change. You watched her go from like, oh, so I ain't gonna get it. What whoever I end up with just gotta deal with me how he deal with me type vibe she gave. You saw the switch go off where she started damn near throwing a temper tantrum right there on camera.
Yeah, that should be hilarious too when they do that damn switch.
Yeah, because they come in with all the hope in the world. Look, I have like 18 kids from 72 different men. I know they don't make no sense, but right, I have 18 kids from 13 different men, and like right, I have 18 kids from 13 different. Real quick, y'all, real quick. I have 18 kids from 13 different men, and like I'm living in this small apartment, and I only earn $20,000 a year, but I have a good personality, and I know how to cook, right? And I give good head, and they'll say some weirdo stuff. And then when Kevin walks them through why they're most likely not going to qualify for a 6-figure dude, you see the switch go off where they're like, well, and shout out to Compassionate, because me and Compassionate talked about this. Like, that's when they become extremely nihilistic. That's when it's F the world, F black men, F the world. Yeah, yep. Scorched earth on everything.
They go scorched earth and shit like scorched earth and shit like that. But that's the thing that kills me though, because it's like,
hey, y'all see that New York accent pop out of line when he say scorched earth, right? Say it again.
He's from Queens.
Right?
I can't leave me alone, dog. Leave me alone.
Wait. Which part were you from? Which part are you from?
There's some things you can't take out of New York.
Right?
That's never
you can't look at it, man.
That's never going.
Hey, because you said it twice, and I was like, yep, there it go. Hey. Don't worry, I'll be catching my cousin. My cousin been living in Tennessee for like five years now, and I catch her up all the time, bro. She'll say certain things. I'm like, there you go. There go that Queens. There go that Brooklyn. There you go.
Yeah, because I had that conversation all the time. People like, man, you don't sound like you're from New York. I was like, that's because you haven't heard me pissed off, or you hadn't heard me say
right. Yeah, there's certain words we ain't catch you up on yet.
It comes out. I'm like, it comes out. It just takes a minute.
No, not like a motherfucker.
Right.
But what I wanted to say was what was I going to say?
And there you go.
Oh, right. What I wanted to say was you know, there's like that hell hath no fury kind of thing, you know, with certain women. Like, you tell them, like, or like as Kevin would go, like, now hold on a second. Let's see the situation. Now you have how many kids now? By how many men? Now you see that's where you messed up, my dear, because no man is gonna be and this is and you know, understand, folks. I do a horrible impression of him, and this is the reason why motherfuckers kept saying he was, you know, rainbow when he wasn't. In fact, I remember when he was on DJ Vlad, he talked about that mess. When he did, y'all see the interview he did with DJ Vlad?
Of course.
Yeah, I saw it.
And he talked about that mess and everything. Also, he gave props to Patrice O'Neal about everything because, you know, Patrice was bad about this shit. By the way,
but
go ahead.
The thing about Kevin's interviews, it's not the ones that you know, the ones that he went extra viral for. It's the ones where he would actually having a conversation with like the pretty females, and like they just don't get it. Like I remember one show that she was a Christian. This was a while ago. Light-skinned Christian female, the Christian feminist. And she was pleasant. Like the conversation, it wasn't a back and forth. It was a pleasant conversation. But watching him walk her through it, and she was like going on like 35, 36 years old.
Bro, that's frightening. That is frightening that you don't appreciate men and intersectional dynamics and how men think of relationships. Not even you don't understand. You don't appreciate that men seeing the world fundamentally different than you. Notice I didn't even say black men because we don't know which one of these women are strollers. Yeah. Men seeing the world different than you. You don't appreciate what that means for you in your dating life, and that and this is where you come in line. What you still got to contend with what we find attractive.
Exactly. You still have to contend with you still have to contend with us. Like comment, like honestly, and it's funny you say that because on Threads, there was this dude who said dating apps ruined dating. I was like, actually, no, the people did. I was like, people tend to forget that your preference don't have to prefer you. Sometimes being realistic can save your life.
Shit.
Say that.
We go on all day about dating apps. No, trust me, as dudes been using dating apps. No, it's not the dating apps. It's the people.
No, I agree. And I think what women, this is how women lie different than men. Women think that if they tell you they're a 10, that you'll treat them like a 10 because in their mind because it's not like they really believe it. Let's be very clear. They're selling you on that so that they tell you this is what I feel I deserve. And so when you approach me, you better treat me like this. And they throw a temper bro. When I say they be mad as hell, that they don't get those type of.
BGS was right. He was like, women lie all the time. The thing about you is it's whether you choose to believe that lie.
Yes, I agree.
I mean, let me give you an example. I remember it was like somebody talked about it was like a Chasing Amy type of scenario. If anybody remembers the movie Chasing Amy. On this one episode of Dante Nero's podcast, Man School 202, when he had one guest talked about he got with a certain woman and she opened up with him about her past, her previous escapades and whatnot. And Dante was like, you know, you should shut that shit down and tell her, I don't want to hear it. I don't care what you did in the past. You're dealing with me now. Me, honestly, when I looked at that, I was thinking, you know what? You look at a woman like that and you just start saying, you know what? I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate you being honest with me.
Yeah, in fact, y'all know me. Let me finish. Go ahead.
But the point I would have gone further and said, I appreciate you being, honest with me. In fact, if you really are that honest with me, then I'm sure you would not have any problem getting tested as well. Because who knows what your medical history says about all your escapades and whatnot. And there's a reason I said that. Getting tested. Seriously, guys, getting tested is important when you get into a relationship with any women.
Of course.
Am I wrong?
This is true. No, but I just wanted I just want to say, y'all know Mr. Z being a divestiture swirler connoisseur. different types of divestors and swirlers and
Big
right.
time.
Hey, big bro, when Kevin gave that swirler chick that work,
Oh yeah.
hey,
Y'all remember?
he started talking about the girth of brown sugar and the difference between that and white sugar. Bro, I was dying. I was like, Kevin, you ain't shit, man. Ooh, you ain't shit. But he sounded so very scientific, right? And he just was kind of giving it that work and was like, bro, if you was really all about this white dude and trying to throw this white dude in my face, you wouldn't be here, and you wouldn't be trying to level him up by following me for cologne. Right. And I just loved it. Exactly. And it was interesting watching other people have to see what the hell black men, particularly black men in the black manosphere, talk about when we talk about black women getting frustrated with black men and then trying to throw a mythical, magical white man in our face as some type of like gotcha thing. Right. So, yeah. So, no, that was good. But tying all of that in, so I'm going to check out what your saying line, and if you want to send me a link to any threads, go ahead and send that to me and I'll check it out. But yeah, so once again, I think us being kind of in the forefront of these conversations by a decade at this point, we're ahead of the game. And a lot of people, women in particular, especially for like around me and Nema and Lion's age, excuse me, a lot of women are going to be coming into these conversations out of desperation. That like they've been hit the wall 5 and 10 years ago. But this is the forget last call for alcohol. This is I'm about to walk out the club with nobody. I can't walk out the club with nobody, right? So they're desperate and they're just trying to find answers. Not really, they're just trying to make themselves feel better. And so they're going to engage in some of these conversations, and they are going to sound just like a lot of the women who we've been engaging with for 10 years, but worse. Because they haven't even had to come to terms with their hypocrisy at all. These women we're still fighting with, they come to terms with it. They're just mad because they don't want to actually deal with it. These the women I'm describing that's going to be coming to us, especially on social media, and there's going to be a new conversation for them, right? They're coming out of marriages, they're divorced, or they're just now maybe for the first time. And yes, I'm telling y'all, for the first time, they're not in a situationship. Yes, there are women who've been in situationships for 20 years. Yes, you heard right. Back and forth with different men, being a side chick to different men for the past since they were 20 years old, and now they're 39, 38 years old. They never been married. They don't have any children, and they're scared shitless. And when we engage with them, you're going to hear the hypocrisy. You're going to hear what I deserve. You're going to hear how this is not fair. You're going to hear sexist. You're going to hear shallow. You're going to hear all the shaming tactics. Once again, sign language, shame, insults, guilt, the need to be right. You're going to hear that because they haven't engaged with this conversation because they haven't really had to until now.
It's all
and they're desperate. Go ahead.
It's all over. The sign language is all over because they use, like, honestly, like I said, the back and forth I had with this one female, and then she went and used the word triggered. I was like, you know what? I was like, triggered is another word that needs to get left in 2024 because that is a word that gets way overused.
Yeah, but I'm glad when they say it because at least they're telling you this bothers me.
Yeah.
Right?
That's a tell. That is a tell. Like, oh, I'm cooking you. That's why you're using that word.
Yeah, no, and I'm okay with you being triggered because you never had to contend with. And Light, I started leaning more and more into that. What you're saying, like you never had to contend with. Men have feelings too, and men have standards also, and men have things we want from women also, and it's not just funny enough the looks and sex.
Yep. It's not hypergamy does not work if the man don't say yes.
Yeah,
Secondly,
it's not just
let me put it this way.
You know, and as a matter of fact, wait, real quick, Nema, what makes this even more difficult for them is that they kind of prepare for the looks and sex part. But when you say, nah, I actually want somebody to give a fuck about me. Number one, I actually want someone who's gonna work with me. Number two, I want someone that defers to me. Oh God, whoa! And shout out to the young lady that Kendra G spoke to a little while ago, and she straight up said, I lean more into my masculine, and there will be no leader. I'll lead sometimes, and he'll lead sometimes, right? And she straight up came up the middle and said it. So yeah, no, that's the thing.
Now we know,
right? And go ahead, Nema. Mm-hmm.
The thing is, let me put it this way. Mm-hmm. Understand that they look at us as a blank slate. They have nothing, but they're just completely apathetic about us because at the end of the day, and I remember this from Black Phillip. It's on the episode, one episode of Black Phillip. Patrice once asked Yamini Cassandra when she said the male perspective. He looked at it and said, "Explain to us what the male perspective is." His girl had to tell him she doesn't know what the male perspective is. All she has is her own perspective, a female perspective, and women's perspective on things is not the same as men. So quit projecting what you feel onto them. You need to come to them and try to understand them. But understand, I remember also I remember a certain Red Pill content creator said, this is years ago. He said, be wary of red pill verse women because they're going to come up to you and say, I understand you. I understand your perspective and whatnot. They're going to try to pretend like they know, they understand who you are and what you are just to get with you because you are just merely a means to an end.
Yep.
And the desperate ones, if they're smart about it, they will cloak themselves in that bullshit. But you have to be vigilant to know what that woman's about. And some women just don't care. Hell, some women never bother to know what her man's needs are because all they care about getting theirs without having to give a hoot about his shit.
Right. Let me read this real quick. Let me read this real quick. And Awakened Black Wizard says, and thank you for the super chat. Have your shit together is just a euphemism for do and have enough to make my life feel safe. Yeah.
But what is enough? Yeah.
But what enough is what she said. Enough is what she says it is.
It's whatever she says it is. See, but this is how we go down. This is how the goalpost keeps getting moved. But what is enough?
The goalpost.
Like, what is enough? But yes, you should lean into that because this is what you're seeing in this back and forth on social media.
Better use it. Enough is never enough for real. Go ahead.
Like, that's true, actually. What he's saying because women are never satisfied.
Right. Wait, let Lion finish that, and then you go ahead. Go ahead.
No, but yes, you should lean into that, Z, because what I'm saying is yes, what women are forgetting is that that whole sexual strategy thing, men have one too.
Yeah. And that doesn't get factored. As a matter of fact, let me take that back. What actually it's even worse than not get factored. I actually said that wrong. It gets minimized. So
no, actually, I think it gets disregarded. I think it gets disregarded.
You know why I'm saying minimized? Because what ends up happening is that when I say minimize is it gets insulted. So that's why we're labeled shallow. We're labeled some type of deviant. We're labeled all type of weirdo. We're labeled up. So
we have small minds. We have
exactly. And if we and the reason why you see that particularly with certain women is because they either aged out the game. Or they may not be that attractive, but they have other things. They might be highly educated or whatever. So what they're saying is it's not fair that you're holding me to these type of standards that I either aged out of or that I can't rise up to. So it's not fair. And so it's their version of when they say, oh, that's because you can't afford me, or that's because of right. So it's their way of throwing salt in the game by calling you shallow because she just either refuses to do it or she can't rise up to it.
But shout out to Obsidian because he did a thread not too long ago. Well, it was when he was still on YouTube, and he did a post, and he was like, "So let me get this right. Y'all can hold us to European standards when it comes to money."
Yep, I remember this. Yep.
But when we start talking about you, but then all of a sudden when we start talking about y'all, is Eurocentric beauty standards.
Yep.
You can't have it both ways. If you are going to hold us to this European standard when it comes to income and all this other shit, then we're going to hold you to European standards.
You know why they get to pull that stunt? Because rich white men.
Yeah.
That's why.
A rich white man. I'm like, and you're not Lori Harvey, so get the fuck out of here.
That it's rich white men and women allowing for women to play hypocritical games with relationships, right? And so what ends up happening is, and now we see, like, everybody sees, everyone who gives a fuck sees that average women don't want to be with average men. So what they're attempting to do is bash average men to have you still do for society without the vagina on the table, without negotiating the vagina. And so because you're not doing that, that's where Dr. Richard Reeves comes in and says you're not a real man if you're not doing this, and you got to put in more than you get out. And I'm all about telling, and shout out to Dr. Richard Reeves. And I'm going to say this, I'm going to use profanity. Mr. Z is not generally an angry person. So I'm not any type of angry at Dr. Richard Reeves for this, but fuck no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And there's a reason for that. Stop allowing and raising asshole, entitled, snarky, mean, temper tantrum, throwing ass, brat ass daughters, and then we can have an adult conversation. But if what you're trying to do is shame men into doing for your asshole daughters, no. Tell them to go eat vagina.
What are we getting out of the deal?
Yeah, go ahead. Better you and then better you and then you name.
All right.
To kind of this might be kind of restating what you said a little bit different way.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't enculturated our young girls to be nurturers, to be women, and as a result, all they've been pushed to and given is to basically compete with men. So when you speak with them, a lot of the things that they talk about a lot of times, not to say that they're completely inconsequential, but your education, your income, the type of work you do, those things, they matter, but they're way farther down on the list for a guy than they are for a woman. And a lot of women think that by essentially becoming the man of their dreams, they can get the man of their dreams, and men don't work that way.
Yeah. But then
we can't get the woman of our dreams by being the woman of our dreams. What the hell?
That sounds LGBTQ shit as hell. I agree with you on this name. That's some LG, and that's what it is, right? Shout out to Ed. Ed says TRANS energy, right? And he's right about that. And when I first heard him say that, I had to really sit down with that. Like, wow, so that he might have a point on that one. It's given TRANS energy. Right, and that's a yeah.
Oh, no. Shouts out to a couple to a home associate of Snowman's. He coined this phrase about Lori Harvey, and during one of his shows, he said at the end, he said, like, remember, folks, this, that, and the third, and Lori Harvey is for the streets. Remember that. But Mr. Z, what? No hysterical, motherfucker. But you hit it on the nail, because another term that is synonymous with get your shit together is a real man. You just said a real man does this.
Oh boy, yep.
See, what would you do without me? Because remember, these are just terms to manipulate guys to do things what is against their best interests and become nothing more but a useful tool for other people.
Of course.
I've heard this at some point. I remember somebody was telling me like a real man this, real man that. I was like, well, first of all, I guess I'm not a human. I'm not a man anyway, or a human being for that matter. And I've said this time and time again. Why should I concern myself? And it's because of space I've come to the conclusion, like, why do I concern myself? Why should I concern myself whether or not you recognize me as recognize my masculinity? When you are unwilling and incapable of acknowledging my humanity. This is why I remember, I think, and me personally, I get annoyed when some people say, man, you're a real man about this. I'm like, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? Because I understand what they're trying to say, but there's some kind of like, there's still that programming, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Let me read this real quick. And Joe says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Joe says, they give the mic to the assorted varieties of Uncle Ruckus types. Bruh, say that. From and Van Jones started off, I'm gonna say radical in air quotes. Radical, and now you see him, right? You see who Van Jones is now. He's the bald brother that stayed crying on television. There's a couple of these brothers, whether it's left leaning or right leaning, I agree with you on this, that are different assortments of Uncle Ruckus, essentially. Whether their politics were genuine in the beginning and they got bought off, or whether they walked in the door fake as hell. Either way, right? And so, Joe's, thank you for the super chat, and I agree with you 100. And that is who gets and it's black men and black women who, and I want to, I want to say many of these people may walk in the door, genuine, air quotes, genuine, until the money start rolling in. I think when you put it this way, you could be as real as you want to be until you get that first $15,000 check. When you get that first $15,000-$20,000 check, when you get that first D-Ray McKesson, when you AOC, when you're earning 175 walking in the door of Congress, right? What walking in the door? I said 125, sorry, 175 walking in the door of Congress. This is more money than you ever seen in your life, and it's only going to go up from here. It's real difficult to stay true to what you said you were, after that, right? That's difficult, right? So yeah, no, I agree with you. It's different assortments of these type of folks that get the mic, and then these are the people that's supposed to represent us. And I want to be very clear. The reason that they're there is to represent us. So it's not, oh, why do you need them to represent you? That's why they're there. That's why they were elevated. So that the powers that be get to say, look, we're not racist, and look, we have this person here who, and the subtext is that represents Black people, right? So no, so it's exactly what Joe says, and Joe thanks you once again for the super chat. And let me read this one now. And Grin says, I'm gonna read this one now. And thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Really share, please, because Mr. Z, it looks like I'm gonna be stuck between 2,500 and 3,000 for the rest of my life. But and Grin says, if you're gonna date Black women, you have to make them pay for your time. Yeah. I'm in agreement with this. They don't respect any other dynamic. Even when they date white men, that same dynamic is psychologically built into their interactions. Own them or leave them alone. Man.
Tony from Girlfriends, anyone? Tony from Girlfriends?
I mean, they're what we're finding out more and more, and shout out to these kind of these Black people that we're finding out more and more, these Black women, that they are the primary breadwinner in their relationships with white men, with Latino men, but they definitely with white men, right? It was this cute ass sister that I saw here on the shorts. She's married to some Asian dude, right? And she goes to work, and I'm watching this short, and this is cute sister, daughter, and I think, is it a daughter? I think she has a daughter, yeah. An Asian dude is like a stay-at-home father. From what I could see from the short.
Stay-at-home father or works from home? Big difference right there.
I want to say he's a stay-at-home father, and I think the channel was like living with the Fonz, living with the I can't remember what his last name is or something. I can't remember the channel name, but yeah.
Korea?
No, this is here. I think this is here.
No, I think if it's a set of, do they have kids like twins?
Leon, you Borgen, if you're trying to talk.
Yeah, you Borgen.
Wait, no, I don't think it was twins. I want to say it was only one kid, and you could see her getting ready in the morning, like she's recording this, right? And then you see her give him a kiss before she walked out the door and whatever, and then he's like doing his thing, and yeah. Last name Fam, I want to say yep. Saint Cyr knows what I'm talking about, right? Saint Cyr knows what I'm talking about. Let me make sure. And I could find the shorts.
Vietnamese. It must be Vietnamese.
Is he?
Let me look it up.
Yeah. Yep.
No way he's gonna be able to. No way he could be a stay-at-home dad unless he works from home.
Maybe.
And he's got to be he must work from home or something like that.
Something like that. But yeah. I'm trying to make sure that I told y'all the right thing. Okay, I don't even see it no more. Yeah, but
Wait a minute. She's not even Black. She's
Are we talking about the same thing?
Yeah, PHM. No, yeah, she's Latina. She's
what does it say on it? What's the title of the page?
Should I say the name?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it says Triana Pham, TrianaPham, all one word. It says here like wife meets Vietnamese great grandparents. She's Panamanian.
No, is that the one? It might be. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
Panamanian and husband's Vietnamese. She's probably Panamanian, Afro-Latina, basically.
Either way, she still look like she paying, right? So yeah.
Wait a minute. Hubby was obviously. I was looking at it with the background. hubby was in the Marine Corps, obviously, apparently, former Union serviceman. So either it's Meet the Palms. Yes, it's called Meet the hashtag at Meet the Palms, but Triana Palms. She's a Dominican. She's like a Panamanian, and he is Vietnamese, and they're Christians or whatnot. And it's a travel blog, but apparently.
Truth tell, I put the link inside in the I put the link on in for you. So yeah. But yeah, so yeah, and once again, shout out to Grinch because I do see that. I'm because everyone from what's her name? Tony Braxton, Tamar Braxton to name them. We know that with the sister, what's her name? The dark skinned sister, Tika Sumter. Tika Sumter. Yeah, so they either are the primary breadwinner, they're the famous ones, or they're the ones who's really earning money. And sometimes it's all three.
They get mad and gotta pay up. They gotta pay up. Just like that lady sure she gotta pay her white husband 16 grand.
Woo!
Child support a month.
Hey, like I said, you see Aisha Taylor, Halle Berry, Lonnie Love. Lonnie Love is still with her dude, but yeah, Lonnie Love, like, yeah, all these women are, and meanwhile y'all talking crap about black men, but hey, y'all over here being paymaster for the white dude. I'm just saying.
If I know any better, it seems like racial hypergamy has a tax to it, huh?
Yay, bro. Look, that's what it looks like.
Husbands aren't just helping out. I mean, for example, like they may even if the wife is the main primary breadwinner, here's the thing. The husband is probably the one who's the more financially responsible of the two. So he's the one who's making sure that
that's not the point, Namer.
Nah.
That's not the point.
Think about what I'm trying
to say. That's not the point, Namer. The point is that those same women, if it was black men, the dynamic would be you got to make the money. I don't care who's more financially responsible, who's on the better career path, who's more educated. Why aren't you making more than me so that when I decide to not work, I don't work?
Yes, and then they get with Brad and all that shit switches, and then get mad when they got to pay 16 grand for spousal support.
I'm saying.
And not to mention the amount of resent that they have towards you when they say this shit, because that's how much they resent you.
Yeah.
We know
that they resent us.
We know. But racial hypergamy, pay up.
That's all right. When it rains, it drizzles, baby.
Hey, right? drizzle. Right, for real. What's going on, Compassionate?
What up,
what's up, bro? What's up?
What's up with y'all?
What is I've been in and out.
Shit, bro. But yeah, but I can't stand that shit. But yeah, later on, Z, when you get a chance, peep that video, and
I definitely will. I'm gonna cover that because yeah, look, the reason why I talk about these certain things on my channel, and who was it that described it? Shout yourself out so I can say it again. Was it Saints? It wasn't Saint Siri. Whoever just said it is like Mr. Z's channel is damn it, I'm gonna mess this up. But essentially, I talk about all the like doomer stuff and then tie that into why everybody's wilding out, particularly the women, right? Like all the craziness, all the economic and social and political environment, and how that leads to people wilding out, namely the women, namely black women, because it's true. Right, also, because it's true.
In our men's nature when it comes to money, because just because we got money don't mean we gotta give any of it to you.
Yeah. Right, and that's well, that's why they changed the way they say it now. Right now, they're saying a well-off and generous man, a rich and generous man. Right, that's why they mentioned in the generous now. That means that you're willing to give up the money to her. That's what it means. Because what they're finding is that because the upper middle class and even the solidly middle class men in general are peeping like, oh, you just here for the money, duh. So these men are being a bit more stingy with their money, especially with social media, and them women are being so loud about being gold diggers, right? So and then we also got to be honest, red pill and manosphere and black manosphere talking points. So these men they're kind of wising up in how they spend their money. And so women are peeping game, and so now they're talking about, well, you need to be with a rich and generous man. And they're being honest too. The women are just straight up saying, if any man knows what red pill is, if he's ever dealt with any type of manosphere, black manosphere content, right? Then you got it. That's a red flag, ladies. That's a red flag. In translation, I want someone that's ignorant and that's generous.
Well, here's the thing. Well, you know what? I'm fine with them being blunt. I need men to start being blunt. So we need to start saying, and pardon me, Z, I'm sorry, but we just don't say it. Fat bitches need not apply.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, stop hurting hearts, bro. Stop hurting hearts.
The bluntness is definitely
if the saying is if the saying is broke boys don't deserve no pussy, fine. Ugly bitches don't deserve dick.
I think they'll be okay with that. We have to kind of hit it. Yeah, because I think they would be okay with that. It's ugly women don't deserve a lifestyle.
Fine.
Ugly women don't, and if you want to say ugly bitches or if you want to throw the profanity there, you can. But ugly women don't deserve a lifestyle. Now, all these women are all of a sudden not going to be ugly, right?
That covers the basis. No. I'm actually fine with that. Ugly women don't deserve a lifestyle. No, that's fine with that. That definitely that's a stake to the heart right there.
Yeah. And I'm for it. I really want to say ugly and mean women don't deserve a lifestyle, or ugly or mean women don't deserve a lifestyle. It can't be too long. So that's about as short as we could get it, right? But ugly or mean women don't deserve a lifestyle, and that'll hit them right. So if once again, if broke niggas don't deserve any pussy, then fine. Ugly or mean women don't deserve a lot. And I just covered bases for even attractive women that just are Ebony K. Williams or the like, right? So we cover them too in there, and then all the unattractive women, and that would fall into heavy set women. Now, for all you brothers that are with the heavier women, let's be very clear. Most of y'all ain't gonna marry them. Y'all having fun, and it's easier access. Yeah, let's call a thing a thing.
Y'all not gonna marry.
I'll admit it.
Y'all not gonna marry them.
So let's be very clear.
I just thought of something, guys. And, because my memory bank being what it is. There's a joke I remember. Patrice O'Neal had this on one of his comedy albums. It's called "Club Eye Looking Bitch versus Club Finance."
I remember this.
And this is what he did. Yeah. All right. Hold on. What happened was he talked about first of all, him and his boys they didn't rate women from 1 to 10. They did it from 1 to 30 because it was more accuracy, a little more nuance because there was more on a spectrum. So 1 to 10, ugly ass. 11 to 20, eye looking, and then 21 to 30, fine ass. And he said, "Let me tell you something." And he asked a couple women, "What would you rate yourself? What's the number?" I know what the number is, but you don't want to tell me what you really are. Let me give you an example of how I know where you really match up. Say there was 2 clubs, right? Say there's a club called Club Fine Ass Fine Bitch. Those are basically girls who rate from 27 to 30. That's the fine ass bitches. And the joke was, say you get in line to go in the club fine ass bitch. But the rule is, if you ain't a fine ass chick, the bouncer has a right to just bash you in the face with a baseball bat. So with that being the case, would you be confident to go into club fine ass fine bitch, or would you rather go across the street to club eye looking eye bitch? And you know where you're gonna be. A lot of women know where they actually are.
For women is different, but for men, let me be very clear, and this is where women kind of mess up. Will men prefer the super fine chick initially? Absolutely, right? This is your ego. She represents your status. She is easy on the eyes. Other dudes want to pipe, right? Yes, absolutely. But you know what? Especially as you get older, the super baddies, the lookers, the one that's gonna have other men, the masses of other men, because men are gonna want to pipe your wife. I don't care if she look like a donkey's ass, right? Yeah. So, but the chick that really gets most men's necks turning, when you're young, it's all about that chick.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: we'll marry the average chick. You know what the super bad chick end up being? The side chick.
Yep.
That's who she is.
Because she's the most mentally deranged.
Say that.
That's the caveat, is it? The beauty is a mask. Because remember, beauty is merely a tool.
Yeah, well, in this
beauty
market,
is a tool that women use. So same with sex and sexuality.
This market that gives them, especially attractive women, the illusion of unlimited options.
Yep.
Just drives them into unlimited options.
And you become Stacey Dash. You become Vivica Fox. You become Maya. You become real quick name it. You become Maya. You become Vivica Fox. You become Tracy Ellis Ross. You become name them, bro. When I mention these Xers and some of these older millennial women, Claudia Jordan. When I mention, like I say to younger millennials all the time. Name them real quick. When I name these women, these older millennials and these younger Xers in general, I'm doing that on purpose to remind us how bad they used to be, how bad some of them still look. When you look at Regina Hall she's still bad. She's 50 something. She's still cute. Now, does she look as bad as she used to look? No, but she's still bad for her age. What that mean? Not a nothing.
Not a damn. Everybody you named had like a 15-year bad run too,
bro.
So
really of all of them, the Regina Hall is still like, I'll still go.
So now Lathan another one, and Alan didn't even say single; he said sangle.
Sangle. Maya too.
But still bad. Maya still blazing.
Lord.
Sangle.
When you getting ran through all them Hollywood producers like Harvey Weinstein and them running through you, it's hard to pick a black man and settle down after all the producers and all the executive producers and agents you frolicked with, and so you think, and they just come out on the other end with zero options basically, because like you said, it's hard to settle down with a Negro, even a rich one, after you got ran through by Harvey Weinstein. I get it.
Look, Vivica A. Fox, Vivica, you are 60 still talking about going on shopping sprees with niggas, bro.
The fact she didn't have the social awareness to even pretend not to say no shit like that after she stood on business for so long and like against Kevin Samuels. She stood on this business so long and it doesn't occur to her how this looks is amazing.
Bro,
I think she has, but she can't. I think she has, like, secretly, but she just can't. She has.
So you're saying her public face has to be this?
Yeah, she has to wear the mask. She has to wear it now.
So it goes back to what Shay Sade told us, and what Laura, who shared the white woman that Shay Sade was interviewing at the time, they go home and cry themselves to sleep. Yeah. But their public face is, I'm good.
Nah, at home
they cry into the pillow at home though.
Yeah,
I'm thinking like Vivica literally went on that morning show and like made like a dating call. Like she was saying, like I'm taking.
Oh yeah, that was her profile. Yeah. Well, Vivica did the same thing that Charlie Theron did. White women is in on it too. I'll be telling y'all, I just can't name all of them because then I don't think I could talk that long. To be honest, but this stream is 5.5. We are about to work on 5.5 hours. If I name all the goddamn famous white Xer women and older millennial women, oh my god.
Oh no, we can go there.
Or the boomers, like
with Jennifer Aniston.
Bro, name them.
Damn. Sharon
Stone.
Yeah, Sharon Johansson can't be single.
Is she?
Sharon Stone is divorced, isn't she?
No, I'm talking about no, the one that you just mentioned, compassionate Scarlett Johansson, yeah. Because them white dudes was drooling over her.
She just got to be insufferable.
Yeah.
That Hollywood,
Scarlett Johansson.
Scarlett Johansson.
Scarlett Johansson is married.
Amber Heard saying
she left Ryan Reynolds for a tattoo artist.
Did she? Wow.
Yeah, she had a tattoo artist's baby, but then again,
Chelsea Handler is another one. Say that.
I heard Amber Heard.
Chelsea Handler. Oh, she was
Amber Heard.
Wait. So this is the interesting thing about Chelsea Handler. She low key admits that she's insufferable though. Yeah. I've watched a couple of her interviews and like you could see her like talking around like she knows she's insufferable and the loneliness thing is low key killing her.
Them the super broken chicks, the ones that tell you openly like, I'm broken and I'm insufferable and I don't know. But like those are the super broken chicks, the demon time broken chicks.
That's funny. Hey, the ones that can admit it and but this is the thing. Don't get tricked by them admitting it. What they're saying is, I've come to terms with this, but I'm gonna stay doing this.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what play out.
Whitney Cummings comes to mind.
But that should be crazy. So. And let me read this real quick from Kunguru. And Kunguru says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe to the super chat. And Kunguru says, what if their mom is a chameleon on rare candy, and presents as wholesome? And that's going back to kind of judging women off of meeting their mothers and whatnot. And I'm gonna get back to this in a minute. But y'all continue. I'm gonna get back to this because I agree with you, by the way. There are women that are rare candy. Their mothers are rare candy, but then the daughter is hell on wheels. And you're 100% right about that because I've met that before. I've dated that before.
Well, see, that to me,
I've dated that. But go ahead.
That means there's something to that wholesome image you meeting than mama.
And that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying.
I'm putting up a front.
Yeah, exactly. Mama just didn't refine the front so well that you think she's wholesome, and then her daughter's just off the Richter scale. No, it's something in that bloodline. And mama just
she's like Marcia Cross from Desperate Housewives?
Maybe I didn't watch that. Yeah.
The redhead.
Right, but I never watched it, so I don't know. Wait, Nemo, let me read this real quick. Because I read it, and because I wanted to bring this up. And L says Taraji did it on an award show. So Taraji did that for two things. She did that for the Democratic Party. Y'all are seeing it now, right? So she wasn't really claiming it a couple of years ago when she did that, but now she letting you know she's a Democratic operative. Okay, cool. So she did that for the Democratic Party, but yes, you're right. Also, Els, she was doing it for herself. Also, she really was saying, "Black men, we need y'all," right? So. And I would tell Taraji to tell what's her name, Meg Thee Stallion, to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
So and tell Meg Thee Stallion, if Meg Thee Stallion don't shut the fuck up, that she's gonna be Taraji in about 20 years, and we're gonna make sure of it.
Oh no, Megan Thee Stallion already crashed out. It's over with.
And there you go. So when Meg Thee Stallion, I want to be very clear because I want to reference what I'm saying. When Meg Thee Stallion is on stage saying, "Men, we don't want y'all. We don't need y'all. We want y'all, but we don't need y'all." Hey, listen, excuse my language. Y'all know I don't usually talk like this. Hey, bitch, we gonna make you mean that.
Yep.
Hey, we're gonna make you hold that.
Yep. She already is. You can kind of see that the industry, she ain't really getting industry guys to date no more. People kind of pulling away because it's like I said.
All these famous black women that be talking, all these famous women, I want to say it, especially for you Gen Z. Let me put words to what these younger millennials and Gen Z men aren't telling y'all. They're not consciously gonna make you mean that. I'm putting words to their actions. They hear y'all talk crazy and they're like, not gonna deal with her if I become rich and famous. And all the rich and famous niggas that's out now is like, okay, she just put herself in just fuckable category.
Yep.
Meg Thee Stallion, if you ever come up on this, I'm telling you right now, even if you go try to play with them white men, all those men they're thinking to themselves, oh, that bitch is just fuckable now. I ain't doing shit with that bitch but fucking.
Ed said it last night. He said basically like even like all these little antics and this reverse psychology play a lot of black women, like you said, millennials and like you said, Megan Thee Stallion, they try to play this weird Klingon mating ritual strategy. And like the balloon pop show, Ed said it the other day, like that's actually working to create
to their disadvantage.
Yeah, like people are making, like you said, a lot. The Z's, the A's, and even millennial guys are just noting it now. Okay, we're just not dealing with
it. Is making them
young Americans.
Afro National said it perfectly here. You know what we're doing? Okay, bet.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Okay.
Right. The thing with
that balloon show is really making them look worse. I'm like, this is not helping y'all. It really isn't. Like y'all can talk that shit all y'all want. That's not every black woman. It does not matter. It's called optics.
Yeah, exactly. And let me say this real quick, and then we'll get better. And so what this goes back to what BGS said, and with a couple of especially extra brothers and even millennials. Maybe not so much Gen Z because I don't think y'all are like engaging that way in clubs and bars and stuff. But this what we're watching on Pop the Balloon Show is literally this is what was going on for the past 40 some odd years in the dating scene. You would walk up to one chick, she would be there with 2, 3, 4 homegirls, and this is what they would do pretty much literally. Maybe not with a real balloon, but this is the type of way they would talk to you and talk about you. Right. So like, so the Pop the Balloon Show is just giving us an insight into what's been going on in the dating scene, especially concerning women, black women, for the past 40 years, give or take. Right.
I've always said the show is stupid. Imagine you having to sit there and listen to this female tell you why she's not interested in you. Your opinion automatically means jack shit.
Not only reject you, but then stand there and tell you why she rejected you.
Exactly. Right. You got to sit there telling you why she's not interested in you.
Let me do the honors real quick and shout out to LAR. Right, y'all don't know LAR be making things things happen. I don't know why I'm getting tongue tied right now. Things happen in the background, so y'all already know elder privilege for LAR. But y'all continue. Go ahead. What's going on, LAR?
Man, what's up, everybody? I'm listening. Go ahead. Do you think?
They always be so humble, especially LAR. But go ahead, yo.
With the Megan thing, I think she's really emblematic of what a lot of young women do, because I've read articles where it basically, long story short, the gist of it was she would complain about the men around her, quote unquote, not protecting her. But the thing is that she would be openly sexually suggestive, making like empty advances to make them purposely uncomfortable. And then when some real shit would come up, like on some Weinstein type shit, or even, you know, some other stuff, it's like, okay, now you're looking for those same guys that you were making it a game to make them uncomfortable to come to your side. And it's like, nah, that's hella mixed signals. You can't do it.
Yeah, no, but when it was better when you back them into the corner with that, when you call that type of behavior out, then they're just playing at that point.
Yep, that's cool. Yeah,
we're taking it too far at that point.
Oh, now I'm just watching you play then.
I'm like, oh,
well, they're doing it for the attention, right? They're doing, bro. Yeah. I used to work with a same-sex loving woman, and she ended up leaving and whatnot. But I used to work with a same-sex loving woman who would still flirt with the dudes. Like still, Steve. When I say flirt, I mean literally still flirt with the dudes. Touch you on your shoulder on top of weird way, on your chest on top of weird way, and like it's the attention. They still feed off of it. They still want it. And yeah, and that young lady, you could flip her, but understand, would you want to?
Right.
With those same sex loving ones, I'll say this. Yeah. A lot of them, they still taking dick. Don't
yeah, definitely.
Dick season come around at some point.
Definitely. Right, definitely. But I would argue what we're seeing with this environment is how many women are 1 foot in, 1 foot out of that type of lifestyle. Yeah, I think black women are the loudest about it, and they're the most in your face because they're throwing a temper tantrum, and the black community, because of black men's position, don't have these hard ass rules, right? So they have 1 foot in and 1 foot out, and they're being in your face about it. And not enough black men, to be honest with you, are being like, no, when you're over there, you're over there. Because we still want to fight. But go ahead.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about that, Z, and this is touching on what you're saying. All right. There's this page on Reddit. It's called Sneaky Studs. Go check it out.
Sneaky Studs.
Yeah.
You know, and there's a couple of pages, and it's really, I see a couple of light-skinned sisters that be doing this, where they're butch, they're same-sex loving, but then they'll do the whole switch-up thing to show you how they look when they dress like, you know, traditionally feminine, and they're doing it for the attention.
There's a thing. There's a page. It's called Sneaky Studs.
Yeah.
Go check it.
Yeah. It makes sense.
Confirmation. I didn't believe it either. A friend of mine, we were having the same conversation that like you were speaking on, what you were just mentioning, right? And then he was like, yeah. Then he told me about the page, and I was looking like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
He was like, yeah.
No bounds.
Backdooring like a motherfucker.
Yeah. There's a couple of them. They're dudish and broish, and then you see them in some clothes, you be like, wait a minute, right? Yeah. And for some of us, you can see right past the dudish and brodish thing anyway.
Well, here's the thing: on the page, they're half naked. Almost.
Yeah.
So they're already advertising, letting you know what they on.
Yeah.
I think I read. I don't know if it's remembering this correctly. I think the Z's, like a third of the Z's, identify as bisexual.
Yep.
So
black women. Yeah.
They already.
And it's mainly because of the bump up in bisexuality.
Wow. Did you see that Kalani, the singer? She was basically she was advocating decentering men because it basically it gives bisexual and LGBT women more women to choose from. Basically what we be saying as a joke in this space, like they like Priscilla, a lot of these different these alternative lifestyle people are basically just advocating trying to get more.
Yeah, but bro, look at Kalani, bro. That's another Canadian. Look at Kalani, bro.
I didn't know she was Canadian.
Tatted up like crazy. She's
tatted up, you know, little light skinned chick, you know, kind of racially ambiguous looking.
Yeah, what is she?
She's also gay. She's got gauges in her ears too.
Didn't she? Yeah, I think so. Right?
So yeah, no wonder she mad.
She literally got a song called "I Need a Gangster," bro.
Yeah, she was fucking with YG.
That's a dope ass song, but I'm saying she literally got a song called "I Need a Gangster," right? And then so like, come on, bro, Kalani, that, and I'm glad she said that. And the way she said it, they're letting y'all know once again. The internet will expose us all. Yeah. Let them talk. She's letting you know, decenter men, so more same-sex loving women could have more access to y'all. Now, what exactly are men supposed to do with a chick that was on some same-sex loving thing for 5 and 10 and 15 years after the fact?
No, Z's, that's the wrong question. What are men supposed to do with a society of chicks that have had fucking same-sex loving shit in college and low-key like bitches while they married? What are we supposed to do with a society scale with this? Like
societal scale.
I think basically young men, Z, it's gonna be a subculture of pimping. That's what I can see.
But at the same time, you say that, but at the same time, these same women will get mad when when Bumble tells you, we know you chicks ain't celibate.
Yeah, well, because you're supposed. This is the thing with the women ego, right? You're supposed to still lie to us. Economy. Shout out to Ed. You're supposed to still protect because we're not being upfront. And yes, y'all are. We're not being upfront about our horse ways, about our bisexuality, about our giving men the middle finger. We're not being upfront about it. Yes, y'all are. So you're not supposed to talk about it until we acknowledge it.
Yeah.
Well, there's another part of that about social media. Now they family and friends get to see how they really act. And you can't get away from that story now. Because see, back in the day, people could lie on men and you just believed it. But now somebody could tell a story and then you look at social media and be like, that's you though. That was you. No, that was you. You said you was dating this person and that person. He was this and he was that. That's you right there. Same thing with the same thing with that balloon pop show. Y'all don't think about, like, people got to think about these people's families watching them like, oh, so it really
be assholes. Yep.
Okay. That's why you let that dude just go. That we like that dude. Now we see why y'all broke up. Same thing with the stud thing, all the sexuality, all this stuff. These chicks don't realize nowadays social media made freaknick 365 days.
Yeah. That's why
put it in the book. Y'all heard LA. Y'all heard it here first.
That's why these chicks sell is so. You're right, but that's why they sell as a counter narrative that the internet is fake. The internet's not real. What you see on here is people, it's not real.
And what do I say to that compassionate?
It'll expose us all.
Thank you.
Yes, it is. I hate when they say that shit. I'm actually annoyed when they say that shit. I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
People who live in half truths, they still have the half of the truth of that lie. They right, it's fake, but the problem is it wasn't fake when you was in that hotel room taking pictures. See what I'm saying? Like, it's fake when you're trying to show people you got money and we know you don't.
But what about that booty pic?
You did that.
Right. It's not fake when you taking a selfie of that damn dish knowing damn well you didn't finish it.
Or when you taking the picture with your toddler in the background in the bathroom.
I swear to God.
Right. That was real. Right.
Not even that. They in the car with the baby sitting in the back. Like we
right. Or the video of you're putting on your makeup and you doing your makeup in the but bro, stop. What is up with women doing their makeup in the camera talking to each other? Right?
It's monetizable.
It's advertising.
But okay, Elio, you're right. Okay, it's advertising, but you're advertising putting on the mask. Because that's what it is. You're advertising you literally putting on the mask. I thought the whole thing with the mask is to have it on when we meet you, not for us to see you putting it on.
I think they were advertising for males.
Oh shit. Okay, I hear you.
I hear you. Some of them look like Skeletor, man. And what they do when they put that mask on, they look like some legit 8s and 9s. They take it off, bro. You like, oh my god.
Hey, better you. Why I feel like you know this from experience.
Oh, my homegirl does it for that's her business. She posts some pictures, and I remember
the
it was like 3, 4. Yeah, like these are different people. I'm still convinced of that shit. I'm like, yo, until I come in your studio and sit and watch you put these goddamn brush and all this stuff on their face, them different people. They is not the same goddamn people. What she look like a goddamn bruh? She barely ain't had no eyebrows. Look like an ugly dog, man. And then she turned into like Like real talk, somebody went to the club that night, thought she was a baddie.
Hey, the funniest ones are not actually black women. The funniest ones are Asian women, East Asian women in particular. If y'all ever see them East Asian, oh my God,
ghosts and shit.
Bruh, when you see some of the East Asian women when they start putting on the makeup, or the ones where they start taking it off, and you see what they look like underneath the mask with the hair off, the hair extensions for them. In that case, but for them, it's not so much weave; it's the quote unquote hair extensions, bruh. So yeah, no, I agree with LAR. I see you caught me up on that one, LAR, because I'm over here thinking you talking about advertising the men. Yeah, advertising the women to put, but still, okay, aren't they? Isn't it still the thing to approach women with the mask on? What's the whole thing of?
They all know it's cap.
Go ahead.
They all know what the makeup is a tool. And like you said, from a content strategy point of view, makeup is a huge content segment, the popular content segment, because it keeps, for whatever reason, girls like, well, we know, they sit around and cackle and gossip, and essentially it merges two of their interests together. Makeup and gossip, so it's a perfect medium.
So the heavyset sister I was telling y'all about on Single by Choices, she was putting on her makeup when she was talking to Kendra G. She was putting on her makeup down. This is a heavyset sister and whatever. And so Single by Choices, they went on her IG page after the fact. Bruh, oh my God. And it goes back to what y'all was saying before, when she played a clip of who was it that was like, I know I'm bad, or something. It was something like they hate what, it's something about body. It was something about body. They hate on your body because they mad they don't have some weirdo stuff, bro. But when you see, oh no, my weight ain't never keep me from getting a man, or something like that. She played in the background of her kind of, doing the whole look at me thing. Bro, when I say excuse me, heavier than heavy, she gotta weigh all of 350. Ain't no way she's not tipping the scales at 350, 325 if I'm being super generous.
Unfortunately,
right?
Never told you, never underestimate the power of a simp.
Right.
I was just thinking
that doesn't, like I said, like that doesn't mean that she doesn't have guys. See, the issue sometimes is this, man. When it comes to black men, people get retarded.
Yeah.
And they go, and a woman could say something like that, and people just make this ridiculous assumption. Now all of a sudden she got Denzel in her DM or something. No, if she got somebody, he all of 350.
That's enough.
But even the opposite end of that, what's really going on when we're watching is how we don't want to accept that women right now are taking narcissism over self-awareness.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
And we're not dealing with it. Like everybody is looking at it like, oh, okay, all right. She, like, if you see this from all these people on social media, and all of the delusion and all the different sizes, shapes, ages, ethnicities, and sometimes we just don't ask a question of like, okay, so how long you gonna be like this?
Yeah. But to your point, LAR, that's when they keep drinking the narcissistic juice, and then sooner or later it has to lay off, because then you run into the conversation with No Fugazi when he was having a conversation with that big girl, like, yo, you know this shit. Most men ain't accepting that shit, right?
And what's crazy? Like, she had an okay looking face.
Yeah,
she was all right in the face. I was like, bro, if you lose a couple of pounds,
like you lose 20 pounds, you good.
Yeah, right. So it's and what? So that goes back to what you were telling me earlier about the thread, right? So notice she didn't catch herself in the hypocrisy. She said she wouldn't date the shorter brother because when he was 5'8", 5'9", she's not into that. Okay, cool. That's your right and your prerogative as a woman to to say no to men. Fine, but when the talk of her weight, exactly, when the talk of her weight came up, then she fell apart.
What?
And you're literally, this is not even 45 minutes apart. This is not 30 minutes apart. We're literally responding to you with what our standard is, and you fell apart. And that's the hypocrisy that women like her, and she was a virgin, right, and whatever. This is the hypocrisy that you're not used to being met with. Your hypocrisy looking you dead in the mirror. I mean, dead in the face through the mirror.
To y'all point of the delusion, I think that's the impact Kevin Samuels actually made. I think why he made such a huge impact, like across the spectrum, was we hadn't realized just how much of an era of like men have been patronizing women for like a generation up until that point. Literally, like most men have been essentially just letting women think and talk and say whatever, and not giving any pushback. And what Kevin Samuels ended up just by accident essentially did was, and what his show displayed every night was the level of delusion and how just the scale of delusion, because he never ran out of people. You would have thought going viral that much, just women's egos would have made it kind of hard to find, candidates to embarrass themselves every night. But he never fell short of it. And the way they responded was like we listened to it, that we were as the listener were shocked that they were even saying half of the shit. Like having the nerve and the delusion to say, like you brought up the weight. He had to insult dozens of women about their weight because they had the audacity to actually believe that being 300 pounds had no impact on their dating market value. To the point they came on the show and actually genuinely asked them.
But we compassionate know better than when People Magazine put Lizzo next to Margot Robbie, right? And says the two hot, attractive women of Hollywood, and they put Lizzo next to Margot Robbie. We know that as the insult that it is. But when you have a few decades of that happening, black women really start thinking, maybe I'm not the blonde, slim white girl, but I could still get what she get.
Right.
Right. Go ahead.
One of the things I used to talk to brothers on YouTube about back in the day is watch the audience. Watch the audience, because the audience will tell you how bad it really is. Because sometimes when you look at the people, like in the moment, and you go, "Oh, that's just dumb," but you don't look at the audience agreeing, liking, thumbs up, hearting it. And you got to sit there and go, "Oh, this is how many stupid people out here." Yes. Because even with the thing with Kevin, that wasn't even for me watching. I knew that was gonna happen, but I got a kick out of watching the people who were defending it.
Yeah.
Because you remember Kendra G, she was defending it, and now she's exactly that, trying to figure it out. When you watch all of these people giving all of these passes every day, and they keep seeing this over and over and over again on social media in different times, different areas, and they keep giving it a pass. People don't want to. People are like, "Oh, we okay. How can we blame the men still?"
Basically, that's where we're at now.
So LAR, I don't know if you ever heard me say it. I keep on saying it on my channel. I keep on saying it everywhere I go. The thing that gets me about the hatred of Kevin, just the undiluted, unadulterated hatred of Kevin coming from a lot of sisters and even some brothers, is they act like Kevin was talking to himself. They never ever, bro, it's insane to me listening to these people talk about Kevin like Kevin didn't have dozens, hundreds, probably a couple thousand of women over the last 2 years of his life call in, insulting men from the jump, saying who wants to be with average anyway from the jump. A man is his wallet essentially from the jump, right? And telling you what they're not settling for from the jump, boiling men down to nothing but walking ATM machines and overglorified guard dogs. And so it's exactly what you're saying, which is we watched Kevin interview woman after woman, night after night, from IG to YouTube. And when you listen to his detractors, when you listen to his critics, they act like Kevin was talking to himself, number one. And for those that actually speak like Kevin was talking to black women mainly, they speak as if Kevin walked in the door, just straight insults to black women. Right? You're fat and ugly. Like the second she get on camera, "Oh, you fat, ugly bitch." Like that's not what happened. We know that. And so that's what drives me crazy about the Kevin Samuels conversation coming from his detractors. Go ahead.
What his detractors exposed was, because to your point, it couldn't have been that they were mad. It couldn't have been that they didn't notice that the callers would call in and start would basically give him all the ammo he would possibly need. They were really actually saying, when they were detracting, and it really exposed to us that there was it was irrelevant what the women did. there was no reason a black man of any age, of any caliber, of any station should be standing up to the face of the gynocratic delusion, no matter what.
Absolutely.
And that's what it taught me. Like
plus,
yeah.
Plus, really, what Kevin did was just listen. Like a lot of Kevin basically listened to women talk and responded without being blinded by sexuality.
Yep.
And when you see people like, because when you see these people on camera, they're still trying to, they don't want objectivity. They want a bell curve kind of, but put my sexuality in it and give me a pass. And people have a very difficult time in our community dealing with what women exactly say. We like to always throw sauce on it. We always like to throw an extra story in it. We always like to throw extra scenario in it. And when he just listen to people and repeat back to them what they say and go, well, this might not work in this scenario. People lost their minds.
Say that. No, they did. And it's go ahead, Leon.
No, so you got it, dog. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, but so no, it is what LAR said, because they have to put the sauce on it because nobody wants to grapple with that women are human beings.
Yeah.
And so when I say women are human beings, I always say that first, and then I go to the dark stuff. So if women are human beings, then we already know, okay, women can show valor. Okay, whatever. But I'll say it, right? Just to throw it out there. Women can show valor. Women can show courage. Women can be nice. Women can be giving and selfless. I say all of that first. Of course, yes, all of that. And on the other side is they can be selfish and snarky and mean and rude and entitled. And that's what we saw in Kevin Samuel's show that y'all refuse to acknowledge.
Yeah. But what you also saw is that what I keep saying, Z, I'm like, you overestimated your sexual strategy, but you underestimated men's sexual strategy. That's also what Kevin,
I don't even think that in that case, I don't even think they factored it in, to be honest.
No, they didn't. A lot of times it didn't even seem like they ever factored it in. So I was like, so let me get it, because Kevin would ask him, all right, so you want all of this. What is he getting? What you mean?
Right.
I mean,
exactly. Because that revealed that they literally socialized the whole generation of obsequious ass men to the point every woman, even fat bitches, fat women, ugly women, dry women with no options, felt as though they could say whatever because they grew up around a bunch of boys and men that low key wouldn't say anything. They at very most, a black man would throw a bunch of sugar and spice on top of whatever criticism he would say. So they were really awestruck at Kevin saying, "But you're fat though," and leaving it there.
But Kevin didn't even have to say that often, right? What Kevin would do, and I appreciated it, is that you're literally built like a linebacker. You're literally the same size as such and such, that weighs such and such, and that play for such and such team. Right? So like in earlier, I said it's not that they didn't factor it in, it's that they minimized it. And then just now I said that they don't even factor it in. What I'm saying is the women that called into Kevin, they did not even minimize. This goes back to what y'all were saying before. They didn't even factor a lot of what men think, feel, what men find attractive. They just never factored it in, and you saw that on the call. You saw them come in. I'm 23 years old. I just graduated from college. Who wants to be with average anyway, right? And Kevin, what do you got for me? Where's the men that I'm looking for, right? And and Kevin would say, what skills do you have? Do you know how to bake from scratch? Do you know how to cook? Do you know how to take care of a man? And you're talking about 23-year-olds that had little situationships in college. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And this is the thing that really got me. 23-year-olds that literally could be Kevin Samuel's daughter, disrespecting him on camera. And I watch a whole lot of people, especially Christian folks, that they would rip her to shreds outside of, I get it, and I think Kevin's deserving of it because it's Kevin Samuels. You're watching 23-year-olds, 24, 25-year-olds talk to Kevin Samuels. This is a man 30 years their senior, 30 plus years their senior. And we're watching these women call in, be extremely disrespectful from the jump, and ain't nobody say anything about that in the black community. All right, then.
I'm going to point something out, just something that happened today. I came home, we started watching this movie called Stolen by My Mother, 2020. Niecy Nash played the mother. It's based on a true story. Niecy Nash played a woman who stole a baby in the hospital, raised the baby for 18 years. Then basically told the girl, and then the girl didn't really want to deal with her actual mother and her father. She was like, "This my mama. She raised me. This my team, basically." And the mother was upset. Like, you mean to tell me she get to kidnap my kid and I still lose my kid? And everybody's on her side and the kid's side and just leave me out there. And the reason I bring that up is because that's basically what Kevin was doing. He was showing how ingrained this mindset of whatever she says is right, whatever he says is wrong is. Because truth be told, he just made it very specific. You want a rich, successful man. We're going to leave all the average men out of it. You want a rich, successful man. What do you think a rich, successful man, aka a rich, successful black man wants? And basically what happened was he going to want everything even the bum want. And he's like, no, he's not.
And it kind of left the women, when I think about it, the way Kevin designed the show, where he started, like you just pointed out, he started at the top of the food chain just to not to leave no room for wiggle room. It ended up being as an average guy watching that show, and as I'm sure a bunch of average black men and men in general watching that show, and the women clearly just failing every night to meet the standards of so-called high value men. It inadvertently left, like, basically their only option was, and he used to put it out on the show, like, oh, well, you need to date an average man. Yeah. But then it left the average men like, bro, I don't want shorty. If a high value man don't want her, I'm good. And it just basically tanked the whole market, low key.
I'll give you something to think about, LAR and Compassionate. It showed that the women didn't care what high value men wanted. So why would they even care what you want?
Exactly.
It showed that the women weren't willing to do anything for the man they want. So what do you think they're willing to do for what the average dude that they would be like, okay, I guess I got to be with it. And that's why I keep on bringing up the heavyset sister with the tattoo that he spoke to towards the end of his life. Because when she had to come to terms with, she's probably not going to end up with this type of guy that she's idealizing. She's probably going to have to end up with an average dude. You watch the switch go off on her, because to me, it was the most overt. The switch went off, and she pretty much said it. Well, that nigga just gonna have to take me how he take me. I ain't changing shit, because I wasn't going to change anything for the baller dude either. Basically. But if I got to settle for the average dude, then fuck life, fuck men, fuck black men. Like, that's what she was on. And I'm purposely using the F-bomb to express and to emphasize that sentiment. You felt the heat coming off the goddamn screen, and she's not really cursing, but you could feel the rage in her of, I'm not gonna end up with the baller dude. And so that what you saw with Kevin is that the women didn't even care what the dudes that they want. So it's going to what Compassion is saying. So in other words, if I don't even care what the guys that I want, then why would I ever consider what I would have to, quote unquote, settle for what he cares about? He better just take me as I am and kiss my ass and love it.
And typically, traditionally, that happened across time. In Memorial, women had to just come to that conclusion. But before the internet, and before Kevin said, and before streaming shows, and before us being able to talk like this, women could keep that's the fact that they're settling for a man that they barely even want. They could keep that a secret from that man. The problem is that secret is out, and once that secret is out, the whole incentive and mechanism for mating and pairing at all is fucked up. You got to keep women's nature a secret. That's the key to keep the whole tribe together. Because once you figure it out, like in this environment, and these women are just too dumb to hide it, the jig is up. Ain't no putting it back now.
And this is why I say the internet will expose us all. That's exactly why I say it. Go ahead, Earlier.
I'm gonna say this, and it's going, and I'm sorry, I gotta say it. Really, what a lot of this exposed is the reason the relationships don't work is because of female laziness.
Yeah.
Say that again, LAR. Say that again one more time, LAR.
You know what, Chaos? You're wrong for that. The reason why these relationships aren't working is because of female laziness. everything that the vast majority of what these young ladies are asking for, these grown women are asking for, is a situation that they have to do absolutely nothing in.
Yep.
I
want you to do everything, so I don't have to do anything.
No, I made that short for you. Yeah, you said it. What was it?
One simple word that sums it up.
Something. Mary Bums.
LAR. Yo, LAR.
What's up?
What's up, fam? It's been a while since I heard from you, man. Anyway, I was like, you might remember me from BGS hangouts.
I do. I absolutely do.
It's been a while, man. Good to see it. Anyway, one word I think sums it up. It was Patrice O'Neill who once said this word. The word is entitlement. These women think that they're entitled to this, that, and the third. And they come with this illusions of grandeurs and shit.
But it's not
it's not just narcissism also. It's also solipsism, because if you understand solipsism means what I think matters, what anybody else doesn't. It's all about how they feel and think about this shit, what they feel about.
But the catch to what BGS has taught us is that it's a natural phenomenon for women to think they're entitled once your society develops enough entitlements
and enables it.
Yeah, once that, so it looks like ain't no way around them feeling entitled. The more we terraform and make life better, it's a catch-22. That's why the Muslims just hold their women completely down. I guess they figured this out.
Oh man, you got Christians who do the same in parts of Africa.
No, you're right. No, I mean more the traditional communities, because I guess they figured this out.
Yeah, I know. I come from a traditional community, so I know what you mean.
Mm-hmm. It's a catch-22.
They ain't playing around.
Hey, I was
absolutely.
About to say,
real quick, who's that? Is that you, Big Kev, or is that Vince?
That's me.
Okay,
look down the way, Big Kev.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah.
Go ahead, Big Kev. Go ahead. You over here messing up the flow. Go ahead, Big Kev.
Yeah, just a couple of things, man. In regards to in general, for the society, and I'm sure that you would agree with this, LAR. Going back to your earlier point, right, where you said, doing nothing. The dirty little secret that we don't want to admit, at least in the so-called black community, is that the reason why we keep trying to talk shit and talking down on working class so-called black men is because, for the most part, we're the ones actually putting in the most work. Or should I say, we're the ones doing the most good for the quote-unquote community. The reason why they keep making all these unrealistic demands and always keep trying to gaslight us about how we're not quote-unquote doing enough is because they're not doing shit. Think of the pro-black panderers, these quote-unquote, these strong women, a lot of fake and dumb street niggas and stuff like that. The reason why they're always talking down on quote-unquote squares and lames is because the quote-unquote squares and lames are doing the most work.
That.
They try to project it like most quote-unquote squares and lames are just these useless bums that are just coasting off of reputation for notoriety, when in reality it's the complete opposite. This is why they're always trying to guilt trip dudes into being stepdads and stuff. So
I'm sorry. I think I used to think that, but not anymore. Like now, I might be a little bit more insidious now. What I think is they don't like middle class guys or working class guys because they won't inherit anything from them like people did back in the day.
Yeah, that too.
So
they want to be on some widowocracy type thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, like that, like the community that we talk about as Black America, or whatever you want, the community that we talk about, a lot of the stuff was passed down from men who worked. Mm-hmm. Even when you want to talk about the side babies and this, that, and the third, everybody got a piece more than the guy. When we talk about these real men that were always cheating, like the real good, negative, evil man, however they want to call it, it was always a working man, whether he had a family or whether he had multiple families, who everybody got a piece of the pie when he died. People want to play this game like, these guys didn't leave anybody with anything. They left everybody with a lot.
Everything.
A lot of people just blew it.
Yeah.
So you're looking at, I'm sorry.
No, Elia, what you're saying is true, but I love to remind people of this too. Let's stop throwing granddad under the bus because maybe he had a side family on the other side of town when grandma came with 3 kids from a different dude.
Uh-oh.
And he claimed them and he called them and he gave them his last name. right? Like nobody wants to talk about that. Grandma came, and I said a different dude. Let's be honest. Grandma was out here, and grandma might have had 3 or 4 kids from 3 different dudes, right? Or 2 different dudes. And granddad, because how many times? Let me say this because it happened to me too. How many times you find out who you thought was your biological aunt ain't your biological aunt?
Yeah.
There you go.
Right.
Yeah.
So we need to, and it's usually, and let's be honest, it's usually from grandma. It ain't granddad's side family, right? You find that out at the funeral. You found out when you were 17 or 22 years old that Aunt Janice ain't your biological aunt.
See, you got to take it in consideration. The reality is, people don't find out until they take, Ancestry.com tests. Like we don't realize, like when we talk about the men, people don't even realize how many of those old school guys they blame for babies that the DNA now says that baby wasn't his either.
Low key.
Exactly. So a lot of this stuff comes from people went to their grave with the lie. The guys didn't go to their grave with the lie for the most part, because either he was blamed for something or he got caught. The ladies, like listen, man, I got family members in their 50s that just found out they got siblings, or that this part of the person in the family ain't really part of the family. Like, this is common. And we talking about, I'm in Gen X. We talking about boomers and Gen X just finding out that, oh, you mean to tell me that daddy wasn't daddy?
Yeah. You see that there's a one of those DNA tests. It's the sister that's the judge of it. And it was a heartbreaking one where a sister found out that the dad she thought she had wasn't her dad. The dude she thought was that her aunt told her, okay, your mom was sleeping around, and this is your dad. This is your actual dad. She did the test, and neither one of them were the dad.
Damn.
Wow.
Anybody a boxing fan? Anybody here a boxing fan?
Me,
Do you remember when Keisha Cole found out her daddy was Virgil?
Hell no.
Shit. Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, you know who Virgil is, huh?
Yeah.
When she found out near the end of Andre's career, that's when they found out. Because he's like, I know your mama. So think about, like, she lived her whole life talking this Italian stuff, and her daddy Virgil, and he didn't know.
Yep.
Wow.
What's
his name? Was it Ocho Cinco? Or Terrell Owens that found out the dad was the dude from across the street?
T.O.
Which T.O.? Okay, yeah. Yep.
All too common.
Jesus Christ.
But I think to your point, to y'all point of earlier, like that, I think it's a gynocratic. I think the trope.
Oh, after this, let's let Big Kev finish up.
Go ahead, Big Kev. My bad, I'm cutting you off.
No. I'm saying, like, me personally, man, I just think, man, that fraternity front shit, like, first of all, it's evil for a couple of reasons. Number one, because the people don't find out who their real, dad is and whatnot.
Your bloodline.
And number two is because, in regards to like tribal lineage and whatnot, there's a lot of people that have a lot of indigenous tribal heritage that don't know about it because the mom lied about who the dad was, or because the mom wanted to be out here being a thought. So then it's harder to keep track of like family records and stuff. So I think it's evil for like several reasons, not just lying about the dad.
I don't think that's talked about enough, just culturally, how evil that is. Like a lot of things are punishable by death, and maybe not taking it that far, but that's one of the most, like, destroying a bloodline inadvertently or by accident, by just being such a loose person is extremely evil. That's like you're cursing generations of people that you will never even
and like
meet.
You said, and the thing about it, and what's even more disgusting is the people that want to try to frame it as a quote unquote survivalism argument. Like, that ain't got shit to do with survival. Lying about who the father is, that has zero to do.
That's
with
pride, ego, and embarrassment.
Well, I guess
exactly
in a black pill sense, that's survival. I mean,
I'm gonna
to
say
survive in any means, just lie. Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna say two things about how deep this is. And it's petty. It's really petty. You remember how they had those stories of all the athletes who didn't know their daddy? But y'all never took a good look at all their brothers and sisters, and a lot of the times they didn't look alike.
Yep.
The other thing, I just said it being petty one day, because I looked at Frank Sinatra. I was like, didn't they call him Old Blue Eyes? And they're like, yeah. I was like, Italians don't really have blue eyes.
Yep. Right.
Mediterranean, most of them have dark dark, or usually they have either brown or hazel green eyes. That's most Mediterraneans, and most Mediterraneans also have dark hair. Sicilians especially, because they're a mixture.
You're going way too far
like
with it, Name. Just let's we get it, Name. But the point, far? Yeah, because the LAR is just trying to you LAR is just trying to put the point down, and like so that's that. So now we're having a more honest conversation, and it's unearthing this Earth Mother Goddess, Black women queen, right thing. And there might have been an argument for that before they started showing their ass 1980s on up, really late 70s on up, really or late 60s on up. But okay, you know what? I'm gonna give them 20 years, 80s on up, right? So like you start showing your ass. Then what makes it worse is now your daughters and your nieces have a hold of social media. And they don't even have the etiquette and the discipline to spare themselves their future. What I mean by that, they're showing their ass in their 20s and 30s. And it's going back to, I think, Lion or Compassionate said this earlier. They're not even giving themselves the ability to lie to niggas in the future. It goes to what LA was saying. Like, there's a whole page on Twitter called This You.
This You.
So you'll see women bragging about their black husband and their black boyfriend, and then you find out 7 years ago she was talking about how black men ain't shit. She's gonna go get her a white man, and you go back far enough, you see the white dude that was smashing on her, right, pogo sticking down her esophagus 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 7 years ago, and now she's all about black people. So black women aren't even giving themselves the ability to lie to men in the future and make him feel like he's the best thing on planet Earth, instead of feeling like nothing. All he is a safety net. All he is a life raft.
Or the latest male member of your serial monogamy.
Yeah.
Lifelong serial monogamy.
Well, it goes back into, but it also ties in what Eliar said about that. Also, is a highlight of women's laziness. Imagine saying all that shit and you didn't even think to go back and scrub your old social media shit.
Yeah.
Well,
lazy to go back and scrub.
Well, you gotta understand. For them to
wait, chaos. Wait, better you than chaos. Go ahead, yo.
I was gonna add on to what LAR was saying. I know personally some revelations that came to light in my family when some folks passed, but one thing that I didn't know was prevalent in at least in my small town. If a lady got pregnant and she was underage, there are a lot of people who found out that their sister was their mother, and that was their grandmother raising them.
I got that. Wow. Family.
Yeah.
But that goes into the lying thing, though, because it's like, I know lying should be treason, but lying is we don't look at I think men and women look at the truth differently. The thing about it is women lie for survival. To them, it's while we believe in honor and truth, and at least we like to say we do, women really don't. Because they have to hide in the verbal, because they can't physically assault anybody. They don't have it in them, as opposed to us.
Yeah.
Shit. Well, how can I put it like this, right?
Well, you gotta understand that.
Well, hold on. You guys remember
after
that
this chaos? Go ahead, better. I'm big chaos. Go ahead.
The whole like a Chernobyl miniseries, Remember when all these bureaucratic dickheads were talking about some RBMK reactors don't explode, you're just being paranoid.
Yeah,
it's kind of that same thing where it's like
the Titanic is not sinkable. Go ahead.
Exactly. Right. Like I said, right. The Titanic is unsinkable. RBMK reactors don't explode. You're just being paranoid. That's kind of the feeling where I get when I see most of these people talking about quote unquote doing it for quote unquote survival or trying to save the community. I'm like, it sounds nice, but in reality, it's like, as we see in these situations, the lies actually do more damage overall than telling the truth. Because if you was actually just upfront, like, hey, this is the problem, we need to work on this, we could have put some energy into fixing it. But no, it's because people want to lie to save face, they ironically do more damage with the lies than they do with the truth,
Yeah, black women's lies.
That's the situation that we're running into.
No, fam, they don't do more damage. You know why they don't do more damage? Because they wasn't caring about damage to other people.
Oh, that's a good point.
That's what I was gonna say.
Let's go even deeper, Eliar. No reason why this woman continue doing it, because there's some simp out there, and I think the time is now for young dudes that listen to enough of the male content now, that they're gonna do two things instead of following anybody that's doing the same thing. You stop giving them the attention, and hell, even better, stop giving the dick. Once you start cutting it back, both of them. Now I advocate both, not one. That what they're gonna do is gonna breed the desperation, and now they're gonna have to do something different. They get in one or the other option. So what they're gonna do, they're gonna run amok around these communities, around these social media, especially too many of them on social media. To be honest, and there's articles written about them beyond it, and probably that alone. To know what I'm saying, the only way for them to really straighten up.
Every time I'm in the kitchen, you in the goddamn kitchen. Go ahead, it's chaos.
Yeah, when it's scared, you're going to cut off both. You get me? You're going to. It's like the conversation we just had. When it's enough men not participating to really advocate, they're going to have to start doing that now. Actually,
let me read this, but I actually have something to say to what you're saying. And Grinch says, and I'm finally reading this, looks don't translate into being functionally viable. 80% of men can use a helpmate more than a trophy wife. True. Escorts exist. True. Pragmatism wins. True. I gotta agree with this. This is see, Grinch ain't trolling right now. He's saying some real shit right now. But so going to what Chaos was saying, like, okay, there is some simp, and I can't remember which one of the sisters off of whether it was Concrete Rose or the other sister that said something along the lines like exactly what Chaos said. We know that there's going to be a man to save us. We know that there's going to be a man to save us, right? So we can play and do whatever we want anyway. So the system actually incentivizes this type of behavior because women know that there's a safety net, where there's going to be the state, where there's going to be a man, where there's going to be the children that they have. The issue that they have now is that many of the women, because of their ego and their pride, so they're not having the kids as a safety net. They're not ending up with any real man with any real attachment. They're going from situation to situationship. So there's no man that feels obligated to them. So there's no ex-husband. There's no serious long-term relationship, boyfriend, or any of that. They're torching even situationships with their friends before there's ever any real situation. So the hyper individuality of women is causing them to not really build that safety net to save them in the future.
Here's over the years, I kind of just went a different direction. The biggest simp has either been the family or the gynocracy. When we bring guys into it, guys are the people they bring into it when they sick of being the simp. That's how the family dynamic and the quote unquote gynocracy is set up. We don't need these men. These men ain't no good. We can handle it. And then they get tired and they say, you need to get a man.
Yep. Yeah.
Because it's normally the family. It's normally the family, then the friends. Is the friends bail first, the family bail second, then the gynocracy bails third, and then they all say you need to get a man for this.
So LAR, are you saying in case of emergency, break glass man?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Not in case of when.
when emergency break glass man, right? That you still don't appreciate and you talking shit about.
Yeah.
But that's saving your ass. Yeah, that sounds pretty gynocratic to me. Yeah. Real quick, I wanted to say something. No, my apologies. But so something that LAR was saying earlier, and I recall, and Dr. T, somewhere in the crates of Dr. T's streams from like 2018, 2019, or something like that. Probably 2018 is a meme or something of a picture of a screenshot of a sister saying this on Twitter, which is something like, I miss the days when men would work, die early, and leave you their life insurance money. Somewhere in the crates of Dr. T's streams.
That's still circulating. I saw that recently.
Yep. So going back to what LAR said, like the sisters a black woman really sat down and typed that out. So that lets you know what they did. When they say mule, or these black men want us to mule for them. No, and seriously, we don't have those type of comments.
Yeah. I will tell you, here's an experiment. I used to do this. I didn't do it on purpose. Let's just say that. I would go out when I was single, right? Mm-hmm. And sometimes you go out to bars, shows, you wind up in a section with people. You get what I'm saying? Like comedy shows and whatnot. Mm-hmm. I used to hate being around chicks who were arguing about the bill. So I'd be like, listen, I just like, hey,
argue about what?
The bill.
Like,
because like if you go to a comedy show, sometimes you see in these sections together, and they will ruin they ruin the show because now they did it. So I'll be like, hey man, just give me that. I guarantee if you just go to a bar and you order a bunch of food, and you be like, hey, you can have some. You're gonna see something. And what you're gonna recognize is, oh, y'all so used to scamming and surviving.
Yep.
That y'all
piecemealing life together, man by man.
Yeah, but you gonna wind up like in a situation like, no, I'm not trying to talk to y'all. I'm not trying to take y'all home. I'm just trying to shut y'all up. I don't need you to appreciate me now. I just wanted you to shut up.
And so there was a sister, and this video is somewhat recent and it's still circulating. A sister in the car, she said she used to be a waitress at so many different establishments, varying, income bracket type establishments. And she was saying like the difference between how women order when it's, like you're saying, a group of women, and the way the women order when they're on a date is markedly different. And it's exactly what you're saying, LAR. Like they're so used to being subsidized and being able to pick the most expensive thing on the menu, or just not care about the price of a certain thing on the menu with men, that now when they're out together and now it's, oh, this is my cut, this is what I got. Oh, that's what you got, that's what you got, and this is what you got, right? And so they're splitting a $300 bill 7 ways, right? So yeah.
No. That's not the one. Take it a step further. Take it when you got 2, 3, 4 people together, and one of them is causing a ruckus because they want their cheap stuff to be tiptoed and dance in the pirouette, and they ruining the whole evening because it's like, yo, I need this and I need it like this and I need that and I need it like that, and it's like, yo, you ordered $15 worth of stuff. Shut up.
Yeah.
Like, don't get everybody food spit in because you over here acting crazy.
LR, have you ever considered that might be Bougetto? Like the sisters, they're not really used to it like that. They're doing too much to kind of symbolize a class or position in society that they don't actually have. Like they're doing too much. Go ahead.
That's what I mean by scamming and surviving, because what ends up happening is, just go to a brunch and watch the anger in one or two of the people, one or two of the girls' faces in the brunch. Just watch. You ain't got to talk to them. Just sit back and watch and go, oh, yeah,
seen it.
That's the one. That's the one. Her eye twitching. She ready to kill this girl. When we go out in society, like I was talking to one of the brothers earlier this week, and I was like, when you talking to people and they can't cook and they don't cook, they say a lot about food that if you cook, is BS. It's just like a person who drink alcohol. If you buy alcohol, you drink alcohol, and they start talking to you about alcohol, okay, you one of them people that you went out and they said.
Shout out to my car enthusiasts. Shout out to my fellow car enthusiasts. We know those people.
It's like, yo, you gotta. You watch people, like when you saying people are they don't live like that. That's what even the Kevin thing. That's what that was about. That's what that's about to this day. A bunch of people who don't live a life but want a life.
Yes. And
it's like, yo, that's not you.
That's why BGS call them climbers. The 87 climber, the 89 climber, the 93 climber, the 100. The climbers are the yep.
And I'm sure the myth of white womanhood get tied in somewhere in there.
Oh hell yeah, the myth of white womanhood. Oh, so they're never going to be there. They're scammers. Okay, yeah.
No, they're sky jumpers. They're sky jumpers.
Okay.
They climb.
Oh, you got to explain that. You got to explain that.
They climb to jump. That's what they're doing. They're trying to climb and then they jump. And trying to climb again and jump because they can't handle the responsibilities.
Yeah. Okay. You have to slow walk me through that, but I wasn't gonna get it. I'm not gonna wait. You have to slow walk me through that because no, you already did. But because when you're saying climb to jump, I'm like, wait a minute. But once you explain that it's because they don't want to actually handle the responsibility of said class position, then that makes perfect sense. Yeah. No, and this is true. No, this is true. Ooh, did you just describe Ebony K. Williams to me just now? By the way,
you a car enthusiast. You've seen a lot of people say they like luxury cars.
Yeah, the prices though, maintenance.
No, forget. Yeah, and you ain't even got to go to the maintenance until they pull at a gas station.
Oh yeah.
Gas goes like a month.
I'm not even gonna tell y'all how much I spend on gas a week, and my car ain't no V8 special hybrid motor BMW or something.
Well,
so
you got to understand. You live in
what LAR said is true.
A car is a necessity. You have to drive, so you're going to spend more on gas to get from A to B.
No, you're not.
You sure
even certain cars aren't gas guzzlers, but people pick ones that are.
Yes.
People
and that's the point.
Luxury gas guzzlers that are like they don't even realize it's a gas guzzler, and sometimes it ain't really a gas guzzler. Sometimes it's an octane guzzler. Because that
because you got to get 93. You got to get. Well, for me, it's 93 down here. Yeah.
Right. Yep. It in the summertime, it don't feel so good.
Mm-hmm.
You can handle that in the winter, but in the summer when the price go up, you don't want to fill that car.
Yeah. Yep. And then it goes to going back to the enthusiast thing and using that as an example. You could tell the people that don't want to respond. So we have car enthusiasts in the car community, right? Automobile enthusiasts. They talk and all that until it comes time to start paying for that maintenance cost, until it comes time to start paying for performance parts, right? You pay for that. Oh, guess what? This broke. Now you got to pay for that. Oh, that broke. You got to pay for that. Your car, everybody that's in the cars notice your car stayed not working. It stayed not working. Your toy, it stayed not working. It might be in one port, at least one time in your modifying car life, the car spend more time at the shop than it does at your house or in the garage. Right? And so and that comes with the responsibility. That's what LAR is saying about the responsibility part. So I get what they're saying about what you're saying about they skydive, because when it comes time to actually play the role of the class position that you're aspiring to, they jump because goddamn, I didn't expect to have to play this game, Ebony K. Williams. I didn't expect to have to adhere to certain rules, or I refuse to adhere to certain rules, right? And you see this with women who claim they want to, especially sisters that claim they want a certain life, until we tell them, by the way, this is how you have to comport yourself in those spaces. This is how you have to speak. Yes, you have to be reserved. No, you can't use profanity. Yes, you have to, and there's this hesitation to that, because for them, that's when it comes to, once again, negative liberty. This is when it comes to, oh, that's constraining, that's restraining. Okay, then, well, go back to.
Take it a step further. Mm-hmm. Yes, the HOA will take your house.
Yeah, well.
Mm-hmm. Like they don't, a lot of them don't get that. They don't get like, oh,
you pay the mortgage, but that HOA though. Yeah, I hear you.
Like they don't get stuff like it's simple. You be like, okay, you do realize you can't keep going back to school. Why? You gonna owe too much money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, this is true. And that goes to you want the house in the, I see exactly what you're saying, LAR. You want the house in the gated community, but you refuse to pay that HOA price, and you think that they won't take your house, and they will take your house because you didn't pay the HOA fee. You paying the mortgage, but you ain't paying that HOA fee, and they will take your house. And by the way, I told y'all I used to work at a foreclosure law office, and he's right. They will take your house. Right? And so and that goes to the responsibility part. And that speaks to the myth of white womanhood. You want the life. You imagine yourself as a chocolate dip version of this lady. You want the life. You aspire for the life. You chastise black men for the life. You low-key, you chastise white men for the life. And then when we show you what it takes to be part of that life, you turn your nose up because you refuse to play the role that life entails. And that, so what exactly the hell are you? What was the whole point? It was a vanity project, essentially. It was for your ego. And okay, fine, but then you're here now, Ebony K. Williams. Now what? Oh, single by choice, and I'm gonna have my child by choice. Not even single, but single mother by choice. Okay, yeah, all right, that's what we thought. Right? That's what a waste, right?
No,
and let me.
A waste of beauty, but she's insufferable.
Let me read this real quick. And Mr. GQ Smooth says, here to support great content. Thank you, brother. Thank you. And I know this is way late, but thank you. And Bad Black Gamer, thank you for the super chat. I'm gonna leave this up for a little while. He says, for me, it's easier to negotiate a threesome with black women. Hysterical, and I believe you. I believe you.
You're not single by You're not single by choice. I'm so tired of hearing women talking about they're single by choice. No, you just simply don't qualify what you want. Because
isn't that the whole point of single by choices? Single by choice,
that's what it is. You gotta add the S. They forgot to add the S.
And that's what I like about single by choices, because they're single by choices is literally breaking down why these women are single. And so when they say I'm single by choice, it's really single by choices. Your choices are the reason why you're single. And that's so when you pay attention to the name of their page, that's what I love about it, because it's when they break it down and they show you this lady going on the Kendra G, and you can see her weight, or you can see her worldview and the way she thinks, and you're like, oh no, you single by your choices, not by choice. It's not your choice necessarily. It's the men that are like, oh, look at that's a negative, that's a negative, that's a negative. And so you say you're single by choice because you feel that's empowering to you to feel like you have the power in your hands for why you're single. And to a certain extent, that may be true. But in actuality, it's men saying, yeah, you don't qualify.
Yeah. And they don't like, and the thing is, they don't like that. I'm like, how? But think about it. You show up talking about you want this, you forget you're the one on here asking for something. Mm-hmm. You up here asking for something. Ain't no one asking for nothing. No one sent for you. You up here talking about you want a man. Okay, cool. You know that man's going to cost you something, right?
It's a matter of perspective. They're not asking.
They're demanding.
They don't think they're not.
No, they're not. They're not asking, and they're not demanding. They just they're showing up, and they think that there's going to be a floodgate open.
No,
you can't show up. Think about it. You can't consistently show up with that many red flags with that many different people and expect the same result if you actually asking.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
True. No, they're looking for the flood. They wait for the floodgates to open. They come outside. It's like 100. It's like 100 degrees outside.
No, what it is all this is now is a nightclub at 1:30 in the morning.
Pretty much.
On social media. That's it.
Yep. Yeah, it is. That's exactly what it is.
Not Big Shirley. Oh God, we gotta go home with Big Shirley, LAR.
Last call.
Because the people that's gonna reach out is the same people that's there at 1:30. The people that they're really looking for are already long gone.
Yeah. No, that's true. And so if you see the video that I put it way earlier, so and I didn't put it in the description box. I'm gonna put it in the description box after. But their Single by Choices covered this sister, LAR, just a hot mess, a northeastern hood rat, right? Just smoking, loud, obnoxious, got whatever scar, and I thought it was a C-section scar, but it's actually like some different type of cut coming from her belly button, and clearly her some of her tummy showing, and she's just obnoxious and loud and hood, and she really is looking for a dude to take care of her. And you just think to yourself, in what world? Like, what did you watch, listen to? What have you consumed that makes you think you as you right now? Oh, of course she had a child too. Of course she had a son. Oh yeah, and also bisexual. I can't forget that. What tells you that this thing is not just achievable but likely? Right?
Easy answer. There's just a point in life where hood rats don't understand when they fell off. Because most guys who date hood rats, they're doing it because it's quick, easy sex.
Yeah.
The hood rats don't know, like it's over. Like, let me say this: hood rats hit the wall earlier than
somebody's background. Go ahead. I'm saying no, it's not. Yeah, somebody. Mute up, please. Okay, go ahead.
Hood rats hit the wall earlier. They just don't know it.
Yeah.
That's why
because dudes are still piping. Yeah.
Even when the dudes are not. Like, like hood rats go from super fine, the girl you might want, but you already know she a red flag, to don't nobody want to talk to her at all. It's no real in between.
And she fell off, and she still don't really realize she fell off, so she out here still talking. There
you go. Think about it. What's that other girl that everybody was?
There's no self-awareness.
I know who it is. Next year, who gonna want Sexy Red? Even people don't want her, who gonna want her?
Good point.
Nope.
Well, Drake still wants Sexy Red.
No, he don't. No, he don't. No, he don't. Drake is. This is Drake's last call for alcohol for his career, and so he is stooped down because you're talking about a brother that was around Serena, could have had a chance. Rihanna could have had a chance. Name the different sisters that we know that he done dated, or even white women we know that he done been attached to. Sexy Red is not Drake's type. Drake is using her as an appeal to those type of hood ass women because this is pretty much his 5 minutes of fame. Is pretty. I'm not gonna say all the way because you never know, but it looks like it's coming to an end. And I think Kendrick put the death knell in that. And so yeah, that's what I think it is with the Sexy Red. Go ahead.
Mr. Z, no, because if you think about it, he's a hood rat lover.
Yeah.
Look
at
go into that. Go into that.
That's right. Look at who his baby mother is.
That strong face ass white woman. Go ahead.
She's a
former P star.
Yeah, she is.
She's a former corn star.
Yeah, it's just now he's ventured in the territory of, he's on a downswing of hood rats now. He was getting some prime real estate hood rats in hood rat time.
LAR.
But now it's he
low value hood rat right now. This post-war hood rat.
Yeah. Even the people you name. Think about it.
Damn it, I knew it. I was about to say Rihanna is hood rat. If y'all don't know, we already know Serena is low key.
Asian hood rats.
Oh man, who? Wait, say that again. Name him.
Bajan hood rat. That's what. She's Barbadian. Barbadian Bajan.
Yeah, and so no, I didn't think about that earlier. You're right. He's on the downswing of hood rats. No, and bro, she called herself Sexy Red, y'all.
Watch this. You just made me think about something. Didn't he try to holler at Ice Spice?
Yes,
no, I think he smashed. I think he smashed it and dipped on her ass.
Supposedly, either he smashed or he definitely
he tried.
Got some. Yeah, he got some. Yeah, he got some throat game.
Definitely
don't
shot
you think
a shot.
that's a drastic difference from that to that?
Yeah. Extremely drastic.
Even in hood rat vernacular, that's the big difference. Like, he's a hood rat lover, man.
Yeah, he is. He is. I mean, look at his baby mom told me everything I needed to know about. So let me get this right. You were Drake, and of all the women you could have impregnated, a former corn star.
Yeah, a thick ass white woman with a strong ass face.
With a BBL.
Where is Bill Duke when we need him? You should be like, now you don't fucked up now.
Hey, listen,
you know that, right?
Hey, listen,
you don't fucked up.
If you think about your stereotypical, stereotypical trailer trash white woman, right? Like close your eyes and really think about it. I'm talking about the vernacular, everything. Now just make her dark skin. That's Sexy Red.
Oh,
yeah.
That's pretty much dark skin trailer trash. Like when Thomas Sowell talks about
is like too high for her.
Of like a black redneck, Sexy Red epitomizes.
Is that chick?
She is a black redneck.
You could just say she Charlie Baltimore, 2020.
No.
But Charlie Baltimore was prettier than her by far.
Damn, a dark skinned Charlie Baltimore.
Yeah.
But Charlie, and this is not no colorism shit, but Charlie Baltimore at least looked sexy. Sexy Red is be calling herself sexy, and she not even sexy.
But she wore the red hair though. Charlie Baltimore did wear the red hair.
Last I checked, when Charlie Baltimore came out, even though y'all say she was attractive, she was probably one of the ugliest of the females at the time because she was bad built. She was kind of skinny with no top.
And pale.
Yeah, no, she was. But LAR, that also lets you know where the bar is now. That's what that's letting you know, because you're right. Charlie Baltimore was not. She wasn't Maya. Now we know, she wasn't. She wasn't even Brandy. Ooh, goddamn. She wasn't Maya. She wasn't Monica. She wasn't Brandy. She wasn't. She wasn't even the girls from Total or SWV or name them Escape. She wasn't even Escape chicks.
She was basically Biggie's second or third side chick.
Third.
Okay.
Don't do Kim like that. Third.
I said second or third.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Come on now, come on, don't be doing that to him.
Right, you're right.
Always knows what he's always on point, man. You know, sniper.
Hey, how you playing third round draft pick for Biggie though? I mean, he was swagalicious, but still.
Why'd you have to? Yeah, you open the door, I will kick it and wait the 4-4.
Hey, it's that speaks to something because Sexy Red calling herself Sexy Red, and Drake over here all hugged up and booed up with the different color painted nails and the braids with barrettes in them. Oh, bro, somebody's background. You're killing me right now. Thank you, thank you. Right. So yeah, no, it that speaks to a lot. And then, but sisters are playing her. I will say this though, I'm surprised at how many black women aren't playing her. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like, I do see some black women be like, okay, this might be a bridge too far. Which speaks to like, so is it the tattoos everywhere? Is it just she's just way too out? Because even for us, Kim was out there crazy. Foxy was out there crazy. Eve was out there crazy. Trina was out there crazy. Trina was talking about letting your dad pipe with the period on, or eat it with the period on. So she was out there crazy. I think Sexy Red took it even further than that, which is insane, right? So yeah, no, that lets you know how far the bar is falling. We in hell now. The bar is in hell. The bar is in hell. Go ahead.
You think it's not gonna get lower? That's what you think?
How you get lower than Sexy Red?
Do we have to go down bro?
You know what? No, we're gonna be in volcano lava, 100 meters under the earth. Is what you're saying to me?
I think we are pretty close to the Earth's core. Right I think we're pretty close. I think that's what
LAR telling us. LAR is telling us we go into the Earth's core. That's what he's saying.
Not there yet.
No,
thank you.
It's hot in here.
Possibility, but it's like
so we're going to the center of the sun, though. Then we're going to the center of the sun, is what you're saying.
No, we not there yet. Absolutely not there yet.
We not absolutely not. We not.
Better you say what the fuck?
We're not even there yet.
You gotta give us some hope, man.
What was the? This is Infinity War. This ain't Endgame.
Oh man!
This is Infinity War. Yeah, all right. So what stone does he have? What stone does he have? Because I think we're getting pretty. I think we in Wakanda right now. We at the last stand.
Nah.
I think we're in Wakanda right now. I think he's on the way.
It's still Infinity War. I'm sorry. I'm telling you.
He got the soul. Then he has to have the soul stone by. He gotta have the soul stone by now, and he on the way.
I gotta say this for Indigo. 10 years later. We still waiting.
Well, you know, the hope is if we keep going, we'll come out the other side and it'll get better.
Do we even see
wait? So better you saying he believes in accelerationism. That's what he just said. He believes, and we just stay going this way, and we accelerate, and we press on the gas. Then we're gonna crash through the wall, hopefully survive.
You mean to
and then end up on the other side?
LAR telling me we ain't even there yet. And I'm like, oh, so we weren't. So you mean to tell me this entire time we weren't even going faster?
You do realize we basically at the beginning of the Sassy Daddy era. You get that, right?
Oh
yeah.
So
the Sassy what?
The Sassy Daddy,
what?
like
the Sassy Daddy era.
When she don't want to go with a straight man, she get another and have kids. You do realize I'm sorry, it's gonna get better from that.
Well, you know what? Wait. But LAR, so I remember some of the first pushes of this on social media a few years ago, and I remember watching black women actually fight back on this. So I'm agreeing with you, but I think they had to come back around to this 2 or 3 times. Because me and my younger sister had a conversation about this some years ago, and she was telling me, like, I hate that they're trying to push black women in specific into being in relationship with bi dudes and with different type of dudes, like you're saying. And I recall watching a leftist stream a couple weeks ago, and one of the LGBTQ brothers on there was saying, black women, you know how you could end this kind of LGBTQ phobia? You have to raise your sons that trans women are real women. Yeah, you heard right. Yeah, you heard right.
With that.
Checkmate.
Yeah.
So you say it ain't bad now. But when you see 16-year-old boys talking about I like you and I want you.
Oh no. No, not booty warrior. Not booty.
No. Please don't do the booty warrior. Not what's his name? Please, Booty Warrior Johnson. Not please, Johnson, man.
Hysterical.
I'm just saying.
And Vince's this is really messed up. Vince's
booty warrior.
Real quick, y'all. Real quick. And Vince's, and thank you for the super chat. Vince's, my ex didn't share her food with me. That's a spiteful chick. Hey, I'll be grabbing anything off my lady plate. I'll grab anything. Now, here's the crazy part. I do feel a certain way when she takes stuff off of my plate. Yes, it's a double standard. But right? I can take anything off of her plate. Go ahead, y'all.
See, now you just remind me. There's a YouTube channel I can think of. It's a couple, right, on YouTube where they go around doing food excursions.
Mm-hmm.
Both are American, but here's the thing: the wife is Mexican, the husband's Ethiopian. So I'm watching this shit, and she likes to eat his food and not share any of hers. And so he has to try to find a way to just finesse and get into it, get it out slicker. Shit gets crazy sometimes with those two.
I bet.
Especially
and thank you for the super chat, Vince. And that's crazy. But y'all go ahead.
I need y'all to do an anniversary show in about 2 years when the rent is sky high and people are polyamorous. Watch.
Oh no, I did, but you already see the beginning of that though. I agree with you on that. You ain't getting no pushback from me on that one. You ain't getting no pushback because you're hearing even women talk about this, right? The poly. As a matter of fact, the young lady I'm talking about that I saw on Single by Choices, she said that. She said she's poly really, but she don't want to kind of introduce her son to that, so that's why she's not with literally living with a woman with a man, but she would rather be with a man and a woman. Right. So yeah, no, you're right. No, I could see that. And I definitely agree with you. I think the economic landscape will bring that about quicker than maybe it would have came about in a different type of environment. Yeah. That financial situation could really put people in an interesting pun intended position. Yeah. Yeah. Damn. No, I agree with you. You ain't getting no pushback from me on that one.
I saw somebody this morning that I know just on Instagram getting a foursome on.
Wow, 4.
I mean, I'm guessing the dude was happy it was 3 against 1, but
yeah.
But here's the thing, though.
Wait a minute, wait. I'm sorry for cutting you. Wait. It just hit me. Wait. You said that you went to high school with.
No. I ain't go to high school, but I know her.
Oh, okay. Oh, so she's in her 40s, is what you're saying, maybe?
She definitely is in her 40s.
And she's in a poly relationship in her. Okay, I'm gonna be ageist. I don't care. I'm gonna be ageist with this.
Definitely.
Okay, if you're 20 something, it's still weird to me. Fine, but all right. 30 something, but you're in your 40s in a poly relationship for a dude. Okay, whatever. Okay, yeah.
Listen, man. Let me say this, man. It's a when your kid when her kids grown, y'all gonna see a different type of freak come out. I'm just gonna tell you, okay? That's what's gonna happen. Okay.
Wow.
Like see, when y'all see the girl, y'all said it earlier. When y'all saw the young ladies with their little kid in the background, y'all forget you rarely see the teenagers in the background because they not with it. After that graduation picture. Okay. I'm just saying, after that graduation picture, anything's gonna go. It could go to traditional. Crazy. It could go to the Playboy Mansion. It could go any direction you're talking about.
If I remember correctly, wasn't Crystalline Karazin's oldest daughter on that at one point?
I don't even know.
Because I remember this, and the other day I kind of tried to search it out and I couldn't find anything, and I was like, yeah, to the point where it wasn't even rumoring around the internet. And I was like, did she have this stuff scrubbed? Maybe, and a protection for her child. I get it. But yeah, I was like, because when I say that, the reason why this matters, the oldest daughter, remember, is from the black ex-boyfriend, the black baby daddy, right? So rumor has it that she went to college and then she got in with some white folks and then she ended up being a poly for white folks, for a white couple or whatever the hell. And that was kind of circulating back in 2018-ish, 2019-ish or something like that. And then now you don't hear nothing about it. So yeah, I agree with you on this poly thing. I think you're gonna find, talking about poly, sisters being poly in relationships with white folks, and we already know what that really means. Anyway,
no.
You don't think so? I think you'll see it.
Not in. I'm gonna tell you why. Because poly ain't an interracial type of thing. That's gonna be rare. That's gonna be real difficult to pull off. You think color?
Well, you think the white women will be definitely not, or both the white man and the white woman will be like,
the white dude will be down with it, but the white chick, no. No. You've seen a lot of swirlers, and you notice it, and the dudes that go back to their own kind.
Oh yeah, that's always the thing. You just experiment for a little while, and then
you could. It's more prevalent to see you could probably see a black dude with interracial poly thing, but a white dude with a white chick, no, nothing happen.
Yeah. I missed that LAR because I had a phone call real quick. You said that it's more prevalent for what?
You probably could see a black dude have like a poly relationship with different races, but not a white dude, because white chicks ain't. No, Birth of a Nation is still in their head, man. It's not happening.
But okay, so and you got to disabuse me of this. I'm of the mindset that white women do feel a certain way about black women messing around with white dudes. This is true. But at the same time, there's as long as she ain't the one, as long as she ain't the main, I'm okay with you kind of there. But like as long as I know it's really me, right? So yeah, no, I can see where you're coming from, but because I think white women know that white men experiment and have fun with non-white women, particularly black women and Latinas, and even some Asians, because we know white dudes marry Asians, but not at the rate that they're having sex with Asian women, right? So I thought, and in my mind, white women knew that white men went out there and had their fun, but for the most part, they coming back, right?
Let's be wild about this, and I say it this way. If you're a black dude, there have been black guys who've been part of swingers. They got a certain name for the black dude that the white chick likes having sex with. The closest equivalent to that for a black woman is ghetto gaggers.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Like that's not that's an anomaly, man. It's an anomaly.
Yeah. No, I definitely see that. Damn. I said this before, and it's gonna come off LGBTQ, so I'm gonna just prepare you now. And I think sisters feel a certain way about this because this challenges their femininity. So I'm telling you now, it's gonna sound weird and cringe, but I think for a lot of black women, one of the things that really drive them crazy is that both white men and white women would rather fuck black men. I said it the way I meant it.
Yeah, man, that was cringe. But I
you see what I'm saying? Like, and it speaks to some type of weirdness in white dudes. I ain't gonna lie to you, but I think the hyperfixation on what black men are doing and seeing black men as a threat, and the history of this country in particular concerning black men and keeping your foot on black men's neck, I think that causes white folks to low key want to be in the bed with us. Not even low key. Let me take that back. High key.
As cringe as that is, Z, you actually have a point. Because when I look back on my time in the military and seeing that shit, you're more right than you know. It's weird, it's cringe, heavy pause, but he does have a point.
I bring that up in the context of this conversation to say that causes a lot of political strife amongst black men and black women, and it causes political strife amongst white women and white men, and obviously it gets in our way for whatever movements, economic, political, social movements. Because if black men were in a better political and economic environment, then it wouldn't be such heavy focus on our male member. It wouldn't be so heavy focus on our physique, right? It would still matter, right? But it wouldn't be that heavy focus because there's other things as a group that we bring to the table. It wouldn't just be our artistry and our swag and our physique and what we can do to the other person's body or how the other person sees our body, right?
Well,
This is the
my bad. My bad.
Well, this is I'm sorry, brother. This is the thing when it comes down to that obsession with white folks. Like so many things with Black America, it goes back to the plantation. Like we talk about the slaver creeping into the quarters at night, but what we don't really talk about a lot of times is he wasn't creeping for Susan. He was creeping for for Billy. And the thing of it is like I believe that desire has always been there. Like there's a lot of cultures in which white cultures, I should say, in which that is somewhat prized. Like look at the Spartans in particular. The highest form of love for them was a man and a man. It was encouraged that soldiers sleep with their battle buddy in Sparta. So I think what you really
battle buddy just took on a whole new saying.
It's real talk. I think what you're really seeing and how that got projected on the Black men is there are a lot of Black women throughout the ages who've been sleeping around and trying their best to sleep their way out of white supremacy, and they've been in close proximity with those guys and observing those things, and there's that assumption, oh, these Black guys must be just like these white guys, they low-key gay too.
Yes.
You know, there's another thing that I thought about when it comes like that interracial thing as far as Black men. I don't date like that. You know, I didn't date like that, but I talked to a lot of people over the years. When it comes to non-Black women with a Black woman body type, they get cast aside by their own because of insecurity. So sometimes people think that brothers are just hollering at chicks. It's like, no, some of these chicks can't holler at their own men because you built too much like a Black chick, and I don't think I could deal with that. Like
this is true.
Yeah, people skip over that, you know, talk about they just date big fat chicks. No,
that's a big one.
Sometimes it's just, you know, she got more body than whoever in her community feel like they can handle.
There was on the breakdown BGS was having a conversation with the sisters, and they were saying, like, they were being honest. One of them grew up kind of in a white community, and she was saying, like, the white girls were extended. Okay, Concrete Rose. She was saying the white girls would extend themselves to the Black boys in high school. They would let the Black boys drive their car. They would go pick up the Black boys for dates. They would do these things. And so exactly what LAR is saying is, like, I think that, and I know that really, and I've actually been privy to some of these conversations where Black women, as much as they say Black men are chasing after white women and chasing after Latinas, they do feel a certain way when they find out the Latina girl, and we're talking about even underage, by the way. It gets even worse as adults, but they do feel a way when they find out the Latina pulled up to your crib late night. They do feel a way that the white girl is letting you drive their car. They do feel a way about that because it's showing that outside of the Black community, as anti-Black as this society is, and as that white woman could still be racist, by the way, but in a weird way, she does extend herself when she's pursuing you, right? And that's in a way, we don't want to get Black men spoiled to this sort of behavior because we're just not going to do it as Black women, right? Especially not for someone we think is average, but that this white woman think is the shit. Right.
That's the lie.
How can I put it to this?
You know, to recap on the I got some jump down here.
Yeah, I gotta end down a little bit. So what we're gonna do is go ahead, Chaos. Then we're gonna have LAR. Then we'll have, I think Big Kev was trying to say something, and then we're gonna slowly start closing out.
Yeah, for the Sparta thing, you know, I mean, I don't agree with that. I mean, but I know it's part of the Eurocentric history that works. Not sure it works today, but in regards to Black women, you know, sleeping their way into acceptance, they know in their heart they can't, but they do it anyway because they like it. They're just as big as freaks as anybody else. You get me? Wife, they have multiple partners. Now, that's now revealed. Hell, look at the baby fathers they have and the children that, if they say they have by one dude, is shown evident. So obviously, you know, they're groomed very well to be the concubines, and they accept their roles, and they're not gonna change anytime soon in our lifetime, and maybe y'all's. All right. Good seeing LAR. You know, I was surprised he popped up here, but I'm glad you're here. You know, always, you know, you're doing them content. Always, you know, bringing back the common sense, the reasoning. Have us think a little deeper on this. Appreciate it, brother.
Man, what's that? You know, it's all love, man. I'm just over here talking trash.
Right.
All right, take care, Mr.
All right, okay.
I'm gonna say this, and when you talked about the effort and the driving and picking up, the issue really is Black women do that too. It's just misplaced. They do it for losers. In the community. We act like that. If their effort was actually going in the right direction, it'd be a completely different story in our community. Like their stereotype is doing extra for losers.
Yeah. They do the right things for the wrong men.
And then throw a fit about it afterward.
I tried to do the wrong thing the right way.
Yeah. And then once again, throw a fit afterward because it doesn't work, and now all men got to pay because you wanted to be in love with the local D-boy / aspiring rapper / I could throw and catch, so maybe I could be an NFL player / right, like so it's all Black men got to pay because your hopes and dreams were dashed because this dude that you invested time and money in didn't amount to what you wanted him to be. Okay, yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Yep. What I was about to say is that and I'm sure you heard me say this before, Mr. Z. The real reason why it's how can I put this? The reason why so-called Black men deal with any quote-unquote non-Black woman is considered so controversial is because most brothers in America don't put white women on pedestals.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I remember you saying
this.
Don't
try to make it seem like it's all this other stuff. It's literally because most dudes don't put white women on pedestals. They don't.
She's just a woman.
Special, exactly. Most dudes see white women as just a woman. They don't see her as an infallible goddess or the feminine beauty standard and all this other nonsense. So because we don't see them that way, it creates a disconnect between how can I put this? That symbolizes a glitch in the matrix, so to speak. So that's the reason why people are always being emotionally triggered about it. So
hey, these Black men actually treat people like they're people. They're not chasing after white anything. How dare they? How dare you not adhere to the hierarchy? There we go. So thank you for this, and thank you for the super chat. And Mr. Shook to you says, I got burned twice by a sexy red looking chick. Hysterical, right? Hey, y'all better watch it. Hey, man, look. Super tatted, all type of super hood, obnoxious, rude, right? Just like this being the archetype right now is, the sexy. I thought the bar couldn't get any lower, like, right? So, but sexy red just, and y'all know Mr. Z don't even be on the extreme. Real quick, real quick, because I just want to say this. I'm not really big on the respectability thing, but yeah, sexy red. Look, when you're going to schools and you're arguing with teachers and whatnot about your lyrics, so I don't even know why you want to perform at high schools or even colleges. Maybe colleges, okay, high schools and whatnot, and grade school, and nah, right? And this bar is in hell. It is in hell, and LAR has informed us that it can get lower, and it will get lower. So go ahead, Nemo.
As I've learned in my life, growing up where I grew up, just when you think things can't get any worse, they just did, just like that. Sometimes you just look at this shit. That's why I learned not to be surprised when shit gets lower. It's like that old Florida song with T.I., They just got low.
Right. No, this is true. But let me read this real quick because I got to read these off because my battery's about to die. Els Active says, Kevin grade faster than Barack Obama. Then Obama tried to educate Black women. RIP. Hysterical. But no, I mean, like we watched Kevin have these conversations, and you could tell this thing was he was enjoying himself to a certain extent, but this thing was stressful. You were having conversations with women who are telling you that men that look like you, men that come from the same background as you, these women could be your daughters, they're your cousins, they're your nieces, right? And they're telling you how little they think of Black men. And they're boiling Black men to walking ATM machines and walking guard dogs. And Kevin had to, in it every night, just woman after woman after woman, just boiling men like you who you were just a few years ago, boiling men like you down to not a human being, barely even a human doing, an inanimate object, essentially, right? So yeah, that could definitely get taxing night after night, and then to have talking heads insult you as if they're not watching their daughters and their nieces and their aunts and their grandmas and their girl cousins go on and tell you how little they think of black men in particular, but everybody's hyper focused on what you're saying. Yeah, that definitely would gray you. That definitely will age you, right? And so yeah, no, and I think that's my issue with the way I watch non-black manosphere people speak about Kevin Samuels in particular, is that they act like he was talking to himself. They act like he just, the second a woman got on, if he did talk to her, he's instantly calling her all type of fat, ugly, dark, coloring, and that's not the case, and we understand that. But once again, the way these people were talking about him, right? And thank you, Els, for that super chat. Vince is normalized, and thank you for the super chat. Vince is normalized breaking up with women, especially the lazy, uncooperative ones that try to maintain asymmetrical relationships, and power dynamics. Yeah, so we got this is Ebony K. Williams. This is a number of other kind of shrewd ass black women. They it's very business transactional with them. It is about lifestyle with them. They don't talk, and this is why I kind of made fun of Chrissy the other day when she was talking. She brought up love, and I was like, you should be the last person mentioning love, because every time you open your mouth, you sound like the shrewd ass white businessman that you wish you were with.
Who
right?
are you talking about? Yanni?
Chrissy. And so like these women occasionally will mention love, or they'll just throw out the word, and I always say this to myself, and now I'm saying it online, which is like, I don't want to hear you talk about love anymore. You're not that person. Already. Thank you. You're not looking for love. You're looking for a lifestyle. Yeah. You're looking for a walking wallet and an ATM machine. You're not looking for love. And that's, oh, by the way, that's okay. But eat the consequences of your view of men, black men in particular. Don't bring out that word love. Like Lion just said, you would be married if that's what you were on. And even if you were like, yo, I want someone that's actually pretty okay financially, but I do want to be in love with a man, you would be married still. Exactly. You'll be married. That's not what you're looking for.
Men doing okay.
Yeah. And you said yourself, and I'm once again Chrissy, to that, and shout out to Compassionate for actually clipping that. To average and below average looking black women, you tell them to be alone if they can't practice hypergamy, and you don't care how it sounds.
Oh, they'll be alone, all right.
Right? Lion, did you hear that clip off of Compassionate's channel?
No, I didn't hear that.
When you get a chance, it'll be like maybe at least the top 3 or 4 of his most recent stuff. Okay. And you'll hear Chrissy literally say it. And she says it arrogantly. She says, I don't care. I tell average and below average looking black women, if you can't date hypergamously, it's better to be alone. I don't care. I don't care.
But it's stupid because it's stupid because yes, they are hypergamous. Even unattractive women are hypergamous. All of y'all are hypergamous, whether she's fat, ugly, light skin, dark skin, it doesn't matter. But at the end of the day, you get what you qualify for.
Well, she's telling them, essentially, and this is her waging a war against black men, not even just the black manosphere, black men, out of her resentment towards Obsidian, towards Sarge Willie Pete. Yeah, I'm saying it, right? And Sarge, whatever black man black boy she had a crush on in high school or in college, young black man. And so for her, it's if we don't get upper middle class or rich white women treatment, if y'all won't kill yourselves to build us Wakanda, then it's better that we're alone. And I think Chrissy and Yanni and Paris are on this shit. I would rather see y'all depressed on antidepressant pills, crying yourself to sleep at night, than to be with these average ass niggas, because the optics matter. And if we can't look like rich ass white women, if we can't go into a restaurant and be little mean ass assholes to the waiter, if we can't be chocolate dip versions of the meanest, snarkiest, bitchiest white women humanly possible, then I would rather us be fucking alone. And that's essentially what Chrissy said.
That's fine. Then you might as well go ahead and so what you're telling me is you still believe in the Easter Bunny, you still believe in Santa Claus. Tell me what other stupid ass peoples your ass still believe in.
And shout out to Vince for the super chat. I agree with this. And then he says, they fake helping carry the couch. They letting you drag the couch upstairs while they pretend like they lifting?
Yo, I see that shit all the time, even when they be moving in that fake that would be trying, but you know she can't carry. And your crazy part is, like, there was one time when I was coming home and there was this couple moving in. They were a white couple, and there was dude was carrying something. I think he was carrying something. It was pretty heavy. I think it was a fridge or a dresser, some shit like that. And that wife was dead ass fake helping. And then they saw me, and I was like, "You need some help?" Yo, that wife leaped out the way. She leaped out the way.
It is what it is. But no, at the end of the day, like that, you know, what Vince is saying, that help, that fake helping lift the couch. You know, I think this society has put black women and women in general in a fucked position. Because now that they have to be in the workforce, for many of them, because they don't want to live off of their husbands' and boyfriends' income, fine, okay, right? They're still demanding to live hypergamously, and to have hypergamous aspirations. And yes, men still earn more than women, including in the Black community. But for them, and I shout out to that Black woman that actually said it, and I'll be seeing these things and I don't clip them or save them, and I'll be beating myself up. A sister literally said, yeah, Black men earn more than Black women, but not enough more. Right, and for those of y'all, whoever saw that clip, please send it to me in my email. It's a brown skinned sister with her glasses on, and if I recall correctly, she had glasses on. So whoever saw that clip, please send it to me to my email, because we're gonna review that. And yeah, she said it. Black men earn more than Black women. We just don't earn enough more. So yeah.
Now, if we start now, don't start tripping when we start saying, well, Black women are pretty, but they're not pretty enough.
I mean, yeah.
Now, don't get mad when you start hearing younger men say that. Like, yeah, they're pretty, but no, they're not pretty enough for me. I'm good. Because and they're gonna have the same knee-jerk reaction.
Of course. And Kanguru says, try owning an RX-8. So for those of you that don't know, Mazda RX-7s and the RX-8 are rotary engines. And so that what that means is it's like a plane engine. It doesn't use cylinders, right? It uses it has this kind of chamber where what would be a cylinder spins in there, and it's shaped like a triangle. So we call it Doritos. And it literally looks like a triangle, and it spins in there, and that's how the combustion cycle works for the engine. So they sound different. Their combustion cycle is obviously different because it's not cylinders. And but they're maintaining the first. You have to go to specialized mechanics for RX-7s and the RX-8. That's number one. Number two, maintaining them is a bitch because of it. And number three, they're not known to necessarily be the most reliable vehicles just because of it. And so what people often do is they swap in either a Chevy LS. Now people are doing Honda motors, the K20s, and then trick transmissions and whatnot to make it real-wheel drive, because the K20s don't come on real-wheel drive cars. But either way,
now they're
right.
out the hybrids now. Well, now
you're
still getting automatic, but you can still go. You can still switch to because they're giving you paddle shifts now.
Yeah. So the RX, which is true. The RX, so the RX-7s and RX-8s, they're just dope. But which is funny, what's cool about them is the way they sound. If they're working correctly, they spit flames. The sounds of them are dope. But yeah, and I actually said that wrong. RX-3s, RX-7s, and the RX-8. The RX-3 is old school. This is like 1970s shit. So yeah, so y'all check those out. And there's the FB, FC, FD, RX-7. There's the RX, FB, FC, FD. There's RX-7s. There's the RX-8, and there's the RX-3. I think all of those were rotary engines. And there's another Mazda joint that was a touring car that didn't come to America, and that was rotary also, but it wasn't a 2-rotor, it was a 3-rotor, which is their version of a V8. I'm at 5%, y'all. So let me read these real quick. Oh boy. Okay. So that was Mr. Shook to you. Meech says, check your last comment. So I did. And Vince says one more time, losers getting preferential treatment. Yes. So those are the loser men that Lion and that LAR were speaking about. So yeah, Mr. Z is at 5%. Jesus Christ. So let's end that out there. Y'all have a great rest of y'all day. We will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Actually 4% now. So y'all, Mr. Z out, and all right, y'all. And thank y'all for listening in, and go check. See, I almost didn't do my outro. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content, and go touch grass according to FD Signifier. All right, y'all. Mr. Z out.
Later.
Peace.